The history books tell us of a golden era, a time of legendary figures and grand heroes. But if you ask the people who actually lived through it, they might give you a slightly different story. Our historian clerk is currently trying to compile the absolute truth about the legendary Wi Yeonho. He starts his journey at the famous Shaolin Temple, sitting across from the living Buddha himself. At first, the holy monk plays his role perfectly, calling Yeonho a benevolent savior sent directly from above. The historian is eating it up, writing down every single word like a dedicated fanboy. But the second he asks about Yeonho's actual, daily behavior, the monk's neck starts twitching. And just like that, 70 years of holy meditation goes right out the window. The historian is left staring in absolute shock as the holiest man in the land completely loses his cool. Hoping for a more professional response, our clerk travels to the prestigious Hubei Pang clan. Instead of an interview, he gets physically thrown down the front stairs by the supreme elder himself. Pang Dojuk is screaming so loud the clouds are practically shaking. He literally orders his guards to throw a bag of salt on the floor to purify the ground from Yeonho's name. This is the grand mystery of the martial arts world. Why Yeonho is remembered as the ultimate champion, the kind of peerless hero who comes along once in 1,000 years. But every single person who actually knew him treats his name like a cursed word. Our clerk realizes there is a massive gap between the legend and the reality. And as a historian, he is determined to uncover the secrets the textbooks left out. His search eventually leads him to a sketchy, run-down beggar camp in the middle of nowhere. Meet Divine Mad Dog of the Beggar Sect, who thinks the historian's journey is the funniest joke he's heard in years. Our clerk explains that every other clan literally tried to delete him from existence the second he brought up the name. The old hobo smiles like a man who is about to drop some premium, unvarnished gossip. He asks the kid if he is truly ready to hear the real story of the savior. We flash back 100 years ago to Guangdong's prestigious Y clan, where our legendary savior is currently rotting in bed, refusing to move even a single muscle. At 12 years old, Yeonho already has a grand dream of becoming the strongest under the heavens, a standard main character setup for a standard martial arts legend. Born into a family of legendary warriors, he was raised on stories of chivalry and honor. He knew exactly what it took to reach the absolute summit of power. He knew that talent meant nothing without relentless, back-breaking effort. He fully agreed with the philosophy of hard work and constant training. But while he had the wisdom of a master, he also had the soul of a professional slacker. The sunset was just too beautiful today, which meant training would have to wait until tomorrow. He sits there staring out the window, philosophizing about his own laziness, realizing that the grind can always be postponed. He performs a perfect, high-level martial flip, diving straight back under his heavy blanket. I'll get a good night's sleep and start tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. Suddenly, a heavy, threatening footstep shakes the entire wooden floor. A massive shadow towers over our guy's comfortable burrito of laziness. Yeonho is literally drooling, completely dead to the world. Get up! He blinks his eyes open, offering a cheeky, shameless grin. Meet his dad, Wi Yeonho, patriarch of the clan, looking like he's about to initiate a boss fight. Yeonho tries to argue that he got up because he saw the sun going down. His dad is staring at him with the look of a parent who is questioning all of his life choices. How long have you been holed up in here? 2 days? It's been 4 days, you useless brat! Dad points out that even a sweating bear would roll over after 3 days of doing absolutely nothing. Yeonho just chuckles. That's why I get up to stretch occasionally. No need to worry. Dad's neck veins are about to pop. Look, I tried to train, but every time I opened my eyes, the sun was already setting. And since the sun was setting, I had to sleep so I could get up early the next day to... The table gets completely flipped. Dad has officially reached his limit. He grabs Yeonho by the legs, determined to beat some discipline into his second son. Yeonho's dramatic screams echo across the beautiful mountain estate as the sun finally sets. Later that night, Dad is sitting in his office, nursing a massive, stress-induced headache. The clan administrator, Joe Bang, asks if this is about the second young master again. Who else would it be? But don't worry, he'll grow up eventually. Dad buries his face in his hands. It's all my fault. We learn that when Yeonho was just 2 years old, his dad left on an epic martial duel pilgrimage, leaving behind his wife, his oldest son Sanho, and his unborn daughter, Suryeon. He thought the journey would only take 2 years, but he got caught up in endless martial arts drama. It took him 8 long years to finally return home to his family. While he earned a legendary title and glory across the land, the cost of his absence was far too high. When he finally walked back through his front gates, his sweet, gentle wife had transformed into a terrifying tiger. and his second son, whom he thought would be a perfect little warrior, had developed a deep, personal relationship with his mattress. Dad is sweating just thinking about his failure as a parent. Jo Bang tells him not to worry, because there is still one card left to play. What card? He is returning soon. Dad's face lights up. Yes, the golden child is coming back. After 3 years of elite training at the academy, his eldest son is finally returning. Because there is exactly one person in the entire world whom Yeonho actually fears. Yeonho is currently chillin' in his room when he suddenly gets the chills of an approaching boss fight. He slowly turns around to find his older brother Wi Yeonho standing in the doorway. Yeonho immediately sits up, putting on his best, most innocent smile. For brother? When did you get here? Sonho's eyes are cold as ice. How long have you been asleep? Yeonho's sweat glands are working overtime. That look is staring straight through his soul, detecting all of his laziness. Yeonho starts rambling instantly. No! I trained early this morning! I just took a quick nap. Sonho walks into the room, towering over him. You trained? Yeah. Sonho points to a candle across the room. Then use a sword technique to split that candle in two. Let's see how much you've improved over these 3 years. Yeonho draws his sword, looking completely terrified. Sonho stands there with his arms crossed, waiting for the show. Yeonho tries to make excuses, but we're indoors, and it could be dangerous. Just show me what you've got. Fine. Yeonho takes a deep breath. It is time to fake it till he makes it. He swings his sword, releasing a flashy, high-level blue light effect. He spins around, looking like an absolute master of the blade. He finishes his stance with maximum style. The flashy visual effects settle. On paper, the swing looked incredibly fast and precise. Even Sonho looks slightly impressed for a brief second. The legendary soaring dragon technique, perfectly executed. Yeonho catches his breath, thinking he successfully fooled his brother. The camera pans to the candle. It is completely untouched. Not even a single scratch. Yeonho's face of pure defeat. I screwed up! Sonho's expression goes completely flat. 3 years is more than enough time to master a single technique. But you have actually gotten worse than you were 3 years ago. Cut to the exterior of the estate as night falls. The family sits down for a quiet dinner. Yeonho is sitting on a bench, sweating. I am definitely getting indigestion tonight. Dad asks Sonho how his life at the elite academy has been. Sonho gives a textbook perfect response about overcoming hardships to grow stronger. Dad nods proudly, happy to have at least one functioning child. Are there any other issues we need to address? Sonho slowly sets his chopsticks down. Dramatic silence fills the room. There is one. Mom and Dad look up, sensing the heavy atmosphere. It's about Yeonho. Yeonho's soul literally begins to leave his body. He looks at his brother like a man who is about to be sent to the Shadow Realm. We need to bring Yeonho to my martial academy. Yeonho's internal scream is loud enough to shatter glass. We cut back to the beggar sect old man laughing, and that is why everyone grinds their teeth at his name. He gestures to the sky as we see a legendary sword glowing with celestial power. The sword of destiny itself. That was when the great history began. But back then, Yeonho looked like a hostage being moved to a federal prison. We see the two brothers riding their horses out of the estate. Yeonho is already complaining. Hey Sanho! Let's rest for a bit before we go. And just like that, our guy was half forced to go to the brutal martial academy. His little sister Suryeon is crying her eyes out, begging him not to leave. While mom and dad are literally celebrating in the background, telling him to become a man. They didn't even try to stop him. Dad is laughing his head off, glad to finally have a quiet house. The two brothers ride their horses through a peaceful green forest. Sonho is riding like a majestic model, perfectly straight and disciplined. Meanwhile, Yeonho is draped over his horse like a literal sack of laundry, groaning in pain. Are we almost there yet? There are 10 more days left. Yeonho's eyes go completely blank. We would have gotten there in 5 if you knew how to ride a horse. I told you I've never ridden one before. Yeonho is complaining that his back and butt are about to burst from the constant bouncing. He points toward a hill. Look, those people over there are resting too. Sonho's eyes go instantly sharp. He senses something is terribly wrong. He hops off his horse and runs toward the tree. He stands over 2 figures lying motionless on the grass. Yeonho catches up, still complaining. What are you doing? We're too late. They're all dead. Yeonho panics. Actual corpses on their road trip. This was not in his itinerary. Sonho pulls back the victim's collar to inspect the injury. A grotesque red flower-shaped bruise is burned directly into the skin. Flower-indulging palm. Sonho explains that this is a forbidden technique used by a notorious criminal named Seo Juak. Yeonho's sweat glands are working overtime again. Are you saying that guy is around here right now? Sonho grips his sword hilt. He targets women climbing the mountain. These men were ambushed trying to protect someone. In other words, there is a woman in danger somewhere close by. Sanho literally flies off at speedrunner velocity, telling Yeonho to stay put. Yeonho is left screaming at the top of his lungs. You want me to stay here with these corpses? Sanho is already gone, disappearing over the grassy hills. Yeonho is left standing there, completely abandoned. A long, awkward silence fills the mountain air. Just him, 2 horses, and 2 very dead bodies. I am officially screwed. Dark clouds gather instantly, and a storm begins to brew in the sky. Night falls, and the rain starts pouring. Yeonho is screaming at his brother's general direction. He should have just brought me along. He starts to worry. What if something actually happened to him? He would never be this late otherwise. Suddenly, he hears wild animal roars from the dark forest. I need to find shelter before I become tiger dinner. A massive lightning bolt strikes nearby, scaring the absolute crap out of him. The heavy rain beats down on the leaves. He's standing in a cold downpour next to the corpses. This is worst-case scenario. I am really, really screwed. Suddenly, a distant scream echoes through the dark, rainy mountains. Yeonho tries to drag the bodies onto the horses to move them. Hiya! I can't leave them for the wild beasts, and I can't bury them in this storm. He struggles against the mud, pulling the horse's reins with all his strength. The horse is completely stressed out, snorting and refusing to budge. Why aren't you listening to me? Water is rushing rapidly down the rocky mountain streams. Suddenly, the terrified horse bucks violently, sending Yeonho flying through the air. Yeonho screams as he gets launched over the edge of the cliff. He tumbles down the steep rocky slope, taking maximum falling damage. He faceplants directly into the wet mud at the bottom. He lands in a pile of dry leaves inside a rocky crevice. He lies flat on his back, groaning in absolute misery. He sits up, rubbing his aching spine. Ugh, my back. That damned horse! He blinks through the dirt on his face, noticing something in front of him. He looks up at a large opening in the stone wall. A cave? His face lights up. Nice! I actually found shelter from the rain! Suddenly, the 2 horses, still carrying the corpse, walk right into the cave. Yeonho quickly grabs their ropes. You guys! He ties the ropes around a massive boulder to secure them. I can't even hit you! He wipes his wet face, sighing. What a mess. This is why I prefer to stay home. He leaves a piece of cloth hanging outside the entrance so Sanho can find him. Anyway, I don't know what's happening out there. I'm just gonna sleep. He lies down on the hard cave floor, completely exhausted. I hope nothing bad happened to my brother. No, he's strong, he'll be fine. He falls asleep instantly, snoring loudly while the horses wait nearby. The night passes slowly as he continues to sleep. Still sleeping, completely dead to the world. Suddenly, a strange glowing blue aura begins to radiate around his body. The energy intensifies, enveloping him in a bright blue flame. He is literally levitated off the ground and pulled deeper into the cave while still snoring, slowly floating through the dark stone tunnels. Still sound asleep, glowing like a neon sign in the dark. The blue energy slowly deposits him on the ground deep within the cavern. He finally blinks his eyes open, rubbing his cheek. The cave walls around him are glowing with an eerie swirling green mist. Where am I? The ceiling looks completely different. Did I go in deeper? Did I roll in here somehow while sleeping? Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the cavern. Fated human. He screams in terror. He loses his balance and falls flat on his butt, scrambling backward. He looks up, terrified of whatever is speaking. A glowing blue orb of spiritual energy descends. Welcome to the fated place, successor of my radiant sword. Yeonho is baffled. Is this sparkling thing what you're speaking through? Yes, I have transcended the restraints of a physical being. I speak to you from beyond time and space. Accept my will and rule over the world. Yeonho immediately screams. A ghost! Do not be afraid. I am already dead. Only my will has been left here. I have prepared this for someone who will get here after me. So accept my will without doubt. Yeonho pauses, squinting. Wait, this situation seems familiar. An empty cave, an old man's spiritual legacy. He starts connecting the dots of classic martial arts tropes. A fateful chance? He laughs like he just won the lottery. The heavens are rewarding me. I won't even have to go to the academy if I become strong right here. Of course. I will teach you my radiant sword. Train yourself endlessly. Okay. You should be talented enough if you have my blood. If you train hard here for 30 years, you should be able to replicate my techniques. Yeonho's face goes completely pale. 30 years? Yes, just 30 years. Wait. Yeonho immediately raises his hand. I don't think this fate was for me. Go look for the next person. The glowing orb is completely flabbergasted. What? Yeonho laughs, walking away. Yeah, I'd rather let this go than stay here for 30 years. We cut back to the beggar sect old man smiling. But that meeting? we see a close-up of a hand gripping a sword, hilt with absolute confidence. An explosion of pure blue sword energy shattering countless weapons in an instant is how the loser, Wi Yeonho, came to be so strong. We see a badass, older, windswept Yeonho wielding the radiant sword with peak main character aura. Our guy looks the greatest master under heaven dead in the eyes, says no thanks, and immediately books it toward the exit at high speed. The legendary spirit is completely flabbergasted. He manifests his true, glowing physical form, introducing himself as Baek Muhan, the legendary, limitless white. Yeonho stops, slowly turns around, and looks at him with pure, unbothered skepticism. He points a finger and straight up calls him a cheap internet scammer. Muhan is absolutely furious that a 12-year-old is disrespecting his grand legacy like this. He insists that he is indeed a highly advanced spiritual will that has shed its physical body. Yeonho just crosses his arms, looking completely unimpressed by the glowing blue light show. He decides to test the theory by throwing a high-velocity punch straight at the old man's face. His fist goes completely through the spirit's head with zero impact. The old man just stands there, completely unbothered, asking him what the hell he is doing. The realization finally hits Yeonho, and he starts screaming in pure childish terror. Muhan explains that this is transmigration of will, an incredibly advanced technique only masters can use. But Yeonho just wants him to admit he is a regular ghost. We temporarily cut back to the present-day hobo camp, where the campfire crackles. Divine Mad Dog smiles as he explains that this was the historic moment Yeonho met his legendary master. The young clerk is sitting there with his notepad, completely fascinated by this legendary technique. The old beggar takes a bite of his food, confirming that only the absolute pinnacle of masters could achieve this. The clerk asks who this incredibly powerful master actually was. The old man looks deep into the fire and drops a legendary title. The clerk's eyes widen as he realizes we are talking about the myriad sword Baek clan's ultimate legend, none other than Baek Muhan, the historic sword emperor of the martial world. The clerk is losing his mind. Wait, isn't he a legendary figure from 300 years ago? The old beggar nods, laughing at how ridiculous it is that such a god-tier legend met a slacker like Yeonho. The clerk naturally assumes that upon realizing this, Yeonho immediately fell to his knees to beg to be his disciple. The old beggar smiles. Of course he didn't. Back in the cave, the old ghost realizes his 300-year wait has led him to this lazy kid, and he is desperate. Yeonho is still casually walking away, complaining that the old man is being way too loud and annoying. The Sword Emperor decides that if the kid won't stay voluntarily, he will have to use force. He waves his hand, and a massive stone block crashes down, completely sealing the cave exit. The entire cavern shakes, and Yeonho looks back, realize his easy escape is officially cancelled. Muhan bursts into a maniacal, triumphant laugh, pointing out that the stone gate is over 3 meters thick. He floats down, offering a smug grin. But if you learn my style, you can slice through it like paper. Yeonho stands there in silence for a long moment, looking down at his waist. The old man keeps talking, fully confident that the kid has no choice but to surrender to his destiny. Instead of crying or begging, Yeonho pulls out his small sword and starts manually scraping the stone gate. Muhan is completely dumbfounded by what he is seeing. It's just stone. If I scrape it every day, it'll wear down. I'll probably break through in a year or two. The old ghost's jaw is practically on the floor. He is shaking with pure frustration, realizing he cannot even beat this crazy kid to death because he has no physical body. He starts bargaining, desperately offering to reduce the training time down to 20 years. Yeonho lies down on the dirt, completely relaxed. Still way too long. Maybe if it were 3 years. Muhan's face is turning red with rage. Even the greatest historical legends couldn't master his style in 3 years. Yeonho sits up, completely unbothered. Well, then I guess we just weren't meant to be. The old man is clenching his teeth so hard, they are practically cracking under the spiritual pressure. He is about to make the ultimate compromise of his 300-year life. 5 years! I'll make you the absolute greatest under heaven in just 5 years! Yeonho pauses, doing some mental math. 5 years to become a god-tier master seems like a bargain deal. He looks at the glowing blue ghost, realizing that maintaining such a vivid spiritual form is unheard of. He concludes that the old geezer might actually be the real deal. He slams his sword into the ground, making up his mind. Okay, 5 years! I'll do it! Back at the campfire, the hobo old man explains that Yeonho had absolutely no idea he was dealing with the Sword Emperor. And honestly, the legendary master was the one who deserved all the pity in this situation. We flash back to the training, where Muhan is screaming at the top of his lungs for Yeonho to wake up. Yeonho yawns, complaining that he is dying of sleepiness and that dead people don't understand human biological needs. The legendary Sword Emperor is literally clenching his fists and cursing the heavens for this curse. Yeonho is still yawning, complaining about having to train the exact second he wakes up. Muhan floats around him like an angry moth, pointing out that at this rate it'll take 50 years instead of 5. Yeonho just sighs, muttering that he should have looked for a more competent and quiet master. Muhan is suffering massive psychological damage. If he had a physical blood pressure, it would have exploded by now. He is genuinely questioning all of his life choices and why he left his spiritual will behind just to witness this disaster. Yeonho is literally rolling on the floor laughing, enjoying the old man's absolute misery. Then, he sits up and asks a tactical question. By the way, how did you drop that massive stone gate earlier? Can't you just use that same power to control my body and teach me the physical movements? Muhan explains that the stone gate was just a physical mechanism he had set up in advance. But you don't have a body. How did you pull the trigger? I just pulled the trigger string using my chi, through object grasping from afar. The old ghost suddenly freezes mid-sentence. His eyes widen as a terrifyingly brilliant realization hits him. He starts laughing like a classic anime villain. Yeonho looks at him, wondering if the old man has finally lost his mind. Muhan mutters to himself, realizing he was trapped in the fixed idea that he couldn't physically interfere. Yeonho asks what he is mumbling about, but is interrupted by a sudden, loud impact. A heavy rock is suddenly ripped from the cave wall. Yeonho stares in absolute horror as the boulder floats into the air. Muhan has a sinister grin on his face. If I can move a rock anytime, I can move more than just rocks. He lifts multiple glowing boulders into the air, laughing like a mad scientist. Yeonho's eyes widen, and he immediately starts screaming, "Master! No! Master!" in pure genuine terror. And just like that, the lazy slacker's holiday is officially over. Screams of agony echo from the sealed cave as the rain pours outside. From that day on, the cave turned into a literal 24/7 boot camp. Even when Yeonho falls asleep, Muhan uses a high-level dream training technique to force him to practice in his sleep. Our guy is literally getting beaten up in his own dreams, groaning in absolute misery. The old man is relentless, pushing him to become one with the sword. He hurls glowing blue boulders at him at high speed. Yeonho has no choice but to slice them in half, his movements becoming sharper and more lethal with each passing day. With zero opportunity to slack off, 5 years fly by in what feels like a brutal flash. Countless stone boulders lie perfectly sliced in half on the cave floor. A mature, muscular hand gently touches the massive stone gate. With a light push, the 3-meter-thick stone barrier is shattered, and light pours into the cave. Our guy steps out into the fresh air, taking a deep breath of the outside world. With a confident, slightly wild smile, he cracks his knuckles. The legend has officially returned. But before we see him conquer the world, we have to backtrack to a day earlier inside the cave. Yeonho is still trying to get 5 more minutes of sleep, groaning like a typical teenager. He blinks his eyes open, realizing the old man's tone is oddly quiet today. Muhan sits in a meditative stance, floating slightly. "Come here, child." Yeonho slowly sits down across from him, wondering what kind of lecture is coming now. The old ghost starts reminiscing. "I dedicated my entire life to martial arts, chasing the absolute peak. In doing so, I became a cranky old man, eventually cast aside by my own family." Yeonho looks at him, sensing that the old man is acting incredibly out of character. Muhan sighs, remembering how his own children never came looking for him after he isolated himself. He realized too late that he had abandoned everything at the altar of martial arts, walking alone in the cold snow of his memories. "I truly believed that reaching the pinnacle of power would solve everything. But I was wrong. Martial arts are practiced by people. If you neglect the human path, what meaning does the sword hold? And you were the one who taught me that." Yeonho is completely frozen, processing the heavy words. "For the first time in my life, I tried to teach someone. I lost my temper, got annoyed, but watching you grow little by little brought me true joy." They stand side by side, bathed in a warm cinematic light. Yeonho breaks the silence. "Why are you saying all of this now? Why speak like we'll never meet again?" Muhan closes his eyes. "Yes, the time has come." "What are you talking about? You think I'm going to fall for this? You told me to train for 30 years. It's only been 5. You still have 25 years left." "You're right, but the inner core I gave you so you could survive without food, keeping it sustained was not easy. Now, my spiritual energy has run completely dry. It is time we parted ways." Yeonho's voice cracks. Why didn't you say anything? If you had, I would have left to get food and come back." Muhan smiles gently, knowing the kid's lazy heart. "Had you left this cave, you wouldn't have returned. Regardless, The time we spent together brought me great joy. I had hoped to see your journey across the world, but this is enough. The glowing blue light of his spiritual form begins to flicker. He looks at Yeonho, already picturing him as a legendary warrior traversing the world like a dragon. Look upon the world, take it into yourself, and everything else will follow. But before you look at the world, see the people first. Don't make the same mistake I did. Even if no one remembers I existed, with every motion of your hand, with every strike of your sword, you carry me within you. So it's fine, even if you're not extraordinary. Just be happy. Master, don't go like this. There is still so much I haven't learned. Just one more day. Let me have one more day, please. But the spiritual form completely dissolves into a gentle breeze, leaving behind only the echo of his final wish. Yeonho is left standing alone on the dark cave floor. The silence of the cave is deafening. He buries his face in his hands, tears streaming down his face. You could have just told me a bit earlier. Suddenly, we jump forward as Yeonho's crying face turns into pure veins-popping rage. He is looking at his old green robe, realizing the old man left a massive surprise stitched inside. What the hell is all this supposed to be? Before vanishing, Muhan had meticulously stitched a massive hidden message into the robe's lining. Summarized, it explained that the 5-year training was actually incomplete. To prevent Yeonho from immediately resuming his mattress testing lifestyle, Muhan embedded a unique mechanism into his body. The inner core will grow autonomously, but if Yeonho's physical training and real-world experience fall behind, the core will violently drain his internal energy until it literally kills him. Put simply, slack off and you die. That damn geezer pulled a fast one on me. The message continues, encouraging him to roam the land, see the world, and live big. And the first place you should go is Murim to seek out the Grand Scholar. Yeonho does a deep, respectful bow toward the empty cave, complaining but carrying a heavy heart. I'll take care of everything and be back, so please don't worry. He walks out of the cave, looking toward the horizon. He wonders if his older brother Sonho is doing fine after 5 years. He performs a formal, respectful bow toward the mountain. Thanks to you, I was happy. But I'm still not coming back, so don't count on it. All you ever did was mess with me. He starts walking down the mountain trail, muttering about where Murim is supposed to be. We see the empty cave entrance bathed in sunlight. Suddenly, a faint glowing blue silhouette appears at the entrance. Muhan's spirit is literally laughing his head off, enjoying the kid's reaction to the stitched trap. Did you really think I'd let you dry up like a mummy? You're not rotting away in a dark room under my watch. He looks toward the vast world, his smile soft and proud. The world is just too big for that, and your talent would be wasted, you little brat. But thanks to you, I was truly happy. The final breeze carries his spirit away for good. Yeonho pauses on the path, smelling a sudden, sweet scent of flowers in the wind. And so, some time passes as we see a beautiful city built on water. A pair of heavily bandaged feet steps into the city gates. Yeonho has arrived, looking like a literal zombie. He has lost weight, his clothes are torn, and he looks completely dead inside. He walks up to a local beggar sect post, where a man is sitting on a wooden log. This is branch chief Jong-il, who is looking at this mummy-like kid with pure concern. Yeonho asks if this is the beggar sect, but Jong-il immediately demands money for information. Jong-il's eyes narrow as he analyzes this bizarre visitor. His voice sounds like a teenager, but he looks 50. What a complete mess. Look, we're basically in the same line of work, but business is business. Same line? Well, yeah, we're both beggars. How am I a beggar? Jang-il tells him no money means no info, advising him to go scrounge some cash. With that pathetic empty mug of yours, all you need is a basket, and you'd be raking it in. Such wasted potential. Yeonho stands there, in silent realization. Jong-il grabs him by the shoulders. You there! Interested in a job? What job? Yeonho's eyes light up as he pictures a massive pile of coins. Cut to later that evening inside the branch office. Jong-il is literally throwing coins in the air, laughing like a madman. The other beggars outside are looking at the room, wondering why the chief is celebrating like he won the lottery. Jong-il is suddenly super friendly. Anyway, what was it you wanted to know? A list of grand scholars, where they live, and also famous blacksmiths. Jong-il agrees, telling him to come back in a week, while Yeonho just collapses on the floor to sleep. Jong-il looks at him, realizing the kid has absolutely no shame. But a few days later, a beggar runs into the office in a state of absolute emergency.
Branch Chief!
We are about to starve to death. We cut to the city streets, where angry merchants are screaming at beggars to get lost. Jang-il runs through the streets, wondering what kind of disaster has struck his clan. He stops in his tracks, his face turning pale. We see 2 rich scholars walking by, completely ignoring the other beggars. Because everyone in the city is currently throwing their entire life savings at Yeonho. Yeonho is sitting there looking so hollow, empty. and close to death, that people are crying from pure pity. Coins are literally raining on his head like a jackpot. Our guy offers a subtle, victorious smile. Earning money is a breeze. The professional beggar's burden registration is officially complete. We start with our guy yawning his jaw off, demanding that the Kaifeng branch chief of the beggar sect bring him some cold water. Zhang Il is currently suffering from a severe case of high-tier butler syndrome, slapping his own men for bringing a dirty bowl. Yeonho complains that the water is lukewarm, prompting Zhang Il to scream at his subordinates to climb a literal mountain to get fresh spring water. Our guy just lies flat on the floor, enjoying the peak of his luxury. Zhang Il is internally crying, wondering how a legendary intelligence chief of the beggar sect got reduced to a personal errand boy. But he can't even kick the kid out, because Yeonho's begging is the only thing keeping his entire branch from starvation. He is currently giving Yeonho a professional back massage, praying that the high-level intel they ordered finally arrives. Right on cue, a beggar runs into the yard carrying a wooden scroll case. Zhang Il's face lights up with pure joy, realizing his long nightmare is finally over. Yeonho slowly opens the scroll, expecting a masterclass in intelligence. He looks at the paper, then looks at Zhang Il with absolute, unbothered disappointment. Zhang Il snatches the paper back, wondering what could possibly be wrong with it. He stares at the document in silent disbelief. The paper is practically empty, filled with half-baked, useless rumors. Yeonho sighs, getting up to go back to his begging spot to make more money. Zhang Il panics, physically dragging him back to prevent him from hogging the city's market again, promising a proper workaround. He drags Yeonho straight into a lavish, red-tinted underground pavilion. A beautiful, mocking voice welcomes them from the top of the stairs. Meet Gui Nangnong, the Hao clan's legendary beggar liaison, looking like she walked straight out of a high-fashion martial arts magazine. Zhang Il offers a formal greeting, but Yeonho is completely distracted by her calling Zhang Il a sly fox. He immediately gets right into Zhang Il's personal space, whispering "fox mutt" to tease him. Zhang Il is trying to keep his composure while the kid keeps chanting "fox mutt" in the background like an annoying parrot. Gui Nangnong notes that it is highly unusual for the beggar sect to seek intelligence from their natural rivals. Zhang Il explains that this isn't an official sect request, he simply brought a private client, while Yeonho continues chanting. Nangnong's face goes cold, realizing they are bypassing official channels. She realizes the kid standing next to Zhang Il isn't even part of the beggar sect. She declares that the Hao clan has pride and will never sell information under these conditions, telling them to leave. Yeonho casually walks past Zhang Il, completely ignoring the rejection. Nangnong turns her back, warning them that they won't walk away unharmed if they continue to mock her. Yeonho stops at the foot of the stairs, looking up with a lazy, challenging gaze. Isn't the Hao clan supposed to be a professional intelligence agency? And yet you can't even identify whether I'm part of the beggar sect? What an absolute joke. Nangnong's jaw tightens, her pride completely shattered by a teenager's insult. Suddenly, a shadowed agent whispers a report from the ceiling. He confirms that the man's identity is completely unknown, but he is definitely not a beggar. Nangnong's eyes widen slightly as she processes the report. Yeonho shrugs. See? Now we can actually proceed with the sale, right? Nangnang flashes a sharp, red-lipped grin. No, I'm not selling because you pissed me off. Get out. Yeonho just sighs. So much for honor among thieves. Your clan won't last very long at this rate. Nangnang's anger is reaching a boiling point. You'd best watch your mouth unless you want your limbs torn off. Yeonho just tilts his head. He's not wrong. Technically, lady. Nangnang's face twists in pure demonic rage at being addressed so casually. Are you mocking the Hao clan? She waves her hand, ordering her elite guard to teach them some manners. An assassin drops from the ceiling like a falling stone, launching a high-speed strike. The blade slices through the air with terrifying speed. Zhang Il screams for Yeonho to watch out, completely terrified. Yeonho casually tells him to move, launching a effortless, heavy palm strike downward. A massive shockwave of blue-purple energy explodes from his palm. Nangnong's hair is blown back by the sheer force of the impact. Zhang Il's eyes are practically popping out of his head. The dust clears to reveal Yeonho standing completely unfazed. The elite assassin is literally cratered face first into the floor like a discarded ragdoll. Sorry about that. When someone tries to hit me, I tend to retaliate instinctively. Zhang Il is sweating bullets, realizing he can't even begin to comprehend the kid's actual power level. Yeonho stretches his neck, looking like a literal monster to everyone in the room. Nangnong immediately pivots to polite mode, bowing her head. We didn't know we were graced by a master. Her eyes remain sharp and calculating. She points out that Zhang Il's visit wasn't exactly for noble reasons. Zhang Il quickly tries to explain that they came seeking help for a genuine client. Nangnang looks at Yeonho dragging the unconscious assassin out of the way. So you brought a tiger to catch a rabbit? Fine, I'll take your word for it, beggar liaison. Zhang Il sighs in relief, offering a polite bow. But that doesn't mean you're getting free intel. After all, your friend did injure my man. As such, the Hao clan demands a suitable price. Zhang Il looks confused. A price? Nangnang's face is shrouded in dark purple spiritual energy. Blood for blood. She summons her ultimate elite squad, the Four Shadows, who appear with glowing red swords. Yeonho looks at their synchronized entrance. Well now, this bunch is certainly theatrical. Nangnang warns him that he won't be leaving this place unscathed. Yeonho tries to explain that it was just a reflex, but nobody is listening. The elite squad members are glaring at him with pure hatred. Lose an arm? We take a leg. Get slapped? We peel your face. Yeonho just chuckles. Sounds like a loan shark's accounting system. The shadows prepare to lung, their blades humming with power. Yeonho holds his hand up. Sorry, but I don't have any face fat. I haven't been eating well lately. Nangnang's face is twitching with pure, unadulterated fury. Kill him! The assassins leap forward, their blades slicing through the air like red lightning. They launch a coordinated, high-speed assault from all sides. Yeonho casually dodges their swings. First it was a face peel, now it's straight to killing? Talk about high interest rates. He moves like a blur, his body dodging their blades with millimeter precision. He grabs one of the assassin's wrists mid-swing. The assassin's face is twisted in pure shock as his momentum is completely halted. Yeonho steps forward, his aura beginning to burn with a terrifying blue-purple fire. Nangnang screams in pure terror as she senses the sheer scale of his power. With a single, effortless gesture, Yeonho releases a massive wave of energy, blasting all four assassins into the air. Their weapons are shattered into pieces, rain of steel falling to the ground. He stands in the middle of the absolute wreckage, surrounded by a swirling aura of pure might. Don't make me move. I really don't like killing people. The elite shadows are suspended in the air for a fraction of a second, completely defeated. They crash heavily onto the shattered floor. Yeonho stands over them, looking down with a sleepy, terrifying gaze. Zhang Il's face is completely frozen in shock. Nangnang is shaking with existential dread. What is this energy? Yeonho remembers his master's advice about never leaving regrets and attacking multiple times if needed. Nangnang's survival instincts are screaming at her. She realizes she picked the absolute wrong person to mess with. She knows that if she makes a single wrong move, her entire Kaifeng branch might disappear from the map today. She immediately switches to a sweet, cooperative tone, asking what info they need. Zhang Il holds up the document. Please fill in the blanks here. Nangnang looks at the paper, then looks at Zhang Il like he's a madman for bringing such a monster to her office. I need 1 day to gather the information. Would you be able to wait? Yes. She then offers a terrifying red-lipped smile to Zhang Il. Mind following me for a moment, Branch Chief? We cut to the next day inside a private room. Yeonho is literally pointing and laughing hysterically. He is rolling on the floor, completely unable to contain his joy. Zhang Il's cheek is swollen to the size of a giant steamed bun. Shut up! You're an elite warrior and you got beat up by a girl? That woman is from the Hao clan! She's the daughter of the supreme leader! She grew up chewing on iron pills like candy! How can I handle her? Suddenly, the sliding door opens, and Nangnang steps into the room, looking elegant as always. She hands over the completed document, while Zhang Il flinches in terror. But we have a condition too. What? Zhang Il whispers to Yeonho that she's about to ask for the information fee. Nangnang demands 5 nyang. Yeonho casually pulls out a handful of copper coins. Zhang Il looks like his soul is leaving his body. It's silver nyang! Silver! How can an information fee be that expensive? Nangnang explains that the document includes highly restricted, confidential files, so the price is non-negotiable. Yeonho casually gets up, sliding his robe over his shoulder. I'm broke, so I'm gonna go back to the street to beg for some cash. Zhang Il literally dives across the floor, grabbing Yeonho's leg. No! Don't you dare! You'll starve my men again! He is crying real tears of pure financial despair. Using all of Yeonho's previous earnings, his own savings, and his secret hobo slush fund, they finally gather the 5 silver nyang. Zhang Il holds the silver piece, his heart aching from the absolute financial devastation. Yeonho reviews the papers, deeply impressed by the high-quality intel. This group is clearly in a different class. He then holds up a small envelope. Also, I'd like to send a letter to Guangdong. Is it expensive? Nangnang notes that express delivery is pricey, but she is willing to waive the fee if he answers a few questions. May I ask your name and age? Wi Yeonho, just turned 17. Zhang Il's jaw hits the floor. You're younger than me? Nangnang is staring in absolute shock, realizing a 17-year-old possessed this level of monstrous power. She repeats the name in her head. Wi Yeonho. Her eyes widen in sudden realization. Could it be? Are you the missing second son of the noble Guangdong Wi family? Yeonho looks back, surprised. Eh? Do you know me? Of course. The Wi family requested our help to find you 5 years ago. Jang Il is losing his mind. You're Sanho's younger brother? Yeonho tilted his head. Eh? You know my brother? Of course. He's my friend. Nang Nang confirms the letter will take 10 days to reach Guangdong. Yeonho smiles. That's fine. I've waited 5 years. 10 days is nothing. Nang Nang slowly hands him a beautiful red silk ribbon. This is a VIP client token of the Hao clan. Tie it to wherever you stay, and our agents will find you. She realizes that a 17-year-old who can effortlessly dismantle elite guards is a legendary connections worth preserving. And next time, we'll waive the information fee entirely. Really? She offers a warm, cooperative smile. She wants to make sure their previous physical dispute doesn't damage their relationship with this future god of martial arts. Yeonho walks out, happily holding his VIP ribbon, while Jang Il walks behind him, crying over his empty pockets. Yeonho laughs, calling him a hogu. Jang Il screams in frustration as they walk through the crowded city streets. Yeonho casually remarks that beggars shouldn't be greedy for money and should focus on their duty. Jang Il is clenching his fists, internally screaming that he can't even beat this kid to death in broad daylight. Anyway, you got all the info now, right? So we're finally done with Kaifeng? Yeonho stops. Wait, there's a bit of a problem. What is it now? Our guy offers a brilliant, shameless, sparkly grin. I don't have any money! Jang Il's face goes completely blank. His dramatic scream of pure agony echoes across the entire city. Meanwhile, Gui Nong Nong stands on her high balcony, looking down at the streets. She calls her agent Gong Mu to her side. Immediately send word to the main clan. The missing second son of the Guangdong Wi family has returned as a monstrous master. We shift locations to the grand, peaceful water pavilions of the Songlin Hanlin Great Academy. An elegant scholar is sitting on a stone terrace, sipping green tea. He has a neat mustache and a calm, peaceful expression. This is Mun Yuan, one of the legendary 3 great masters of the realm. His young daughter runs up to him. Father, meet Mun Yunji, looking incredibly neat with her hair tied in red ribbons. There is a guest who wants to meet you. Yuan is confused, noting he had no appointments today. Yunji explains the guest wants to play Go. Yuan's face lights up with pure, nerdy joy at the mention of his favorite game. Yunji leads Yeonho into the peaceful pavilion. Yeonho has his dirty training scroll tucked under his arm. I hope my sudden visit has not been a bother. Yuan welcomes him warmly, gesturing toward a stone table with a Go board. Yeonho sits down, stating that playing Go is the only thing he actually knows how to do. Yuan smiles, happy to indulge a young guest. I'll take the white stones, you can go first. Yeonho reaches into the bowl of black stones, his fingers clicking against the marble. He takes a stone, his face relaxed and sleepy. Yuan thinks the kid looks like a starving hobo who just came for a free meal, so he decides to give him an easy match. Yeonho slams his first black stone onto the wooden board with a thunderous crack. Yuan's eyes widen, his peaceful expression completely shattered in an instant. The placement, the weight, and the raw energy behind that single move are mind-boggling. He realizes this is no beginner. Yeonho starts placing his stones at a manic, dizzying speed. The clicks of the stones echo through the quiet water pavilion in rapid succession. Yuan's forehead is dripping with cold sweat as he struggles to keep up with the intense pace. His hand trembles over the board, completely frozen. He is staring at the board in absolute disbelief, his mind completely overwhelmed by the tactical genius. Yeonho rests his chin on his hand, offering a smug, confident grin. Aren't you going to make a move? He looks like a literal battle demon sitting across from a terrified scholar. The stones are set on the wooden board, and Mun Yuan is sweating bullets, completely unable to find a safe move. In his eyes, the simple stones are falling like heavy meteors. He feels like he is standing alone against a raging storm, staring into the glowing red eyes of a giant, terrifying beast. Yeonho's playstyle doesn't care about standard strategy or safety. He attacks aggressively, charging in like a mad dog and biting down like a wolf. He is playing against a literal war demon disguised as a sleepy teenager. Yeonho's eyes are glowing, with a faint, crimson light of absolute focus. It was a good match. You have quite a unique style. It's thanks to being scolded by a bad master. He briefly remembers his old master screaming about giving him 10 times more training if he loses. If it's not a bother, I'd like to stay for a while. My master told me to spend time in Rulin. Yuan, respecting the last wishes of a fellow master, happily agrees to prepare a room for him. Yeonho politely points out that he has absolutely no money, but Yuan just laughs it off. How could we ask a guest for money? Even if you hadn't asked, I was about to say I'd like you to stay. In return, I hope you'll occasionally play Go with me, or the guests who come by. Yeonho shrugs, realizing this is an incredibly easy trade. I think I can do that much. Yoonji leads him away, still highly suspicious of this bizarre guest. The steam rises from a beautiful, warm bathhouse pool. Yeonho sinks into the hot water, letting his muscles relax. This feels nice. I used to hate washing in the past, but this water is exceptionally good. He imagines the cute spirit of his old master crying because he is actually enjoying himself. Eunji steps into the bathhouse hallway, carrying a pile of fresh, clean clothes. She is still muttering to herself, unable to understand why her father accepted a hobo as a guest. Suddenly, a wet footstep lands heavily on the wooden floor. Yeonho steps out of the steam, completely wet and shirtless, his messy hair framing his face. Eunji screeches at the top of her lungs, while Yeonho just blinks in confusion. Why? I thought you were a ghost. Use this to cover up. She desperately throws a sheet at his face. Yeonho catches the cloth, wrapping it casually around his waist. Eunji looks up, her face turning bright red as she freezes in her tracks. The steam parts to reveal an absolutely sculpted, Giga Chad-level physique with a shredded six-pack. He tilts his head, offering a lazy, handsome smile. I can do it like this, right? Eunji falls back in pure shock, pointing at him. Who are you? A few days later, we see the beautiful autumn leaves falling over the academy. Eunji runs to her father, pointing toward the guest quarters. Father, please say something to the newcomer. That guy doesn't come out of his room all day. Other than coming out to eat, he just sleeps. Yuan holds his tea, listening to his daughter's complaints with a calm, understanding smile. Come to think of it, I haven't even asked for his name, but you always tell me to stay diligent. Eunji, I like playing Go because when playing, you can understand the opponent's true intentions. A hasty person cannot play a slow game, and a slow person cannot enjoy a fierce battle. In Go, the life and character of that person are revealed vividly, and his style was endlessly fierce and fast. I've never seen someone with such an extreme style. He must have lived a life rough and hard beyond imagination. If he's lazing around, let him rest a bit longer. Eunji closes her eyes, taking a deep breath of pure frustration. Understood. But as she walks away, her face twists into a devious, angry grin. She storms into Yeonho's room, finding him sleeping on the floor surrounded by dirty bowls. Father is being deceived! There is no way that lazy bum is an outstanding master! I will drive him out! She stands over him with her arms crossed. Wake up! Yeonho slowly rolls over, barely opening one eye. Why? She aggressively snatches his blanket away. Wake up! The sun is already high in the sky! Yeonho stretches. Really? Then tell me when the sun is setting instead. What on earth are you? What kind of person lazes around for 7 days in a place where everyone is studying? Those who want to study, study. I want to sleep, so what's wrong with me sleeping? You're so annoying. We have to wash the blankets and cook. We won't waste food on someone who just lazes around. Wait, but your father clearly said, I'm the one managing the money. She glares at him, fully confident she has won this argument. Yeonho looks at her in silence, then sighs. Then, what should I do? She drags him outside, pointing to a mountain-like pile of dirty sheets. You can do the laundry. All of this? Isn't it a lot? Is this my meal cost? Yeah. It's not like I'm eating gold dust, so please do a good job. If it's not clean, I'll make you wash it again. She walks away with a smug, evil grin, fully confident he won't even finish a fraction of it today. Just 2 hours later, she returns to check on him. Her jaw instantly hits the floor. The entire yard is covered in rows of perfectly clean, sparkling white sheets. She touches a sheet, completely stunned. Was this sheet always this bright white? What on earth did he do? She looks down to see Yeonho already asleep on a bench, snoring peacefully. She clenches her fist, her veins popping. No! I can't just let this slide. Just you watch. She leads him to a massive pile of giant logs stacked in the yard. You're telling me to split all this? I'll give you a whole week. She thinks he'll run away immediately. Cut to a few minutes later. She returns to find a colossal, perfect mountain of split firewood. Next, she tries to bury him in dishwashing, only to find a mountain of sparkling plates. She orders him to clean the yard, only to find the entire stone pavement shining like gold. Eunji is shaking with pure, unadulterated frustration, her eyes twitching. And just like that, Yeonho's comfortable life in Rulin officially began. We cut back to the hobo old man Devan, telling the story. Letting him stay was a massive mistake. He brings disaster with him. Wherever he goes, trouble never stops. And Rulin was no exception. Since he showed up, that quiet academy fell into utter chaos. The young clerk looks up, sweating. What on earth happened? The beginning of it all was a Go match. We cut to Yeonho sitting at the board, looking completely dead inside. How did I end up like this? A massive crowd of elite scholars is gathered around the academy, holding invitations. Yuwon had written letters directly to all the top-ranked Go players to come and test the new master. A stone that stays put rots, and the master was eager to see more matches. We see Yeonho's hand moving like a blur, slamming stones onto the board in rapid succession. He is absolutely destroying every single scholar who sits across from him. He rests his chin on his hand, sighing. Next, the legend of the Go Saint has officially begun. A black stone lands on the board with a thunderous impact. His opponent, a highly ranked scholar, is sweating profusely, completely frozen. He is staring at the board, trying to comprehend Yeonho's bizarre move. A stone thrown into a dead end? Was it a mistake? No, it can't be. Not from someone who defeated all the top knights. In his eyes, Yeonho is sitting there, with the majestic aura of a legendary Go champion. I knew it. There is definitely some brilliant trick behind it. That bait is meant to lure me into a trap. He decides to play safe, congratulating himself on dodging the trap. Meanwhile, Yeonho is shaking with pure frustration. Yeonho's eyes are twitching as he stares at the opponent. He is literally screaming internally like a madman. Why? Why are you backing off now? I threw that stone to let you win. If I lose, this endless game of Go will finally end. The opponent bows his head in surrender. Shh, I surrender. Yeonho cries comically, burying his face in his hands. I'm going absolutely insane. He drags his feet through the Grand Academy hallway, completely miserable. I threw a reckless move just to lose cleanly, and he panicked and surrendered? Now, people are going to crowd around even more. He grabs his head, screaming in frustration as his plan to go back to sleep fails completely. I might as well just do laundry at this point. Ugh, my back. Suddenly, a loud, aggressive voice echoes through the corridor. I said no! Yeonho blinks, peeking around a decorative wall to see what's happening. A massive, gold-adorned giant is towering over Eunji. This is Nok Mokpung, the adopted son of the Grand Eunuch. Eunji is glaring at him with pure hatred. Yes, I won't even consider it. Mokpung sneers, telling her she'll regret refusing his marriage proposal. I won't. I'm not used to not getting what I want. I'm being polite now, but next time, it won't be a request. Hanlim Academy won't fall so easily. Maybe not, but I'm a step above. You know that too, don't you? Yoonji's face is pale with rage, her teeth clenched in frustration. I will not marry you! So there's your impossibility! She turns her back to leave, completely done with the conversation. Suddenly, Mokpung's massive, gold-ringed hand grabs her wrist with brute force. She screams, trying to pull away, but his grip is like iron. You shouldn't make me angry! He pulls her close, letting out a creepy long tongue. What if I just take you here and now? Yoonji's eyes are wide with pure terror as she realizes she is completely trapped. Suddenly, a calm, sleepy voice cuts through the tension. That's not something you say in someone else's house. Our guy steps into the hallway, his arms crossed, looking exceptionally cool. Yoonji turns around, immediately reverting to her angry self. You! Did you at least finish the chores I asked for? All I did was play Go. What are you even talking about? Yeonho looks at her hair ribbon. Lend me a rope. Huh? A red ribbon falls through the air in a slow-motion shot. With a swift, graceful motion, Yeonho ties his messy hair back, his sleepy eyes instantly turning razor-sharp. He steps forward, his aura completely shifting into that of a seasoned warrior. Mokpung glares down. Isn't eavesdropping on others' conversations a little rude? Sorry, I'm not very big on manners, but someone so concerned with etiquette wouldn't act the way you just did, would they? Mokpung's face twitches. So you're the so-called Hanlim Go champion, huh? Thanks for recognizing me, but I have no clue who you are. Yeonho casually picks his ear with a smug chibi face. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm not interested. Mokpung's face turns into a demonic, veins-popping mask of pure rage. If you'd just stuck to playing Go, you wouldn't have gotten on my bad side. Yeonho smiles, pointing at his own cheek. You're too noticeable to not get on my bad side. Just like right now. You, little bastard. Suddenly, the heavy sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the corridor. A crowd of scholars runs into the hallway. Master Wi, let's have another match tomorrow. Yeonho waves. Ah, sure. Mokpung is forced to step back due to the crowd, his face dark with anger. I guess I'll leave for today. He turns back to Yoonji, offering a final, chilling threat. If you don't come crawling to me in 3 days, I'll take care of it my way. He stomps out of the academy, his heavy boots echoing through the halls. Yeonho stands there, his expression turning serious as he watches the villain leave. Who was that? That was Nok Mokpung, the adopted son of Nok Gi, the Grand Eunuch who holds all imperial authority. And what does a guy like that want with you? He keeps giving me marriage proposals. I've told him no multiple times. It's exhausting. Yeonho points a finger, teasing her with a cheeky grin. Isn't he a decent match? He's rich. Yoonji is about to strangle him. He doesn't want to marry me out of love. He just wants to use me. My father is highly respected and capable of unifying the scholar factions. The only reason he lives in seclusion isn't because he lacks interest in politics. Yeonho smiles. It's because of Go, isn't it? No, it's because the corrupt eunuchs who control the court are keeping him in check. They are keeping an old scholar in check? Why? Hanlim Academy isn't your average scholarly group. We built independent relationships across all major powers. But if my father were to enter office and unify those factions, the eunuchs would be the ones most at risk. Exactly. That's why Grand Eunuch Nok has done everything to keep my father from taking office. And lately, he's found a new way. By forcing me to marry Nok Mokpung to secure a tie. We cut to a dark room under the moon. Mokpung is kneeling on the floor, sweating. Because of the Go champion, it's hard to proceed. A terrifying, elegant figure with long gray hair stands by the window. This is the Grand Eunuch, Nok Gi. The Go champion? Isn't he just some ignoramus? He himself isn't the issue, but all the elites from around the nation are flocking to play Go with him. There are too many eyes. A wrong move could cause backlash. Nok Gi turns around, his long hair framing a cold, flawless face. Then I understand your hesitation. He floats down, his voice carrying the chill of a winter storm. But tell me, do you think this mission is just about my personal safety? Mokpung's face is pale with terror, cold sweat dripping from his chin. Taking control of the court is a divine order directly from him. Failing this mission is not an option, for me, and for you as well. I fear disappointing him more than I fear death. Do you understand? Mokpung screams. Yes, I understand clearly. Nok Gi runs a hand through his hair, his eyes crackling with sinister blue energy. Sometimes, a bold move is necessary. A bold move? His face twists into a terrifying, demonic grin. If there are too many elites watching, use it to our advantage. Cut off all their heads, including that so-called Hanlim Go champion. We cut back to Yeonho at the board, yawning peacefully, completely unaware of the bloody storm heading his way. Morning at the Hanlin Great Academy. Usually, this place is the definition of Zen, but inside the main pavilion, things are getting incredibly tense. This old-timer in the purple robe is Li Wang, the emperor's actual younger brother. He didn't travel all this way just to admire the architecture. He is practically begging Moon Yuan to take a government position, because the political landscape in the capital is currently a dumpster fire. He warns Yuan that the corrupt factions are moving way faster than they expected. Grand Eunuch Naki is systematically buying off military officers and shaking up the entire court. This is the man himself, Naki. He looks like a character who got rejected from a horror movie casting for being too creepy. Yuan asks the one logical question everyone in this situation would ask. Why on earth would a eunuch, who cannot even have an heir, plan a massive rebellion? And here is where the plot actually thickens. Li Wang asks, what if Naki isn't the one running the show? He explains that the power struggles in the inner palace are usually a bloodbath. But Naki, who had absolutely zero political backing, magically climbed to the top without a scratch. Every single person who stood in his way died in some bizarre accident or fell terminally ill. It is too clean. It is like someone was literally clearing a path for him to walk up. Li Wang is convinced there is a massive shadow master pulling the strings behind the scenes. That is why he needs Yuan to unite the scholarly factions. They need a shield before the sword drops. Yuan stalls, saying he needs more time to think. Classic academic behavior. To break the tension, Li Wang asks about this insane young talent Yuan keeps bragging about. Instantly, the serious scholar turns into a total fanboy. His eyes are literally sparkling. He tells the royal brother that the kid is a total enigma and that Yoonji is bringing him over right now. And right on cue, we hear footsteps. A single boot steps right into a puddle, and our guy Wi Yeonho walks in looking like he just rolled out of a Calvin Klein photoshoot. Soaking wet, shirt wide open, abs on display, while Eunji is behind him blushing. He is literally dripping water all over the expensive carpets. Li Wang is just staring at him like, is this the legendary genius you were talking about? Yeonho casually complains that someone should have poured cold water on his face so he could have slept longer. The slacker energy is off the charts. Yuan laughs it off and tries to introduce his guest. Li Wang plays it cool, telling Yeonho to just treat him like some random old man passing by. Yeonho asks what this random old man wants, and Li Wang says he is just here for a simple game of Go. Yeonho's face goes completely blank. He tells him it is physically impossible. He pulls open his shirt even more and explains that there is a massive line of people waiting to play him, so the old man needs to take a ticket and wait. Li Wang laughs, saying he has enough power to just make everyone else wait. Suddenly, Yeonho's eyes go incredibly sharp. He tells him that is not a solution, it is just bullying. The room goes ice cold. You do not talk to royalty like that. He points out that if Li Wang forces his way to the front, the others will yield because of his status, but they will hate him for it. He claims he has deep moral principles and promises to keep. He is laying it on thick just to avoid playing. Li Wang is actually sweating, thinking this 17-year-old has some legendary mental fortitude. He tries to beg for an exception, but Yeonho is a fortress of lazy defiance. That is when Yoonji steps in with a sinister smirk. She knows exactly how to handle this gremlin. Yeonho looks back and senses his peaceful afternoon is about to get murdered. She knows his principles are built on a foundation of absolute lies. She places a hand on his shoulder and makes him an offer that bypasses his entire brain. Play him, and I will cancel every single other match scheduled for today. Yeonho's face completely disintegrates. He immediately tries to negotiate if they can cancel tomorrow's matches too, but Yoonji is a professional. It is a take-it-or-leave-it deal. One match now, or a 12-hour shift of board games. He sits down instantly, slamming a white stone down. The principles evaporated in about 2 seconds. The two older men are just standing there, completely speechless at how fast he folded. Li Wang sits down, feeling a little insulted that his royal presence is valued less than an afternoon nap. He decides he is going to thoroughly test this kid's actual character. He places his black stone down with serious force. The game begins, and the atmosphere in the pavilion shifts. Cut to late that night. The board is silent, and Li Wang is sitting alone under the blue moonlight. Yuan walks up and asks him how the game went. Li Wang is still visibly shaken. He touches his chest, trying to calm his breathing. He says the kid's style is terrifying. It is a fierce, bloody style of play that belongs on a battlefield, not a wooden board. He wonders what kind of absolute hell a teenager had to live through to play like a seasoned general. But then he remembers how Yeonho looked during the match, slouched over, yawning, and completely checked out. It does not make sense. He calls the kid a waste of time, but Yuan tells him he is missing the bigger picture. Li Wang asks what he could possibly have missed. Yuan explains that during the game, he made a divine move, a flawless, high-level play. He was incredibly proud of it, thinking he had finally trapped the genius. He looked up to see how the boy would react to losing, and what he saw was not panic. It was a look of absolute, terrifying selflessness, like his consciousness had completely detached from reality. That is a state of focus that only people who have stared death in the face can achieve. Li Wang asks if he is sure he didn't just misread a teenager's blank stare. Yuan is dead serious. He knows what a master looks like. Li Wang sighs, turning away. He is a politician, and he does not have time to solve mysteries. He tells Yuan he has no intention of recruiting the kid, and Yuan just chuckles. Li Wang says he has to leave early tomorrow because the capital is getting too dangerous. The storm is coming, and he needs to be at the center of it. He looks up at the stars, feeling like they are running out of time. And speaking of storms, a dark boot lands silently on the roof tiles. A masked assassin whispers that the perimeter is secure and the trap is set. And behind him, standing under the full moon, is Nok Mokpung. He brought an entire squad of high-level killers to the academy. He orders his men to quickly subdue everyone inside. The assassins drop down like black streaks. Down in the courtyard, a guard is caught mid-yawn. He looks up, and his eyes go wide as he realizes what is happening. Blood splatters across the heavy wooden doors. The raid has officially started. Nok Mokpung steps into the light, his gold chains clinking in the quiet night. It is a coordinated slaughter. The guards and scholars are being completely overwhelmed. Within minutes, the survivors are pinned to the stone floor with blades at their throats. Mokpung smiles creepily, telling them they should have listened to him earlier. He raises his hand and orders his men to round up every single survivor. He boasts that tonight, not even a single rat is going to escape this place alive. Meanwhile, our guy Wi Yeonho is in his room, fast asleep, snoring with a giant snot bubble. The contrast is beautiful. The raid is still in full swing, and the courtyard is a total war zone. More and more scholars are being violently slammed onto the cold stone floor. Nok Mokpung is just standing there, looking incredibly smug. He raises his hand, ordering his men to search every single room. Eunji is dragged out, bound tightly with red rope. She is glaring daggers at him. Mokpung's face twists. He is still furious that she rejected his marriage proposal. The entire leadership of the academy is currently kneeling in the courtyard with swords at their necks. Mun Yuan yells out, demanding to know what the meaning of this illegal raid is. Mokpung claims they received solid intelligence that the academy is hosting a treasonous assembly. He asks why else powerful military and political figures would constantly gather here. He calls it treason, and the word alone makes the older scholars physically shake. Yuan screams that they literally just gathered here to play Go. Mokpung just laughs. He asks who would believe such a pathetic excuse. Yuan tells him to look at the Go champion's reputation, but Mokpung says rumors are easily fabricated. The assassins draw their swords closer, ready to start the executions. Mokpung looks around, demanding to know where this famous Go champion is. The lead assassin reports that they searched the entire estate and the kid is nowhere to be found. Mokpung scoffs, assuming the lucky bastard got wind of the raid and fled early. He fake promises the captives that if they find no evidence of treason, everyone will be released. And right on cue, an assassin drops down holding a dark blue ledger. It is a forged conspiracy document. The ultimate setup. Yuan's eyes go wide. He realizes they have been completely framed. Mokpung holds up the forged ledger, asking how they can deny the evidence right in front of them. Yuan is silent. He knows this was a calculated trap by the eunuch faction from day one. The minor scholars start panicking and screaming their innocence, but the assassins do not budge. Suddenly, a voice from the back cuts through the noise, calling Mokpung an absolute clown. Mokpung turns, and his smug expression instantly evaporates. The old-timer who is tied up in the back stands up. It is Yi Huangya, the emperor's younger brother. He unleashes a massive wave of golden energy, ordering Mokpung to address him as Inspector General. The scholars are overjoyed. They think they are saved because a member of the royal family is here to witness the setup. Mokpung quickly clasps his hands, pretending to be a humble servant who just made an honest mistake. Yi Huangya tells him to unbind them immediately, and he will overlook this stupidity. But Mokpung doesn't move. He smiles creepily, saying he has just one quick question first. He asks the Inspector General why a member of the royal family is plotting high treason. He gets a terrifying grin, revealing he knew the royal brother was here the entire time. Before Huangya can even react, two assassins violently force him back down to his knees. Mokpung explains his twisted logic. The scholars are too weak to lead a rebellion, so the royal must be the actual mastermind. Huangya is screaming in rage, threatening to have everyone executed. Mokpung just looks down at him, saying he is never going to see the emperor again. He explains his perfect plan. Everyone here is going to die tonight, and the forged ledger will prove they were all traitors. The emperor will believe the paper, not dead men. Huangya curses him, but Mokpung is completely unfazed. He decides he is going to start the executions with a specific target. Moon Unji. She looks up, her face filled with pure defiance. Mokpung kneels down, telling her this bloodbath is the direct result of her rejecting him. He grabs her chin, asking if she has anything to say now. Unji spits directly into his face. Absolute queen behavior. She screams that she would rather die right here than spend a single second married to a pathetic monster like him. Mokpung slowly licks the spit off his cheek with his massive tongue. It is genuinely disgusting. He grins, telling her he is not going to kill her. That would be too merciful. He promises to make her suffer a fate so horrific she will beg for death. Unji grits her teeth, prepared to end her own life rather than let him touch her. But Mokpung is one step ahead. He signals his assassin to put a sword to her father's throat. He tells her that if she dies, her father is going to suffer her punishment. And if her father dies, his men will hunt down and slaughter her entire extended clan. Unji is completely paralyzed. The sheer, sickening cruelty of the threat breaks her resolve. Mokpung aggressively grabs her hair, lifting her off her feet while laughing maniacally. Her father screams her name in absolute, helpless agony. Mokpung pulls her face close, ready to break her spirit completely. Unji closes her eyes, crying and praying for anyone to save them. She screams for help at the top of her lungs. The courtyard goes quiet. No one is coming. But then, she hears a faint creaking sound from above. The camera pans to the empty roof tiles. And there is Wi Yeonho, sneaking across the roof with his hobo bag, actively trying to leave everyone behind. But of course, our guy slips on a loose tile and faceplants with a loud thud. Unji spots him instantly and screams his name. Yeonho goes completely stiff. He slowly turns around with the most sweaty, panicked, "I am so cooked" face in existence. He sits up and tries to laugh it off, like he was just admiring the night sky. Unji asks what he is doing, and he yells back, "I am running away, obviously!" He complains that there is no shame in a strategic tactical retreat, calling it a classic military maneuver. Unji screams at him to use his martial arts to save them, but Yeonho says his life is too precious to waste on heroics. He waves goodbye, telling them to pretend he was never here and carry on with their execution. Unji, Yuan, and the royal brother all look at him with absolute, soul-crushing disgust. Mokpung snaps out of his confusion and screams at him to stop. He warns Yeonho that the whole empire will hunt him for treason anyway, so running is pointless. Yeonho just shrugs, telling him they won't know until they try. He waves goodbye again. Veins pop on Mokpung's head as he orders his elite guard to kill him. The masked assassin leaps high into the air, drawing his blade. He launches a high-speed strike right at Yeonho on the roof. Yoonji screams at him to run. And right here, the goofy expression on Yeonho's face completely vanishes. His eyes go dead and cold. A tiny, confident smirk appears on his lips. He casually asks Yoonji what exactly she wants from him, to help or to run? The assassin's blade passes through empty air, an afterimage. Before the assassin can even register it, Yeonho appears above him and slams a glowing blue punch directly into his face, shattering the roof tiles. Steam rises as Yeonho stands over the defeated assassin, looking completely untouchable. Yoonji stares up at him, her eyes wide with absolute shock and awe. Standing tall under the glowing full moon on the broken roof, our guy has officially entered the chat. Our guy leaves a perfect blue afterimage in the air, and Hukil's blade slashes through absolutely nothing. Yeonho lands casually on the roof tiles like he didn't just bend the laws of physics. Yoonji's jaw is officially on the floor. He looks down at her and complains that she is a very strange woman. Hukil is currently face down in a fresh crater on the roof. The tied-up scholars are looking up like they just saw a ghost. Mokpung's face goes completely pale. The Gigachad smugness has left the building. He tries to save face by saying Yeonho has a little bit of skill. Yeonho actually blushes and thanks him, completely missing the insult. Mokpung snaps and calls Hukil back to his feet. He asks how long he has to endure this absolute embarrassment. Hukil bows, veins popping on his forehead, promising to end this immediately. Mokpung smiles creepily and tells him to make sure he keeps the girl alive. He wants the pleasure of breaking her himself. Hukil's hand glows with dark energy. He slowly walks toward Yeonho in the courtyard. Yeonho puts up a hand and asks him to pause the fight for a second. Hukil stops, completely confused. Our guy pointing at the building, casually explaining that he forgot his sword in his room and needs to go grab it. Hukil tells him to shut up, and Yeonho gets offended, calling him ageist for not letting a younger guy get his weapon. He sighs, looking at a wooden broom lying on the ground, complaining about how harsh the world has gotten. He picks up the broom as Hukil rushes him. Since the assassin won't let him get his sword, he decides this dusty broom is a perfectly viable substitute. Hukil's face goes dark. He looks like a guy who just got ratioed on Twitter. Yeonho asks why he is so angry, deadpanning that he literally offered to go get a real weapon. Hukil brandishes his glowing saber, promising to make him beg for death. The standard villain monologue is in full effect. Yeonho stretches, yawns, and asks if they can just skip the talking because he is still sleepy. The absolute disrespect triggers Hukil into a state of pure rage. He leaps into the air, bringing his sword down with a massive blue slash. Yeonho doesn't even blink as the blade descends. He swings the broomstick upward, meeting the blade. The impact sends Hukil spinning through the air like a broken Beyblade. The assassin's face is completely distorted from the shockwave. He crashes face first into the stone floor, completely motionless. Mokpung, Hwangye, and Yuan are all staring with wide eyes. Yeonho grips the broom, looking like a disappointed janitor. He casually notes that trash is always best cleaned with a broom. He sweeps the floor slightly to emphasize the point. Hukil groans, his face bruised, completely losing his mind. He stumbles back to his feet, holding his head. Yeonho tells him he should be glad it was just a broom, because his late master would have turned him into a corpse by now. Hukil screams in rage, rushing forward for round 2. Yeonho sighs, saying he was just trying to give him some helpful advice. The broom swings in a blur of motion, landing a brutal flurry of slaps on Hukil's face. The assassin is completely overwhelmed, unable to even see the attacks coming. He slides back, his pride completely shattered. He reaches into his dark robes, realizing he cannot win a fair fight. He pulls out a glowing, green-tinted dagger, the deadly 7 steps soul-chasing serpent poison. Yeonho looks at the poison and sighs, calling it a cheap, dirty trick. Hukil smirks, saying honor doesn't matter in a real fight. Yeonho looks at him calmly, saying the poison won't work. Hukil asks if he is claiming to be immune, and Yeonho admits he isn't some martial god who ate a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. He explains that it is not about immunity, but rather something else. Before Hukil can even raise the dagger, Yeonho appears right in front of him in a blue flash. The assassin's eyes widen in pure terror. The broom descends in a massive, arc-like slash. Hukil raises his arms, desperately trying to block the strike. Yeonho smirks, asking if he actually thought blocking was an option. The broom splits the air with a deafening whistle. A flurry of heavy impacts rattles Hukil's skull. The blue energy blast completely shatters his guard. He falls backward, blood spraying from his nose, completely knocked out for good. The scholars are cheering like their team just won the finals. Yeonho stands over the unconscious assassin, resting the broom on his shoulder. The courtyard goes completely silent. He recalls his master's advice. If the enemy is preparing some grand, theatrical move, don't wait for them to finish, just knock them out. Mokpung is sweating cold sweat. Hukil was the head of his father's personal elite squad, and he just got deleted by a janitor. Yeonho looks at Mokpung, telling him it is best for both of them if he just walks away. Mokpung slowly starts clapping. He walks forward with a creepy, patronizing smile. He praises Yeonho's incredible talent, calling it truly magnificent. Yeonho immediately turns into a happy idiot, scratching his head and laughing. Yoonji screams at him from the floor, asking why on earth he is pleased by a villain's praise. Mokpung's eyes narrow as he looks at this gullible teenager. He says who kills defeat is actually an opportunity. He looks at Yeonho like a recruiter looking at a star college athlete. He asks him the golden question. Yoonji looks on in horror, sensing what is coming. Mokpung offers him absolute power and endless wealth if he joins the eunuch faction. Yeonho looks down, speaking in a serious tone about how any honorable person would obviously reject such a corrupt offer. Yoonji's face lights up with hope, but Yeonho turns around with a greedy, money-loving grin, telling Mokpung to start naming some exact figures. Yoonji's face completely deforms into a scream of pure, unadulterated rage. So, Mokpung is promising him the world, throwing around terms like supreme power and immense wealth. Yeonho acts all deep, saying any normal person with morals would obviously refuse to join a group of corrupt traitors. But he proudly declares that he has zero morals, so he wants to hear the exact salary package. Yi Hwangya screams in pure shock, asking if money is really that important to him. Yeonho yells back that yes, it absolutely is. Yoonji is face down on the floor, questioning every life choice that led her to this moment. Hwangya panics, screaming that the imperial family can easily double whatever the eunuch is offering. Mokpung sneers, pointing out that the old prince has already given up his power and can only offer a low-ranking job. Yeonho nods, agreeing that the eunuch's financial backing seems way more solid. Scholar Yuwon yells out, asking if his master ever taught him about basic human decency. He tells him that since he treats his master's words as absolute law, the master must have taught him to do the right thing in times of crisis. Yeonho thinks back to the old ghost in the cave. He remembers that his master's actual advice was to always stick with whoever pays the most. He quotes his master, "Morality doesn't put food on the table, so just grab as much cash as you can." Yuan looks like a man who just discovered his favorite anime is getting a live-action Netflix adaptation. Mokpung laughs, loving the lack of morals, and asks if they have a deal. But Yeonho has one critical question. Does he actually have to work? Yoonji tries to outbid him, screaming that the academy will give him a lifetime of free meals and naps, with zero duties. Mokpung quickly corrects himself, promising Yeonho he can literally do nothing all day and still get paid. Yeonho lights up, hugging him and calling him a true, generous king. The captured scholars are just watching this job interview with absolute disgust. Yeonho then asks what his first official task is. Mokpung's face turns into a terrifying, toothy grin. He tells him to start by executing every single person kneeling in the courtyard. Yeonho's goofy smile instantly vanishes. The scholars scream that they were set up, while Yeonho looks at the forged ledger, acting confused. He scratches his head, saying that killing people seems like a bit too much effort, especially since he has never actually killed anyone. Mokpung sighs, telling him to just stand aside while he handles it himself, demanding his sword. He draws his blade, speaking about how a true servant of the state must execute the law without hesitation. Yuwon screams at him, calling him a traitor to the country. Mokpung raises his sword, the steel reflecting a cold blue light. He smirks, claiming that wiping out the scholars is his ultimate act of loyalty. Yoonji screams as the blade begins to descend toward her father's neck. Yuwon closes his eyes, accepting his fate. But the sword stops. Yeonho has casually grabbed Mokpung's wrist, halting the strike effortlessly. Mokpung's face goes completely stiff. He cannot move his arm an inch. Yeonho holds the blade tip with his fingers, saying he can only play along with the joke this far. He asks Mokpung if he knows what the most important thing for living a peaceful, lazy life is. It is never creating a problem that will cause you endless nagging later. He shares a story from his childhood about the time he broke his father's favorite inkstone. His father was away for 3 days, and waiting for him to return was absolute mental torture. When his father finally came back and beat him, Yeonho felt relieved because the debt was settled and he could sleep in peace. Yoonji and Hwangya are just staring at him, completely dumbfounded by his twisted logic. Mokpung asks why he is suddenly spouting this random childhood trauma. Yeonho quotes another piece of advice from his master: never forget a grudge. But more importantly, never forget a kindness. A man who doesn't pay back what he owes will eventually have to pay back 10 times more. He looks at Yuwon and Yoonji, saying that now is the perfect time to repay them for the hot bath and free meals. The scholars look up at him, their eyes glistening. This is the moment they realize the lazy gremlin actually has a heart. Mokpung's face goes dark. He realizes the negotiation is officially over. He bursts into a loud, mocking laugh that echoes through the courtyard. He stops laughing, looking down at Yeonho with absolute contempt. He asks if the boy honestly thought he tried to bribe him out of fear. Yeonho shrugs, saying it didn't really look like he had any other options. Mokpung raises his hand, and the gold rings on his fingers begin to glow with a blinding light. A massive, golden energy projection of a giant hand covered in countless screaming faces appears in the air. The sheer pressure of the energy cracks the stone floor beneath them. Mokpung yells that killing him will be as easy as stepping on a bug. Hwangya is sweating, realizing the fat eunuch is actually a high-level martial master. The giant golden hand slashes down, unleashing a barrage of spectral energy. Countless golden arms swarm the area, completely engulfing the courtyard. Yeonho flips upside down in midair, effortlessly dodging through the gaps of the golden blast. The energy explosions tear up the ground below him. Mokpung screams at him to cast aside his laziness and die like a man. Yeonho lands calmly, his hair blowing in the wind, completely untouched by the blast. The scholars are shielded by his body, staring at his back in pure awe. Yeonho looks at the golden energy, murmuring that he has seen this specific technique somewhere before. Mokpung smirks, thinking his ultimate attack has pinned the boy down. He looks closer, expecting to see a corpse, but Yeonho is already moving, a blur of motion weaving through the golden light. He appears right in front of Mokpung's face, asking if the show is finally over. Mokpung's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. He stumbles back, asking how this is physically possible. Yeonho pulls his leg back, preparing a massive, blue-tinted kick. Mokpung screams for him to wait, but the kick connects directly with his chin. The impact sends the massive eunuch flying through the heavy stone walls of the academy, shattering the pillars. A massive cloud of dust rises into the night sky. Yeonho stands in a perfect kick pose, calmly noting that he did promise he would only hit him once. Our guy completes his high kick, the air snapping behind his heel. Mokpung's eyes are bulging in sheer, unadulterated panic as the sole of the boot approaches his face. The impact splits the courtyard, sending the golden-chained prince flying through a brick wall in a massive explosion of dust. A perfect blue silhouette of energy remains in the air where the kick landed. He stands there, casually asking if a single hit was gentle enough. The tied-up scholars are looking up with their eyes practically popping out of their skulls. He remains in a perfect, high-kick pose as the dust slowly begins to settle in the courtyard. Inspector General Hwangya's sweat drops, asking if the massive eunuch is actually dead. Yeonho scratches his head, explaining that since Mokpung is so thick with fat, he is probably just dazed in the crater. He rolls up his sleeves, asking if they should continue where they left off. Mokpung instantly holds up his hands, sweaty smiling and asking if they can just pretend none of this ever happened. Hwangya, Yuwon, and Yoonji stare at him with absolute dead eyes. Hwangya points a finger, telling his men to seize the traitor immediately. Mokpung desperately tries to bargain, asking if the Inspector General has ever seen a politician let a valuable asset go. He warns them that if he doesn't return, his father Nok-gi will assume the plan failed. And if that happens, Nok-gi will launch a bloody palace coup, bathing the imperial house in blood. Hwangya grits his teeth, calling him a wicked man. The old prince is sweating, realizing that arresting Mokpung now will trigger a massive civil war. He looks at Yeonho, who is casually stretching, completely indifferent to the high-stakes political chess game. He sighs, muttering that eunuchs are like rats, always keeping 10 escape holes ready. He waves his sleeve, commanding Mokpung to get out of his sight before he changes his mind. The starry night sky remains calm, completely contrasting the political chaos below. As Mokpung retreats with his beaten guards, Yeonho yells out to him. He casually gives him some unsolicited martial arts advice, pointing out his flowing grace technique. He tells him that maintaining a bone-shrinking art to hide his true size is severely lowering his combat efficiency. Mokpung pauses, sweating heavily, and says he will keep that in mind for their next encounter. Yeonho yawns, saying he would honestly prefer if there was no next time. But the look in Mokpung's eyes suggests this rivalry is far from over. The sun begins to rise over the academy gates as the villains finally leave. Yeonho smiles, thinking he has successfully survived another day of unwanted effort. He looks back at Yuhwan, Yoonji, and Hwangya, who are all standing there, waiting to thank him. But instead of accepting their praise, he yawns and says he is going back to sleep. Yoonji yells at him, but Yeonho reminds her that his full board and lodging contract means he has a right to nap. He runs off to his room, screaming at them not to wake him up until tomorrow. Yoonji sighing, asking her father what kind of bizarre creature they have allowed into their home. Days pass, and Wi Yeonho's life returns to its natural state of absolute bedrotting. While Hwangya and Yuwon are busy cleaning up the political aftermath of the raid, our guy is drooling on his pillow, enjoying the paradise of delicious room service and zero nagging. The sliding doors are suddenly pushed open. Yoonji stands over him with her hands on her hips, telling him to wake up. Yeonho rolls over, pretending to be a brick. She tells him she knows he is awake and to stop playing dumb. He sits up groggily, complaining about his interrupted sleep, while Yoonji explains her father is calling for him. When he refuses to budge, she physically grabs the blanket, tossing him onto his head with comedic violence. She leads him to the main hall, sliding open the screen doors. Inside, Yuwon and Hwangya are sitting at a table with a tray of fresh fruit. Yuwon smiles, telling Eunji she is dismissed. Both Yoonji and Yeonho bow, but Yeonho immediately tries to turn around and slide out of the room with her. Hwangya slams his hand down, yelling that he was referring only to Eunji. Yeonho acts incredibly shocked, pointing at himself like a confused child. The old prince is literally vibrating with anger, a red aura surrounding his head. Yeonho sits down, scratching his head and laughing nervously. Yuwon sighs, rubbing his temples as the absolute chaos of Yeonho's personality fills the room. Hwangya reaches into his purple sleeve, pulling out a sleek, gold-lacquered black scabbard. He yells at him to just take the reward and shut up. He slams the sacred imperial relic onto the table. Yeonho's hands move in a complete blur, swiping the expensive stick and sliding it into his robe. Hwangya asks if he even knows what he just accepted so greedily. Yeonho looks up with a golden sky background, happily explaining that it simply looked expensive. He quotes his master's golden rule: if it looks like money, grab it first and ask questions never. Hwangya facepalms, while Yeonho tells him there are no takebacks because he already put his spit on it. Hwangya slams the table, yelling that the stick is the sacred relic of the inspectorate, granting him status equal to the prince himself. Yeonho looks at the relic with a deadpan face, realizing the catch. He asks if this high status means he has to do some actual government work. He complains that he did his part during the raid, and that a fair world is built on simple transactions, not endless labor. He makes a perfect money sign with his fingers, asking for something more practical, like cash or a house. Hwangya's fist is shaking on the table, his blood pressure reaching dangerous levels. Yeonho smiles, saying he is just a polite boy trying to negotiate a fair deal. Hwangya snaps, picking up a heavy stone slab to smash him. Yeonho swipes it midair, asking if this pricey-looking stone is also a reward, while Yuwon sweat drops, explaining it is his favorite inkstone. Hwangya takes a deep breath, trying to regain his royal composure. He explains that holding the relic gives him the authority of a secret inspector in the Central Plains. Yeonho looks at him, deadpanning that this is definitely just a trap to make him work. Hwangya insists it is a reward, but Yeonho is completely immune to corporate double talk. Yuwon steps in, trying to explain the noble history of the secret inspectorate. Hwangya screams that he will sell his own house to pay him if he must, calling him a stubborn turtle. Yeonho smiles, saying he is glad they have reached a mutual understanding about the money. Hwangya's expression suddenly goes cold, the comedic energy leaving the room. He asks Yeonho what family he belongs to and who his master was. Yeonho crosses his arms, saying he cannot reveal his identity. Hwangya gets in his face, yelling that hiding his identity after showing such power is highly suspicious. Yeonho looks at him with sharp, clear eyes. He tells the prince that this is not about hiding his identity. It is about how he cannot trust a royal who pretends to be a weak scholar while hiding master-level martial arts. The room transforms into a massive, red-lit go-board overlay as the mental chess match begins. The glowing grid lines stretch across the floor, representing the strategic board. A massive spiritual hand of Yi Hwangya hovers over the board, ready to move a piece. Yeonho stands in the center of the grid, a quiet blue fire swirling around him. He looks Hwangya dead in the eye, saying he hates being used as a pawn on someone else's board. The red grid lines of the go board fade slightly as the tension in the room peaks. The spiritual white stones hover over the floor, reflecting the silent battle of wills. Hwangya's glowing red aura intensifies as he stares at the teenager. Yeonho stands tall, his posture completely different from his usual lazy slouch. He says he refused to move until the very end because he wanted to see who was pulling the strings. Hwangya sweat drops, asking how he realized that he was secretly a martial master. Yeonho explains that no matter how much people love Go, traveling thousands of miles for a single game makes zero sense. The excessive number of high-profile scholars gathering at the academy was clearly a coordinated political move, and when Mokpung launched his raid, Yeonho had to calculate which side was the safer bet. Hwangya asks why he didn't immediately align with the righteous scholars. Yeonho admits that Mokpung's accusation of treason actually seemed highly plausible. Secretly gathering the country's most influential figures is the textbook definition of a rebellion. Hwangya looks down, asking why he still decided to save them. Yeonho admits he was fully prepared to jump over the back wall and run away, but Yoonji's desperate, honest scream made him realize that she, at least, was completely innocent. He quotes his master's wisdom: saving the world means nothing if you fail to help the person screaming right in front of you. Yuan looks at him with a proud, subtle smile. Yeonho leans forward, asking the royal brother directly if he is plotting treason. Wuxia asks what he would do if the answer was yes. Yeonho deadpans that he would gladly cheer for him, since Wuxia is the one who actually paid him. The camera upside down focus on Yuan, emphasizing the sheer absurdity of Yeonho's mercenary mindset. His eyes are calm, a galaxy reflecting in his pupils. The room remains silent as the royal prince processes his words. Wuxia suddenly bursts into a booming laugh, saying the kid is far more cunning than he expected. He swears on his life they are not plotting treason, but merely building an alliance to stop Nakgi's tyranny. But Nakgi realized this and sent his son Mokpung to provoke them. Mokpung was meant to die by Huangya's hand, an engineered sacrifice. If Huangya killed Mokpung, Nakgi would have a perfect excuse to execute the entire royal line for murder and treason. But Yeonho's sudden, chaotic intervention completely shattered Nakgi's perfect script. Huangya bows his head, sincerely apologizing for using him as a pawn in their political war. Yeonho waves it off, saying he understands the desperation. Huangya asks one final time if he will accept the secret inspector post to help save the country. Yeonho warns him that he will absolutely never seek out trouble on his own. Huangya smiles, saying that even if he runs from trouble, the world will eventually find him. Yeonho calls it a curse, while Huangya calls it the path of a hero, prompting Yeonho to decline immediately. He stands up, saying he is going to head back to his room. He says he sincerely hopes they never meet again. Huangya smirks, saying he has a strong feeling their paths will cross very soon. Yeonho gets a sudden shiver down his spine as he walks out. Inside, Yuan asks the prince what he honestly thinks of the boy. Huangya says the kid is a complete monster. He realized Yeonho's physical power was great, but his tactical mind is terrifying. If they are not careful, they could be devoured. But Yuan smiles, saying a dragon of that caliber is worth the risk. They look out the window, wondering what kind of legendary master could have raised such a monster. Huangya orders his agents to launch a full investigation into the Wi clan of Guangdong. Later that night, Yeonho is lying on the roof tiles under the full moon. He hears a sound behind him. Scholar Yuan is standing on the roof, looking at him quietly. Yeonho sits up, saying he wasn't planning on sneaking out without saying goodbye to his host. Yuan asks if he is leaving soon, and Yeonho confirms his vacation is officially over. He says he learned a great deal during his stay at the academy. Yuan asks what exactly he learned. Yeonho says he learned that scholars cannot live their lives like the clean books they read, and that the world is far more frightening than he thought. Yuan touches his beard, listening quietly. Yeonho looks at him and drops the ultimate truth bomb. He says the most frightening thing was discovering that the strongest master in the Murim was hiding right here. He smirks, telling Yuan it is time to stop playing the weak scholar. Yuan's eyes widen as a powerful, blue spiritual aura flares around him. He smiles, admitting the truth, and asks Yeonho to keep his secret so he can live a quiet life. Yeonho agrees, but asks for one piece of advice in return. He says his master told him to see the world, but all he has seen so far is the absolute ugliness of human nature. Yuan explains that when different ideals clash, people are forced to face reality. The world is a massive knot, and those who grow impatient eventually resort to dirty schemes to cut it. The camera focuses on the empty go board, representing the sacrifices made in the name of ideals. Yeonho asks if the entire world is this dirty. He says the world moves too fast for a lazy person like him to understand. Yuan smiles, telling him that if the world is fast, he can simply walk slowly. A diligent person sees many things, but a lazy person sees things with absolute clarity. He tells him to see the world through his own eyes, without any expectations. Only then will the world show him his true path. Yeonho closes his eyes, meditating on his words. His hands form a seal, and the inner core inside his chest begins to glow with a brilliant pink light. A massive pillar of blue spiritual energy shoots up into the sky, connecting him directly to the moon. Yuan stares in absolute disbelief as the boy enters a state of natural enlightenment. The raw energy swirls around the roof as Yuan slowly steps back. Yeonho's eyes open, his pupils glowing with cosmic energy. The spiritual pressure slowly dissipates into the night. Yuan asks him if he finally understands something. Yeonho scratches his head, laughing, and saying he is still not really sure. Yuan laughs, saying some things can only be understood with the heart. He hops off the roof, leaving the boy alone. He bids him a silent farewell, hoping he will find his answer. Yeonho looks at Yuan's retreating figure. He is left alone under the giant full moon. He falls back onto the roof tiles, exhaling slowly. He touches his chest, feeling the warmth of the inner core. The stars are shining brightly above him. The spectral figure of the Sword Emperor appears in his mind, asking if he has attained enlightenment. Yeonho closes his eyes, drifting off to sleep. The camera pans out as our guy enjoys his final night of comfortable sleep on the roof. The scene shifts to a bright morning in a forest. A group of travelers is moving a heavy wooden carriage. They ask if the consignment item has been loaded safely onto the cart, and there is Wi Yeonho, fast asleep on top of the wooden cargo boxes, drooling as the carriage rolls away. The legendary slacker has literally turned himself into cargo. So, Yuwon is standing in the doorway, looking completely defeated. Our guy is still face down on the floor, drooling like a professional. Yuwon asks why he hasn't left yet, and Yeonho claims he's leaving tomorrow. For the 14th time, he says his schedule is flexible, which is code for I am never moving again. But Yoonji has officially reached her limit with this parasite. She kicks the door open, pointing a finger with pure, unadulterated hatred. Yeonho looks at her finger, completely confused about who she is pointing at. She has brought the local escort agency directly to his bedroom. The escort guards are staring at him, whispering that this cargo looks suspiciously like a human. The guard explains that transporting a living person requires a separate carriage and a lot of paperwork. Yoonji tells him to treat the boy like an ox or a chicken. Just feed him 3 times a day and he won't make a sound. The guard tries to refuse, but Yoonji starts throwing cash at the problem. Double, triple, quadruple. The guard instantly cracks a smile, shaking her hand. Money wins again. Yeonho yells, asking if she is seriously shipping him off like a box of dynamic range speakers. She deadpans that he is highly perceptive. He screams about how the morality of the martial world has fallen, especially since he literally saved their lives. Yuwon tries to defend him, but Yeonho ruins it by saying he planned to stay until next year. Yuwon immediately looks back at Yoonji like, yeah, get the cart. Yeonho is still trying to argue his way out of the shipment. Yoonji points out that he was heading to Hubei anyway, so joining a secure convoy saves him from walking. She says it is a complete win-win for everyone involved. Our guy is actually stunned by how logical her argument is. He claims his mother told him not to follow strangers, but Yoonji is already pushing him out the door. Cut to the afternoon. Yeonho is sitting on the wooden crates, scratching his head. The horse carriage is ready to move, and Yuwon tells him to have a safe trip. Yoonji is standing there with a giant, victorious grin on her face. The carriage wheels begin to creak as the journey starts. Yeonho immediately lies back on the wooden crates, accepting his fate. The gates of the Hanlin Academy slowly close behind him. Yoonji yells one last piece of advice. Yeonho peeks over the edge of the boxes, looking incredibly pathetic. She waves wildly, wishing him good health. He mutters that kicking him out after he saved them is the ultimate act of betrayal. She tells him to fix his laziness, and he just waves his hands in the air. Yuwon tells his daughter it is time to head back inside. The 2 scholars walk back into the pristine manor. Yoonji looks back one last time. She smiles, bidding farewell to the weird lazy bum. The red maple leaves fall gently around the empty gates. On the road, the convoy chief, Gok Bihong, is sweating as he looks at the cargo. He looks at Yeonho sleeping soundly under a blanket. He complains to his guards, asking why they agreed to transport a living human. The guard explains that they couldn't refuse a direct request from the prestigious Hanlin Academy. The chief asks how long the kid has been asleep, and the guard says he hasn't moved since they left. Bihong looks at the drooling teen, secretly impressed by his dedication to sleeping. He says the academy told him the kid is basically a domestic animal that only needs food. He steps up to the boxes, calling out to the sleeping prince. He knocks on the wooden crate, trying to wake him up. Yeonho looks up with a completely blank, upside-down face. Bihong introduces himself as the convoy chief, explaining the rules. He warns him that a cargo carriage is highly uncomfortable, but Yeonho says he identifies as a box of tea and is fine with it. Bihong sweat drops, calling him an incredibly optimistic kid. 5 days of constant traveling pass in a flash. Yeonho stretches, complaining that this trip is starting to test his patience, mainly because his late master is literally using dream training to scream at him while he sleeps. Even in his dreams, he cannot escape the grind set. He wonders if his entire life is just going to be an endless cycle of forced training. He sighs, giving up, and falls back onto his wooden pillow. Suddenly, Gok Bihong holds up a hand, telling the convoy to stop. The horse carriage halts in the middle of a dense bamboo forest. Bihong yells into the bushes, demanding to know who is hiding. Yeonho peeks over the crates, wondering if they are about to get raided by bandits. The forest is dead silent, which Bihong notes is a very bad sign. He explains that either clueless rookies are hiding, or someone genuinely dangerous is targeting them. He slowly draws his sword, unable to sense any presence from the bushes. He yells one last warning, saying he will treat them as hostiles if they don't step out. The autumn wind blows through the colorful leaves. A rustling sound echoes from the thick bushes. Out steps a massive, muscular warrior in red robes with a giant broadsword strapped to his back. The escort guards immediately raise their weapons, forming a defensive line. Bihang's eyes narrow as he looks at the massive blade. The red-clad warrior lands heavily on the dirt road. It is young Pang Dojuk, the promising rising star of the Hubei Pang clan. Bihang recognizes his clan's signature style and salutes, asking what brings him here. Dojuk explains that he is currently being hunted and needs their help to escape. Yeonho looks down at him, his sleepy eyes narrowing as he recognizes the name. We flash back to the future, where the young clerk is sitting on his knees. The wild beggar, Divine Mad Dog, is smirking as he tells the story. He reminds the clerk of the scary old master who threw him down the stairs at the Peng clan estate. Back in the past, young Dojuk has absolutely zero idea that the lazy teen on the wagon is a literal monster. Yeonho looks at him, totally bored by the dramatic entrance. Young Dojuk stands tall, looking like a classic, noble hero. Yeonho goes back to resting his chin on his hand. And this is the exact moment young Dojuk unknowingly stepped into the river of absolute misfortune. The Hubei Pang clan are famous for having way more muscle than brain cells. Dojuk begs the escort chief to let him hide, promising to repay the favor tenfold once they reach the town. Bihang agrees, telling him to quickly hop inside an empty wooden barrel on the cart. The muscular young warrior looks slightly embarrassed, but agrees to the tight space. Yeonho is just watching this whole interaction with the most deadpan face ever. Bihang lifts the wooden lid, ushering the giant inside. He warns him that he must remain absolutely silent. Yeonho mutters that the chief is far too meddlesome for his own good, but he admits he doesn't entirely hate the old man's soft heart. From inside the barrel, Dojuk repeats his promise to reward them. Yeonho points out that a reward is useless if they all end up dead first. Dojuk is offended, asking if the lazy kid has zero conscience or empathy for a fellow warrior. Yeonho rolls over, saying he has zero of both, and is going back to sleep. The carriage continues to roll down the bumpy forest path. Bihang looks around, hoping they manage to slip past the pursuers unnoticed. Suddenly, a dark figure leaps in front of the horses, screaming at them to stop. Dozens of masked bandits drop from the bamboo trees, completely surrounding the carriage. The leader steps forward, brandishing a massive, gleaming saber. Bihang's eyes go wide as he recognizes the green uniform, the Green Forest Mountain Bandits. He quickly raises his hand, trying to de-escalate the situation by mentioning their past good relations. The bandit leader ignores him, asking if they have seen a young man dressed in red. He glares through his mask, warning that lying to Green Forest is a quick way to get executed. Bihang lies through his teeth, claiming they have seen absolutely no one in red. The bandit leader looks around, his eyes landing on the wooden boxes. He points his sword at Yeonho, asking who the hell is lying on top of the cargo. The bandits surround the cart, their weapons drawn and ready. Bihang quickly whispers that the boy is just a mentally unstable relative they are transporting to a clinic. The bandit leader nods slowly, seeming to accept the explanation, but he says they still have a massive problem, because he clearly specified they were looking for a man in red, and Bihang answered too quickly. He suddenly draws his dagger, pressing it right against Bihang's throat. The chief sweats, wondering if the bandit already knows the truth. The bandit leader announces they will start executing the guards one by one until someone decides to tell the truth. He points his blade at the first guard, who instantly starts shaking. He asks him if he saw the man in red. The guard's face is a complete meme of pure, unadulterated terror. The bandit raises his sword to split him in half. Bihang moves to block, but the distance is too far. And that is when Yeonho's voice rings out from above. He's here. The entire bandit squad halts, looking up at the roof of the cart. The sword stops inches from the guard's face. Bihang is staring at Yeonho with a look of absolute betrayal. Our guy is sitting cross-legged, looking completely unbothered by the life-or-death situation. The bandit leader demands to know what he just said. Yeonho points his foot down, tapping the wooden barrel. He tells them the guy in red they are looking for is literally inside this barrel, specifically naming him as Pang Dojuk. He kicks the lid off, telling Dojuk he is caught and should just step out. The barrel remains silent for a second. Then, the wooden lid is pushed open. Young Dojuk climbs out of the barrel, looking incredibly majestic. He glares at the bandit leader, saying he refuses to let innocent people die for his sake. He gives a classic, loud martial hero speech about justice and chivalry. He salutes Gok Bihang, thanking him for the help but saying he will handle the bandits himself. He draws his massive broadsword, facing the bandits. Bihang is just standing there, completely speechless. He quickly tells his guards to start the horses and leave, while the hero is distracting them. But Yeonho yells at him to wait, saying they can't leave yet. He points out that the road they are taking leads directly into Green Forest territory, where the rest of the gang is waiting. He explains that since they now know a member of the Hubei Pang clan is being hunted, the bandits can't let any witnesses survive. If word gets back to the Pang clan, their entire mountain will be turned to ash. The bandit leader is actually stunned, admitting the lazy kid's logic is 100% correct. Bihong screams at Yeonho, calling him a crazy bastard for giving the bandits ideas. Dojuk yells that he will hold them off, telling the convoy to run. Yeonho sighs, pointing out that a guy who is currently losing a fight cannot buy them any time. He calls him a drowning ghost, who is actively dragging everyone down with him. Bihong is completely panicking now, asking what they should do. Yeonho deadpans that their only option now is to fight together, since the drowning ghost can at least act as a meat shield. The bandit leader loses his patience, realizing there are no more negotiations. He screams the command to attack. The bandits charge from all sides with their swords raised. Dojuk blocks the first strike, steel meeting steel with a shower of sparks. He grits his teeth, realizing the sheer number of enemies is overwhelming. He parries 2 blades at once, his muscles straining under the pressure. He regrets his past arrogance, realizing he is not as strong as he thought. A sword slips past his guard, slicing his shoulder. The bandits swarm him, and the rest of the escort guards are pushed back. The bandit leader leaps through the air, bringing his sword down for the kill. Dojuk closes his eyes, preparing for the end. But suddenly, a white porcelain bowl flies through the air, hitting the bandit leader directly in the temple. The impact sends the leader crashing into the dirt, his sword flying. Dojuk opens his eyes, completely stunned. He looks back to see Yeonho sitting calmly on the crates, holding a stack of empty lunch bowls. Yeonho spins a bowl on his finger, looking incredibly bored by the standard anime sacrifice scene. He looks down at the young hero, calling his dramatic death speech highly ridiculous. Wait, did we just hit lag? Why are we seeing this sequence again? Yes, it's a legendary scanlation glitch in the Matrix. Let's run it back anyway. The bandit leader is back on his feet, looking confused, while Yeonho tells Dojuk to step forward. Dojuk climbs out of the barrel for the second time today. He stands there, looking majestic, and we are going to pretend this is a high-speed replay. He gives his noble hero speech again, and honestly, the dialogue is still top tier. He tells Bihong he will handle this, his voice filled with pure righteous energy. He draws his massive broadsword, looking like a red-clad gigachad. Bihong is still standing there, sweat dropping at the sheer repetition. He tells his men to prepare the horses. But Yeonho yells his tactical analysis again, explaining the Green Forest's survivor elimination policy. Bihong's face is a complete picture of dazed confusion. The bandits nod in agreement, realizing the kid's logic is still completely flawless. They raise their weapons to wipe out the witnesses. Bihong screams at Yeonho for being a crazy bastard for the second time in 3 minutes. Dojuk promises to hold them off, his muscles ready for action. Yeonho leans over the crates, calling him a drowning ghost who drags everyone down. Bihong panics, and Yeonho explains their only option is to use the red meat shield to fight. Dojuk looks back, his face filled with pure confusion. The bandit leader commands his men to charge. The action sequence begins again with high-speed cuts. Dojuk blocks the descending strike, sparks flying from the blade. He fights valiantly, but the stamina drain is real. He gets pushed back, his red robe stained with dirt and sweat. He closes his eyes, preparing to apologize to his ancestors. But the white bull flies in again, hitting the bandit leader right in the nose. The bandit falls back, his nose bleeding profusely. Dojuk is completely speechless. He looks up at the wooden crates. Yeonho is still spinning the bowls, looking like a professional juggler. He tells the future Supreme Elder that his heroic sacrifice is getting on his nerves. The bandits are completely frozen, trying to process how a kid with a lunch bowl just defeated their leader. The bandit leader looks up, his nose broken, sweating heavily. Dojuk's face is a perfect picture of dazed realization. The wind blows through the colorful leaves as the tension reaches a boiling point. Yeonho stands up slowly on top of the wooden boxes. He looks down at the bandits with a cold, mocking smirk. He tosses the remaining bowls into the air, ready to show these mountain rookies how a real sovereign cleans up the forest. Hold on, let that visual sink in. Dojuk is currently staring at a seasoned mountain bandit leader who just got clean one-shotted by a regular porcelain soup bowl. Yes, the ultimate weapon of the Murim is apparently kitchenware. And our guy is just sitting up there on the luggage, casually spinning another bowl on his finger, like he is backseat, gaming a casual lobby. He actually has the nerve to complain about people dragging others down into their mess, while Dojuk is fighting for his actual life. Even the escort chief is out here struggling, holding his blade with both hands, while Yeonho just sighs at how loud everyone is being. He flicks his wrist, and a second bowl flies through the air, hitting a bandit with enough force to send him flying back into the bamboo forest. Dojuk is completely losing his mind at this point, because nothing about this kid's lazy posture makes any physical sense. The bandits realize they have a weird projectile problem, so they decide to ignore the lazy kid and swarm the angry muscular one instead. They circle around Dogyuk, trying to find an opening while he struggles to keep up with their coordination. But our young blade decides it is time to lock in and show them why the Pang name is feared. He swings with the weight of a whole tiger spirit behind his posture. The heavy broadsword cuts clean through the bamboo air with a massive pink flash. Except, the bandits did not sign up to stand still and take a heavy hit. They leap in a perfect star pattern formation, completely dodging the massive arc. Dojuk realizes the fatal flaw of his style. This is not a formal duel where people take turns. They're coming down on him from 3 sides before he can even pull his massive sword back. Then 3 blue glowing bowls hit them simultaneously mid-air, exploding with enough force to shatter their coordination and their ribs. Yeonho is still sitting on his barrel, looking like he is watching a very boring tutorial video. The chief, who is currently pinned to the floor by another bandit, screams at him to finally get off his butt and help. And Yeonho, with the sleepiest face possible, reminds him that he is technically just cargo on this trip. The chief points out that if the cargo carriers die, the cargo is going to have a very long, very annoying walk to the next town. Yeonho pauses, remembering Eunji's very specific threat to hunt him down and harass him if he causes any more trouble for the Hanlin Academy. So, he tells the chief that he is a man of his word and prefers to keep his promises to mean girls. The chief, desperate to survive, starts throwing out the only currency Yeonho actually cares about: a 2-day rest at a premium inn. And free food. Unlimited, free food. You came for the legendary martial arts, but you stayed for the employee benefits package. Even the remaining bandit is frozen, wondering why they are negotiating a vacation package in the middle of a lethal ambush. Yeonho hops down, making sure the chief promises on his life that the 2-day nap is guaranteed. He opens his personal crate, and a dozen cheap porcelain bowls float into the air like a budget sorcerer's arsenal. He channels his blue internal energy, and the sleepy slacker look vanishes for a fraction of a second. The bowls launch. It is not even a fight, it is just a high-velocity kitchenware delivery service that craters every single bandit into the dirt. Dojuk can only watch in absolute silence as the dust settles. The entire bandit squad is laid out on the ground, each one neatly decorated with a smoking porcelain bowl resting on their face. The scarred bandit leader steps back, sweating, realizing they didn't run into an escort convoy, they ran into a monster. Our guy lands softly on the ground, completely unfazed. He walks past the groaning bandits, hands behind his head, and stops right in front of Dojuk. Dojuk looks up, his teenage pride completely shattered. And Yeonho, being the absolute menace that he is, immediately starts guilt-tripping him for bringing his loud friends to their carriage. He tells him that getting distracted in a group fight is the fastest way to get your name written on a tombstone. He explains, like a tired teacher talking to a child, that using a slow, heavy blade against multiple agile opponents is basically a fast pass to the afterlife. Dojuk, a proud future elder of the Pang clan, is literally standing at attention and taking notes like a freshman on his first day. Before Dojuk can even reply, Yeonho casually snatches the heavy broadsword right out of his hands. Dojuk's hands are left empty. He didn't even see the movement. The sword was just there, and then it wasn't. Yeonho grips the massive hilt with one hand, swinging it back like it weighs nothing. He executes a single, clean vertical strike, and a massive wave of blue energy splits the forest floor, throwing the remaining bandits into the air. Dojuk is completely mind-blown because that was his family's signature 5 Tigers technique, copied perfectly after being seen exactly once. Yeonho tosses the sword back, telling him that you don't need maximum power for every swing. If they're soft targets, just hit them faster. He demonstrates a quick speed swing, explaining the basic physics of combat that Dojuk's muscle-brained clan apparently forgot to teach him. Dojuk bows his head, apologizing for his poor form, before realizing he is currently taking life advice from a kid who looks like he hasn't slept in 3 days. Yeonho just tells him to do better next time, completely ignoring his identity crisis, while the scarred bandit leader shivers in the background. Dojuk turns his attention back to the leader, ready to try out his new, faster swings. He focuses on speed and precision, letting go of the heavy, slow power. He prepares his stance, locking his eyes on the target. But the bandit leader has already seen enough. He leaps into the trees, shouting that they'll meet again, executing a perfect tactical retreat. Dojuk is left standing there, sweating, while Yeonho sighs in the background about how annoying runner types are. The chief bows deeply, thanking Yeonho for saving their lives and their cargo. The other guards join in, showing their respect to the weirdly powerful cargo they've been carrying. Yeonho, of course, asks if this verbal gratitude comes with a cash bonus, which immediately stops the heartwarming moment. The chief asks why he was so incredibly cold to the young paying master who was just trying to do some good. And we see a quick flashback of Dojuk shouting at Yeonho to get lost earlier when Yeonho offered him a peaceful spot on the carriage. Yeonho's playful expression fades, his eyes becoming serious and cold. He points out that everyone in this convoy would have died today just because one kid wanted to play hero without having the strength to back it up. The chief tries to defend him, saying Dojuk had good intentions and was trying to protect people. Yeonho asks him to repeat that. He asks if having good intentions justifies risking the lives of random strangers who had nothing to do with his fight. He quotes his master, saying there is nothing more foolish than risking your life for someone else's unfinished business. If a greater good requires innocent bystanders to be sacrificed, then that greater good is just a fancy word for selfish behavior. The chief is silent, unable to argue with the brutal, realistic logic of a 17-year-old master. He changes the subject, mentioning that the Grand Orthodox Murim alliance will handle the Green Forest bandits soon anyway. Yeonho bows politely, wishing them a safe journey back. The chief hopes they'll meet again, but Yeonho flatly tells him they probably won't, which is a bit dramatic but highly on brand. Our guy waves goodbye, walking up the stone steps toward his destination under the red autumn leaves. The chief watches him go, hoping the young master finds whatever peace he is looking for. Yeonho looks up, his face tired, but relieved. He has finally arrived at the gate of Nature's Hand Manor, the prestigious medical clan. Meanwhile, back at the grand estate of Guangdong's Y clan, the sun is setting over a very tense household. The patriarch Zhonghan and his wife Sang-ah are looking over their empty courtyard, still searching for their missing slacker son. Suddenly, a servant runs in, shouting that a message has arrived, and Jianghan's eyes widen as he hears that his second son, who supposedly vanished off a cliff 5 years ago, has just sent them a letter, where a gorgeous, effeminate mastermind is lounging on a silk bed. He asks the giant figure kneeling before him if he was truly that afraid of dying at the academy. This is Mokpung, who is currently sweating buckets as he explains that he only fears a death that has no political value. The pale blue-haired mastermind reminds him that he does not keep useless dogs around, and that Mokpung needs to start fetching results. He dismisses him with a cold gesture, and Mokpung bows deeply before stepping back into the shadows. The mastermind smiles, blue energy crackling around his eyes as he plans his next move against the imperial family. Mokpung walks through the dark hallways, grinding his teeth in frustration at being treated like a common servant. He stands under the moonlight, his massive athletic frame casting a long shadow on the stone floor. An assassin drops down from the roof, reporting that Grand Eunuch Nak Gi is still being kept alive for his political value. Mokpung listens quietly, his mind already plotting a massive betrayal. He complains about how long he has to play the loyal son to that castrated fool before he can take everything for himself. The spy informs him that there is an urgent summons from the main estate, requiring him to return immediately. Mokpung's lips curl into a terrifying, massive smile. His face starts to shift and crack as he uses his bone-shrinking art, preparing to drop his fat disguise and show his true, lethal form. He boasts that once Nakgi's usefulness ends, everything the Grand Eunuch owns will belong to him. He asks what his rival brothers have been up to lately to pass the time. The spy reports that they have shifted their focus to the medical clans, hoping to secure their influence there. And we cut to Hobok, specifically the grand, glowing entrance of the lustful handgrounds. Inside a busy pharmacy, an old clerk looks at Yeonho's letter of recommendation and tells him he is in the wrong place. He explains that his letter is for the sacred handgrounds, which is located in a completely different, much poorer part of town. Yeonho remembers Mun Yu-won proudly giving him the letter, claiming his old friend would treat him like royalty. The clerk chuckles, telling him that while both places share a name, the one he is looking for is down a dark alley across the street, and he shouldn't expect much. Yeonho walks down the quiet streets at night, looking at the cheap paper and wondering why his life is always like this. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes from a nearby medical clinic. A rich doctor is casually pushing away a weeping peasant, repeating that no money means no treatment. Yeonho watches from the shadows, his sleepy eyes turning cold and analytical. He notes that even the people sworn to save lives will turn their backs the moment the coins run out. He turns down the dark alley, searching for the run-down wooden sign the clerk mentioned. He spots it, resting against a dirty brick wall. The small, cracked wooden board reads, "Sacred Handgrounds." He stands before a dilapidated wooden gate that looks like it might fall over if a strong wind blows. He pushes it open, calling out to see if anyone is actually alive inside this ghost town. A small kid with a neat topknot and a gray apron peeks out from behind a pillar, asking what he wants. Yeonho tells him he has business and asks to see the head of the household. The kid tells him to go ahead and speak, which makes Yeonho look around in confusion. The young boy, Jin Soa, looks him dead in the eye and explains that his father passed away last year, making him the official head. Yeonho immediately facepalms and starts screaming at the sky, cursing his master for sending him to a bankrupt household run by a toddler. Soa is startled by the sudden tantrum and calls out to his sister, saying a very weird guest has arrived. An elegant, blue and white shoe steps out onto the wooden porch. Yeonho stops screaming, his jaw dropping as he turns around. A jaw-droppingly gorgeous woman, Jin Yerin, steps into the light, surrounded by a literal sparkling aura of beauty. Our guy has principles, but they are highly flexible and immediately vanish when a pretty girl enters the room. He quickly hands over the recommendation letter, suddenly acting like a highly polished gentleman. Yeon reads the letter, her expression soft and thoughtful. She notes that he came all this way to study under their clan, and Yeonho, scratching his head, agrees. She admits that their clinic is no longer in any shape to host guests, but turning away a friend of Uncle Mun would bring shame to their late father. Yeonho, feeling a rare moment of actual guilt, tells her it's fine and offers to leave so he doesn't burden them. But Yeon slams her hands down, shouting, "Never!" with enough force to shock his chibi soul. Next thing we know, Yeonho is sitting quietly in a clean guest room, sweating. He realizes he should have been more suspicious the moment he heard Moon Yuan's name. That rock-headed scholar only associates with stubborn idealists. He flops backward onto the floor, deciding that a free room in a bankrupt clinic is still better than sleeping in a bamboo forest. A soft knock sounds at the sliding door, and Yeonho calls out to see who it is. Yerin slides the door open, carrying a massive, steaming feast of roasted meats, fresh dumplings, and premium side dishes. She apologizes that it is not much, and tells him to eat plenty, while Yeonho's eyes bulge at a feast that could easily feed him for 3 days. He politely invites her to join him, but she bows and says she has already eaten, leaving him alone with the food. Yeonho sits down, thinking that maybe this medical clan isn't as bankrupt as it looks if they can afford premium catering. But his super hearing picks up some frantic whispering just outside his thin wooden window. Soa is panicking, asking how they got all this food when they were literally out of rice this morning. Yeon tells him to be quiet, but Soa realizes her signature jade necklace, a keepsake from their late mother, is missing. We see a shot of the delicious, steaming food as Soa's voice echoes, accusing her of pawning their mother's keepsake for a single guest meal. Yeonho freezes mid-chew, the premium chicken suddenly tasting like pure, unadulterated guilt. He stares at the sliding door, his appetite completely gone. Yeon peeks back in, asking if the food is not to his liking, and Yeonho frantically waves his hands, assuring her it is delicious. Our guy is literally crying in chibi form as he stuffs his face, wishing he could somehow turn digested pork back into pawn shop currency. The next morning, Yeonho is walking through the busy streets of Hobok, holding his bloated stomach and feeling incredibly guilty. He stands before a massive, grand building with a shiny black sign, the Silver River Exchange. He walks inside, waving his hand as the guards bow, telling them he is here to retrieve an item. He explains that he wants to buy back the jade necklace pawned yesterday by the Sacred Hand grounds. A short, obese man with gold rings on every finger steps out, smiling slime-faced, as he explains that pawned items cannot simply be returned. Yeonho sits across from the manager, Hae Daebung, who claims he has never seen this lazy-looking kid before. Yeonho slams a heavy leather pouch full of silver coins onto the desk, asking if this is enough to cover the debt. Daebung counts the silver, his eyes squinting as he notes that there is more than 2 taels of silver inside. He explains, with a very smug smile, that while the young lady borrowed 1 tael, the exchange rules require triple the amount to reclaim any pawned item. Yeonho points out that charging 300% interest in 24 hours is literal usury, but the manager just laughs, saying it is simply the rule of the market, and if he can't pay, they will gladly sell the necklace to a high bidder. Yeonho's face goes dark. He realizes Yeon knew she would never be able to get her mother's keepsake back when she pawned it for his dinner. He asks if they take other high-value items as collateral for loans, and our guy reaches into his yellow robe and casually tosses a heavy, gold-lacquered black scabbard onto the desk. Daebung picks up the golden cylinder with a magnifying glass, admiring the solid craftsmanship and preparing to lowball him. But as he rotates the gold stick, his eyes suddenly freeze, and the greasy smile completely vanishes from his face. The golden surface is engraved with a magnificent imperial dragon and 2 ancient characters representing the emperor's personal seal. The manager falls back in absolute sweating terror, realizing he is currently holding the supreme badge of the secret Imperial Inspector. If Yeonho makes a single call, this entire exchange will be burned to the ground by royal decree. Our guy just scratches his neck, coolly asking if 3 taels of gold was the price, while the manager realizes he is completely doomed. Meanwhile, on a high cliff far away from all the financial chaos, 2 very powerful figures are having a private chat under the full moon. They are currently discussing how their grand plan to take over the Imperial Palace failed completely because of the sudden intervention of the royal inspectors. And on top of that, their attempt to seize control of the Green Forest bandit network was completely shut down too. The older master tells his subordinate that setbacks are just part of the grind, and that their secret group is still strong enough to make a terrifying debut in the martial world very soon. But back in the local loan office, the greasy manager is currently having a complete existential crisis. He is looking at the shiny golden seal of the royal inspector, and our guy is just casually asking him if the price to redeem the necklace was 3 gold pieces. The manager immediately drops to his knees, slamming his head on the floor in pure terror. Yeonho looks down at him, completely unbothered by the sudden performance. The manager is sweatily running through all the illegal things he did today, wondering if he should apologize first for ripping off a pretty lady, or for charging a ridiculous interest rate that would make a modern credit card company blush. He nervously laughs, claiming that his annual interest rate is only a very modest, very reasonable 60%. Yeonho's face goes completely flat as he repeats the number, realizing this guy is basically running a legal scam. He points out that the manager valued the white jade at 1 silver piece yesterday, but now suddenly claims it is worth 10. The manager looks like he is about to pass out from the sheer weight of his own lies. And a second later, the front doors of the exchange are completely shattered as Yeonho leaves with his newly reclaimed loot. Back at the quiet courtyard of the sacred handgrounds, Yuran is working late at her desk, trying to figure out how they are going to buy food tomorrow. She hears a soft knock at the main gate and walks out to investigate. On the wooden floor, she finds a wrapped document and her mother's pristine white jade necklace. She holds the keepsake close to her chest, her eyes filling with tears of pure relief. She looks around, wondering what kind of secret angel would leave something so precious at her doorstep. And right above her, our guy is lying lazily on the roof tiles, looking up at the night sky. He sleepily notes that this should finally clear his debt for the massive dinner he ate last night. The next day, we cut to the grand pavilion of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Young Peng Dojuk is standing stiffly inside a massive war room, looking deeply uncomfortable. He is sweating, wondering if he is about to get court-martialed for his little bandit incident. A highly elegant scholar steps into the room, his fan clicking shut with absolute authority. He tells Dojuk to take a seat, and the young blade immediately obeys like a nervous student in the principal's office. This is Jo Hyun, the famous divine strategist of the Alliance. He tells Dojuk that he heard all about the fight in the bamboo forest, asking if he actually encountered the 10 swords of Green Forest. Dojuk's eyes widen in pure shock as he hears the name. He realizes the guys who ambushed him weren't just random bandits, they were the elite force of the mountain network. The strategist smiles, noting that thanks to Dojuk's report, they can finally uncover a much larger plot. He explains that those 10 assassins were top-tier martial artists who should have easily sliced Dojuk into pieces. He asks if Dojuk managed to get the name of the mysterious young man who beat them all single-handedly. And Dojuk reveals the name, Wi Yeonho. The strategist's eyes narrow as he repeats the name, remembering a highly classified report sent by the beggar sect. He realizes that if the lazy second son of the legendary Y clan has returned with this level of power, the entire balance of the Murim is about to shatter. He asks if Yeonho mentioned where he was traveling next. Dojuk tells him that the kid said he was heading straight to the sacred hand grounds. The strategist places a firm hand on Dojuk's shoulder, telling him that they need to secure more information on this mysterious master. And since Dojuk is the only one who can identify him, he needs to go back and find him. Dojuk immediately salutes, his hot-blooded teenage motivation fully recharged. He grinds his teeth, determined to meet the lazy monster who taught him how to swing a sword. Meanwhile, the legendary master in question is currently drooling, fast asleep on the clinic roof. Soa looks up from the courtyard, completely unimpressed by the supposed master sleeping on their tiles. He mutters that there is no way a lazy, homeless-looking slacker actually knows high-level martial arts. He scoffs, assuming Yeonho only learned the absolute basics before dropping out. Suddenly, a loud, frantic banging shakes the wooden front gate. The doors fly open, and a crowd of muddy quarry workers rushes in, carrying several blood-covered men on stretchers. A worker begs for help, frantically explaining that they don't have any money but need a physician immediately. Soa freezes, sweating as he looks at the massive, life-threatening wounds. But Yeren immediately leaps out of the clinic, commanding her brother to stop freezing and bring the patients inside. She takes control of the chaos, telling them to categorize the patients and prepare hot water immediately. The workers quickly obey, her calm authority cutting through the panic. Yeonho peeks over the edge of the roof, his sleepy eyes taking in the bloody scene. Yuran drops to her knees beside a man who is choking on his own blood. With a swift flick of her wrist, she pulls a long silver acupuncture needle from her sleeve. She strikes his chest with incredible speed and precision, her face entirely focused. A massive spray of dark blood erupts from the man's mouth, clearing his blocked airway. Yuran doesn't even flinch as the blood splashes across her beautiful face, staying completely locked into the zone. She shouts at her brother to hurry and help the other patients who are still struggling to breathe. Soa is trying his best, but one patient's throat is completely blocked, and he is turning blue. He looks up at the roof, screaming at the lazy martial artist to come down and help. He tells him that since he is from the Murim, he must know how to stimulate acupoints to clear blocked chi. Yeonho hops down, looking deeply uncomfortable, as he admits he only knows how to break bodies, not fix them. Soa frantically points at the patient's chest, telling him to stimulate the Tiantu point halfway and the Zhongfu point fully. Yeonho presses down, but the patient immediately starts convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Soa screams in pure panic, calling him worse than dog crap for missing the point completely. Yeonho complains that he already warned him he wasn't a doctor, but notes that the man is actually breathing now. Soa explains that his airway is open, but they need to clear the sticky blood from his throat, or he will suffocate. And with a completely straight face, the kid tells Yeonho to use his mouth to suck the blockage out. Yeonho's expression goes completely horror-struck as he asks if this kid is actually suggesting he kiss an old quarry worker. He realizes there is a much simpler, much cleaner way to do this. He steps forward and slams his palm over the patient's mouth. Soa screams, wondering if this crazy slacker is trying to finish the patient off. But Yeonho grips the man's throat and releases a massive, controlled burst of blue chi. The air splits as the internal force travels upward. A solid block of dark, coagulated blood is violently blasted out of the man's throat, saving his life instantly. Yeonho looks down at the stunned kid, telling him coolly that this is how a martial master saves a life without kissing anyone. Under the same bright full moon, where a towering, handsome warrior is standing on a high cliff, holding a letter. This is Wi Yeonho, Yeonho's intense older brother, known across the land as the Demon Slayer's Sword. He is reading a letter written by his mother, who explains that she has some incredibly pressing news. His eyes widen in complete, jaw-dropping shock as he reads the next words. Yeonho is alive. Sanho grips the paper so hard his knuckles turn white, his heart racing as he reads that a letter arrived after 5 years. The mother writes that Yeonho claims he is not allowed to come home, which has made their father absolutely furious. She explains that they have decided to pack their bags immediately and head straight to Kaifeng, where the letter was sent from. Sanho stands under the moonlight, a single tear of pure, overwhelming relief rolling down his cheek. He shakes his head, telling himself that now is not the time to get emotional. He notes that Kaifeng is exactly where the beggar sects Zhang-il operates. And with a massive explosion of blue sword chi, Sanho leaps off the cliff, launching into a high-speed sprint across the forest. Back at the sacred hand grounds, late at night, Soa knocks on Yeonho's sliding door, finding him lying lazily on the floor. The kid bows, quietly admitting that Yeonho's weird chi technique was actually a little helpful today. He sits down, asking if Yeonho can give him an objective opinion on where their clinic's biggest problem lies. Yeonho doesn't even turn around, muttering that they have too many problems to count. Soa looks down, explaining that he genuinely wants to restore the clinic to its former glory. Yeonho sits up, looking at the kid's serious expression. He raises his hand, making a universal sign, and delivers the cold, objective truth: money. Soa looks confused, repeating the word like he has never heard of capitalism before. He argues that medicine is about saving people, and that money should be a secondary concern. Yeonho tells him to think about how their household actually fell apart in the first place. Soa sighs, looking down as he remembers his late father. He explains that his father was an incredibly friendly, saint-like man who treated everyone for free, just like they are doing now. But while previous generations had massive piles of gold, the family storage was completely empty by the time Soa was born. They had dozens of physicians to pay, and massive expenses to cover every month. So at some point, his father realized his charity model was completely unsustainable, and tried to find a quick way to repay their mounting debts. Yeonho asks if he got scammed or assassinated by a rival clinic, noting that he reads too many novels. Soa admits, with a deeply embarrassed face, that his father chose a very high-risk, high-return method: gambling. Yes, the saint-like physician literally gambled away their entire remaining estate. He kept trying to win big, stopped eating, drank heavily, and eventually passed away from nutrient deficiency and alcohol poisoning. Yeonho's expression goes completely flat. He realized this family's grand tragedy was basically just a bad casino run. He asks why Soa is asking him how to revive the clinic, and Soa notes that anyone recommended by Moon Yoo-won must be a genius. Yeonho smiles, telling him that he is just an ordinary slacker and that they should ask a real financial professional. We cut to the next morning, where the greasy loan manager, Ha Dae-fung, is sitting sweatily inside their clinic. Yeonho has literally dragged him over to act as their business consultant, suggesting he invest in the clinic. Dae-fung notes that the clinic has great medical skills, but absolutely zero administrative or marketing talent. He smiles greasily, realizing that with proper management, this place could become a massive goldmine. Soa immediately objects, saying he doesn't want to work with a corrupt loan shark. Dae-fung gets offended, pointing out that his father was the one who blew all their money on dice games, while he actually knows how to make coins multiply. Yeonho steps in, asking Soa where he thinks his family's legendary fame actually came from. He points out that their ancestors built a grand, fancy pavilion because they charged their patients proper fees. Soa looks stunned, asking if that is actually true. Yeonho explains that if you want people to respect your medical skills, you need to look successful. Patients are more than happy to spend their gold when their actual lives are on the line. Soa sits in silence, realizing his entire idealized view of charity medicine was a financial nightmare. We cut to a quiet morning inside the courtyard, the sun shining gently over the wooden buildings. Yeonho is lying under his comforter, wondering if he was a bit too harsh on the poor kid. He shrugs it off, deciding that other people's family financial crises are none of his business. Suddenly, a loud, violent crash echoes from the front yard, making Yeonho sit up instantly. He groans, wondering what kind of loud side character is causing trouble so early. In the courtyard, a massive, muscular thug is violently dragging a sick patient out of his room, throwing him onto the dirt. This is Jwa Jeol, a ruthless debt collector, with a massive scar across his nose and a spiderweb shoulder tattoo. Yeon runs out, her face filled with pure rage as she demands to know why he is dragging sick people out of their beds. Jeol laughs, looking down at her as he asks if she is the famous Jin Yeon. He explains, with a cold, mocking smile, that her late father borrowed a massive sum of money, using the clinic as collateral. Yeon tells him to talk to them instead of terrorizing helpless patients who have done nothing wrong. Jeol snorts, casually backhanding a clinic servant who tries to step in, sending him crashing into the wall. He reaches out, his massive, scarred hand grabbing Yeon's delicate wrist with absolute force. Yeon gasps in pain as he pulls her close, his expression completely sinister. He whispers that since she wants to take responsibility for the family debt, and since she has such a pretty face, selling her to a high-class brothel should easily clear the balance in about 10 years. Soa screams, running up and landing a tiny punch on Jeol's muscular back. Jeol doesn't even flinch. He casually swings his elbow back, sending the little boy crashing hard onto the dirt. Yeon screams in pure horror as her brother falls, struggling to break free from the giant's grip. Jeol sneers, telling her that her brother should worry about how to use her beauty to make money instead of playing hero. Suddenly, the sick quarry workers crawl out of their rooms, throwing themselves onto Jeol's legs to hold him back. One worker, teeth gritted, bites Jeol's arm with everything he has, screaming that they won't let him take their physician. Jeol grunts in pain, his face twisting in rage as he prepares to crush the sick man's skull. Yeon cries out, telling the workers to stop and that this is not their fight to die for. She drops to her knees, looking up at the monster with tearful, determined eyes as she agrees to go with him if he leaves the patients alone. Jeol laughs, letting go of the bleeding worker as he pulls her toward the gate. Soa tries to crawl forward, crying out in pure desperation. Yeon looks back one last time, telling her brother to stay strong and focus on restoring their family clinic. They walk toward the open gate, the giant thug dragging the beautiful physician away, while the courtyard falls into silent despair. Soa and the workers weep, completely helpless against the raw physical power of the debt collector. But right before they can step through the gate, Jeol's shoulder is suddenly grabbed from behind. A calm, barefoot step lands on the stone floor, a quiet voice telling him that he cannot leave. Jeol stops, his face turning back in confusion as he asks who the hell is touching him. And standing in the sunlight is Wi Yeonho, completely wrapped from head to toe in his white quilted comforter like a giant, grumpy mummy. He peers out from his blanket, his sleepy left eye beauty mark showing as he delivers his name. The loan shark is officially about to find out why you never wake up a slacker. Our guy is standing there, wrapped in his comforter like a majestic human burrito, and Jeol is looking at him like he just ran into a psychiatric patient. Yeonho sleepily delivers his name, and let's be honest, his posture does not scream martial master. The entire courtyard is completely silent as everyone tries to process the visual of a barefoot teenager in a blanket. Jeol decides this kid is missing a few screws and commands his men to ignore him, but Yeonho leans over his shoulder, repeating that he cannot take the lady with him. Jeol's eye twitches as he asks what this absolute non-player character is talking about, and Yeonho explains that if she leaves, there will be nobody left to cook his free meals. Jeol is completely flabbergasted, asking if she actually cooks for him, and Yeonho just deadpans that he is a guest. Jeol snaps, screaming that this is the dumbest conversation he has ever had. He winds up a massive, concrete-shattering punch, promising to put our guy on a permanent fasting diet. Yuran screams for him to stop, and with a massive blue shockwave, Jeol is instantly cratered face first into the stone floor. Yuran's face goes completely blank as she takes in the sudden, casual violence. The remaining thugs are frozen, staring at their boss, who is currently half buried in the courtyard tiles. Yeonho scratches his head, claiming it happened before he knew it, which is the classic slacker excuse for one-shotting a mid-boss. Jeol stumbles back, spitting blood, his entire life flashing before his eyes. He immediately pivots to extreme politeness, asking what esteemed martial family our guy belongs to. Yeonho casually drops the blanket, stating that he is definitely not a warrior. Jeol tries to salvage his pride, claiming they have a legal, binding debt contract that even the local magistrates would back. He pleads, sweatily begging this barefoot monster to not interfere any further. But Yeonho repeats his main argument. No pretty lady, no delicious dinners. Jeol grinds his teeth, realizing the food excuse is just a cover for him to protect the clinic. He warns him that the Black Spider Den won't just stand by and watch their business get ruined. Yeonho shrugs, pointing out that the root of the problem is just money. Jeol asks, with a glint of hope, if this overpowered teenager is going to pay the debt on her behalf, and Soa steps up, shouting that they will deliver the gold within a fortnight. Yeonho stays silent, which is the exact face of someone whose younger sibling just made a massive promise they can't back up. Back at the Black Spider Den, Jeol is kneeling before his boss, Guak Dosun, who is currently tearing through a roasted rib. Jeol explains that a mysterious master appeared at the clinic, claiming to be a common guest. Dosun stops eating, looking up with a very annoyed expression. He mutters that if the late head had powerful friends in the Murim, this simple collection job is going to get messy. But Jeol insists he didn't run away out of cowardice. He claims he just wanted to observe the situation first, since the master promised to pay the gold soon. Dosun explodes in pure rage, calling him a complete moron. He hurls a massive bone right at Jeol's head, screaming that the debt was just an excuse to destroy the clinic's reputation. Jeol rubs his bruised forehead, mumbling that he just wanted to find out the man's identity first. Dosun slams his fist on the table, screaming that delay is the last thing they need. He warns him that if they fail this simple task, their secret shadow bosses, will turn them all into puddles of blood. He grins, deciding that there is no need to poke a hornet's nest before they know what they are dealing with. We cut back to the sacred hand grounds, where our guy is resting comfortably on his daybed. Soa is hovering over him, demanding to know what his grand plan is to pay off the debt in 2 weeks. And Yeonho, with the blankest expression possible, asks, "Did I?" Soa's eyes pop out of his head as he screams, asking how he could make a promise without a plan. Yeonho sits up, assuring him that he has the ultimate, time-tested strategy passed down through history. Soa gulps, lean in closer, expecting some legendary martial secret, and Yeonho tells him it is called a midnight run, which is basically code for packing your bags and fleeing the province. Soa throws a pillow at him, screaming in pure rage. Yeonho sighs, asking what the exact figure of the debt is anyway. Soa admits that with all the compounding interest, they currently owe about 20 golden yang. He notes that it was originally over 100, but they had to sell almost every family asset to bring it down. Yeonho looks disappointed, noting that gambling really is the fastest way to ruin a healthy household. He stands up, stretching his limbs, and tells the kid to follow him. He smiles, stating that they are going to earn money using the classic eye for an eye philosophy. Soa looks confused, asking why he is bringing up ancient legal codes, and Yeonho's smile goes completely mischievous. He tells him they are going to the exact place where his father was ruined. We cut to Gyeomwajong, the premier secret gambling house of Hobok. The owner, Kang Cheon-rip, is lounging at his desk, looking very pleased with his illegal profits. He chuckles, noting that fleecing the late master of the sacred hand grounds was almost too easy. Suddenly, a clerk slides through the door, screaming that a massive target has just walked into their lobby. Yeonho sits up, his greedy eyes lighting up as he asks what he looks like. And we see Yeonho stepping into the smoke-filled room, wearing a highly fancy, shimmering blue and silver silk robe, looking like a rich young lord. Soa is hovering behind him, sweating, muttering that trying to cure a family gambling trauma with more gambling is a terrible idea. The clerk runs up, rubbing his hands together as he welcomes the distinguished guest. He flatters him, asking what kind of entertainment the young master is looking for tonight. Yeonho plays the part perfectly, looking around with a bored, arrogant expression. The clerk starts listing their options, from high-stakes pai gao to classic bone tiles. He grins, saying that if it involves risking gold to make gold, they have the best tables in the province. He leads them through the crowded tables, showing off their premium games. He stops before a simple table with 2 pristine white ceramic cups and several polished iron beads. Yeonho looks at the setup, and the clerk explains that this is their most popular game, yin and yang. He picks up the cups, explaining that the rules are incredibly simple. You place a handful of iron beads inside the cups, give them a good shake, and let them divide between the 2 sides. Then, you slam 1 cup down and guess whether the number of beads remaining inside is odd or even. Yeonho notes that it is a pure 50-50 game, which is the exact layout of a trap. The clerk smiles, saying it perfectly suits a young master of his bold, fast-paced temperament. Yeonho laughs, agreeing that he can't stand games that take too long, and decides to give it a try. And we see a quick transition of the busy, smoky gambling house under the lanterns. Cheonrip is watching from the balcony, looking very pleased with his new target. He mutters that hooking a sucker is the easy part. You let them lose a bit, let them win big, and then take everything once they are addicted. He laughs, assuming the wealthy-looking kid is currently losing his entire family inheritance down there. But a second later, a loud, panicked scream echoes from the main table. Cheonrip looks over, his jaw dropping as he sees a massive, glittering mountain of silver ingots stacked on the table. Yeonho is sitting there, rests his chin on his hand, looking completely bored as he lazily mutters, "Odd." He picks up another silver ingot, spinning it in his hand, while the dealer's hands shiver in pure, terrified shock. Our guy is literally about to bankrupt the entire house before dinner. Meanwhile, back in Kaifeng, the beggar sect branch chief, Zhang Il, is relaxing on a pile of straw, whistling happily. He notes that with Yeonho out of his city, his business finally feels normal and peaceful again. Suddenly, the wooden doors of his headquarters are completely obliterated by a massive, high-speed impact. A dark shadow stands in the dust, a familiar voice asking if the news is true. This is Sanho, looking incredibly majestic, his white dragon robes blowing in the wind as his blue sword chi crackles. Zhang Il's eyes pop out of his head, his face turning completely pale as he recognizes the Demon Slayer's sword. Sanho immediately grabs him by the collar, slamming him against the wall as he demands to know if Yeonho is truly alive. Zhang Il choke screams, begging him to calm down and release his neck before he stops breathing. Sanho lets go, his eyes softening for a fraction of a second as he confirms the truth. He asks where his brother is right now. Zhang Il coughs, explaining that the Hao clan has the most recent tracking files and that he should ask them. Sanho immediately grabs him by his collar again, dragging him out the door like a sack of potatoes. He tells him to lead the way, and Zhang Il can only cry, cursing the entire Wi family of lunatics. They arrive at the grand entrance of the Hao clan Kaifeng branch. Gui Nongnong is standing on the balcony, her veins popping as she asks why the beggar sect has dragged a top-tier righteous warrior into her private lobby. Zhang Il tries to explain, but she immediately lunges down, promising to settle their turf war once and for all. But back at the high-stakes table in Hobok, the crowd is going absolutely wild. The dealer is sweating buckets, his hand trembling on the cup as the stakes reach 1,000 silver nyang. Yeonho is still sitting there, rests his head on his hand, looking like he is waiting for a bus. The onlookers mutter that this kid has won 9 matches in a row, which is statistically impossible without a cheat code. The dealer lifts the cup, and the crowd gasps. "Even! It's even!" The players scream, calling Yeonho a literal gambling god who has descended to earth. Soa is practically vibrating with joy, his face splitting into a massive, tearful grin as he stacks the silver. But Yeonho is just thinking about his childhood trauma. He remembers the old ghost, Muhan, throwing heavy stones at him in his sleep inside the cave. He trained his hearing to the point where he can identify the exact speed and weight of a rolling object just by the pitch of its sound. This is not gambling, it's just backseat gaming with physics. He yawns, saying it's a shame to stop now, but they have won enough to pay the debt and should probably call it a day. But as they prepare to stand up, a shadow blocks their path. The owner, Kong Cheonrip, steps forward, smiling fake politely as he welcomes the distinguished guest. Yeonho sleepily tells him he is definitely not an esteemed guest and just wants his gold. Cheonrip chuckles, saying that anyone who puts on such a magnificent show is a valued patron, but admits he wasn't very entertained by the quick match. His smile stays tight, but internally he is screaming, furious, that this kid just swiped 1,000 yang in 10 minutes. He gestures toward the back room, suggesting a man of his high status deserves a game worthy of his caliber. He spreads his arms, describing a match that will shake the entire province with gold coins raining from the ceiling. Yeonho looks at him, completely unswayed by the grand presentation. He flatly says, "No, I'm good." He tells Soa to pack the bags, and the kid immediately begins stuffing the silver. Cheonrip's face goes completely dark as he asks if our guy actually thinks he can just walk out after taking 10 gold nyang from his house. He slides a heavy pouch onto the table, offering 5 gold nyang just as a baseline entry fee for the next match. Yeonho's chibi face instantly pops up. "Make it 10. Cheonrip's eye twitches, but he agrees, warning him that the game won't end until one side is completely broke. Yeonho agrees, noting that coming back tomorrow would be too much work anyway, so they might as well settle it now. Cheonrip smiles, thinking he just trapped a greedy teenager, and waves his hand toward the curtain. A long, leopard-patterned cloak slides through the darkness. The crowd gasps as they recognize the legend, Dokbi. This is the one-armed gambling king, a gaunt older man with a vertical scar over his eye, spinning dice between his long, claw-like fingers. Dokbi looks at the massive pile of silver, then at the sleepy teenager sitting across from him. He notes that Yeonho doesn't look like a professional gambler, but rather a spoiled young master. He sits down, placing his single hand on the table, stating that the winner is the only one who matters. Yeonho asks what game they are playing, and Dokbi rolls 6 dice across the wooden surface. He suggests a simple, classic dice game. Highest total wins. Dokbi notes that while dice look plain, they are the most reliable way to show the true skill gap between masters. Yeonho yawns, agreeing that simple games are much fairer than complex ones where people can slide cards under the table. He asks if there are any objections to the simple total wins rule, and Dokbi shakes his head. Dokbi grins, stating that the match will continue until one of them has lost every single nyang. Cheonrip adds that the pot will double each round, and if they run out of silver, they can always buy back in. But the crucial rule is, the one who won the previous round decides if the match continues. Yeonho shrugs, saying it sounds fine to him, and the crowd erupts as the final showdown officially begins. Soa is enthusiastically massaging Yeonho's shoulders, asking if he has this fully covered, and Yeonho arrogantly asks if he has ever seen him fail. A second later, we see Yeonho sweating profusely, staring at his empty table. Soa screams, reminding him that he literally just lost 10 times in a row. The kid is shaking him by his collar, crying that they are going to go broke at this rate, calling him a useless idiot. Dokbi calmly picks up the dice, stating that this will be the final round as the pot reaches 2,000 yang. The crowd laughs, mocking the arrogant beginner who thought he could outplay the legend. Yeonho rests his face on his palm, his expression completely blank, almost like he planned this exact scenario. Dokbi throws the dice, his single hand moving with incredible speed. Yeonho's eyes narrow as he watches the rotation. The 6 dice roll across the table, spinning under the lantern light, and they land. All 6s. A perfect score of 36. The crowd goes absolutely wild, screaming Dokbi's name. Dokbi grins, extending his hand as he asks if they should even bother continuing. Yeonho looks up, asking why they wouldn't. He leans over to Soa, asking if the kid trusts him. Soa, crying, nods, saying he has no choice but to trust him. Yeonho pats his head, his expression becoming surprisingly warm. He notes that nobody has ever said those words to him before. He takes a deep breath, picking up the 6 dice, and prepares his roll. He smiles, noting that if he wins this, they will walk out with 40 gold nyang, which is double their entire family debt. He tosses the dice, his hand moving with a subtle, blue burst of internal chi that travels through the table. Dokbi's smug grin instantly freezes, his face turning pale as he senses a weird vibration in the wood. The players lean over the table, their eyes popping out of their heads as the dice tumble. And the dice land, showing a perfect, impossible configuration that represents an absolute victory under the special rules of the house. Yeren's little brother screams in pure, joyous shock, while Yeonho's face splits into a massive, cheeky grin. We cut to a dark room, where the mysterious, red-lipped leader of the syndicate is sitting behind a screen. Guok Dozun is kneeling on the floor, sweatily reporting that they still haven't identified the young master's background. The leader smiles, her crimson lips curving as she mutters, "An unknown young master. Huh." And with absolute calm, she delivers a simple, chilling command. Kill him. Dozun stutters, pointing out that they still don't know the exact level of his physical strength. She scoffs, calling him pathetic, promising to send proper elite assassins to storm the clinic immediately and kill him. And back at the table, our guy has just realized that his master's training has officially paid for his free dinners. But somewhere in the dark, the blades are already moving. Comment below if you think Yeonho's brother Sanho will reach the clinic before the assassins do. The entire room is holding their breath as the final dice spin across the table. And they land. All ones. The lowest possible score on the board. Soa is screaming in a mix of pure terror and joy, calling Yeonho a son of a gun as the jackpot hits. Dokbi's face goes completely pale. He can only chuckle, muttering that his opponent got extremely lucky. Yeonho rests his face on his palm, calmly asking what happens next now that the table is cleared. The owner, Cheonrip, tries to save his business, suggesting they can call it a day if Yeonho just pays back the 10 gold nyang he borrowed. But Yeonho tells him he wants to keep playing, asking how much gold is required to double the pot. He says it like he is asking for the price of a cheap street snack. Cheonrip smiles, thinking this kid has officially lost his mind and is begging to be robbed clean. He says 40 gold nyang is the minimum buy-in. He raises his hands, loudly promising that Jumwajong runs on trust and that everyone in this room is a witness. Yeonho's lips curl into a mischievous smile, and he tells him to make sure he keeps that promise. He gestures toward the entrance, calling for his courier to finally bring the luggage inside. The doors slide open, and our favorite obese branch manager, Ha Daefeng, walks in with muscular bodyguards carrying massive, gold-gilded chests. Yeonho grins, complaining that he was so slow he almost became a slave. Cheonrip looks like he just saw a ghost, instantly recognizing the legendary manager of Milky Way Manor. Daefeng bows politely to Yeonho, apologizing that packing this much gold took a little extra time. Yeonho looks at Cheonrip, reminding him of his promise to keep playing as long as there is gold on the table. And with a completely straight face, our guy tells him to double the stakes again. He holds up a single finger, stating the next bet is exactly 100 gold nyang. Cheonrip is sweatily staring at the massive pile of gold, his chest tightening as he realizes this kid is a psychological menace. He whispers to Dokbi, asking if the legend can still win, and Dokbi tells him to stop doubting his title. So the gold is placed on the table, and the final, room-shaking round begins. Dokbi notes that Yeonho has built a massive game, asking if losing those early rounds was part of his plan to raise the stakes. Yeonho closes his eyes, denying the accusation, claiming he isn't filthy rich enough to play with gold like that. He says his mother always taught him to make sure he has a lot of money in his pockets before leaving the house. That is his entire philosophy. Dokbi is silent, unable to read the mind of this bizarre sovereign. Yeonho prepares his hand, ready to roll first. He tosses the dice, his hand moving with absolute grace. The onlookers lean forward, their eyes bulging as they watch the rotation. The 6 dice spin across the table, humming against the wood, and they land, 5 sixes. A massive total of 35. The crowd gasps, staring at the final dice, spinning in the center. It lands on a 5, making it a spectacular 35 points on the board. The players scream, calling it a great score that should be almost impossible to beat. Dokbi looks at the board, muttering that it is a shame he got 1 point less than a perfect score. He tells him 35 is indeed a high number, but it doesn't change his plan. His eyes turn completely sharp and cold under his hair. He winds up his single arm, declaring he will show him why he is called the Gambling King. He throws, and 5 sixes immediately lock into place on the table. The crowd is screaming, calling his performance legendary as the final dice spins. Soa is crying, shaking Yeonho's shoulder, asking why he is so calm when their entire life is on the line. And Yeonho, with a completely stressed out face, asks the kid if his older sister is good at dancing. Soa looks like his brain just short-circuited as he screams at him for asking about Yeren's dancing skills mid-roll. The final dice slows down, every eye in the room locked on the wooden board. It wobbles, and it lands on a 4. The room erupts into a massive, deafening roar as the score lands on 34. Yeonho won by exactly 1 point. The onlookers are cheering, shouting that they have just witnessed a historic moment. Soa literally jumps on Yeonho, hugging him in pure, tearful joy, while Yeonho tells him to get off. Cheonrip is holding his head, screaming in despair as his entire business is cleared out. He rages at Dokbi, reminding him of his promise to win, and the legend just sighs, muttering that while he is the gambling king, this sleepy kid is a gambling god. Cheonrip looks like he is about to pass out, his eyes wide as he realizes he has lost the Golden Flower Manor's money. Daefeng steps up, waving his hands as he loudly announces that all financial debts between Yeonho and the exchange are officially cleared. The crowd cheers, acting as the official witnesses of the match. Dokbi bows respectfully, admitting it was a good game. Yeonho bows back, his polite manners returning instantly. He tells Daefeng to keep the 1 gold at his manor for safekeeping. Soa, still wiping his tears, admits he is not cut out for this level of stress and just wants a nap. Yeonho agrees, saying he wants to eat some delicious food and sleep. Soa promises to lead him to a great local restaurant. But as they walk toward the exit, Soa bumps into a massive figure. A crowd of dark-clothed thugs stands at the door, blocking their way. Yeonho's eyes narrow, his sleepy expression instantly vanishing. Daefeng sweats, recognizing the symbols on their robes, the Dark Earth Branch sect, also known as the Black Spider Den. The silver-haired boss, Guak Dozan, cracks his neck with a sinister grin, asking who Wi Yeonho is. Meanwhile, back in Kaifeng, Yoonji is standing at her academy gate, looking at a towering warrior. Sanho asks if his brother is truly alive, and Yoonji confirms that Yeonho left for Hubei with the escort agency. Sanho bows politely, thanking her for the information. He turns around, telling the shivering Jong-il to get ready to move. He says their next destination is Hubei, and Jong-il looks like he wants to jump into a river. The beggar chief collapses on the ground, crying that he hasn't eaten in days and would rather be executed right here. Eunji watches them, sighing at the dramatic performance. She kindly suggests they rest and have a hot bath before setting off on their long journey. She notes that the academy would look bad if they turned away late-night guests. Jong-il continues his dramatic weeping, and Sanho, realizing he has no choice, agrees to stay. We cut to a beautiful, steaming indoor hot spring. The two men are soaking in the hot water, the steam rising toward the wooden ceiling. Jong-il sighs in pure bliss, noting that his leader would foam at the mouth if he saw a beggar enjoying a premium bath. Sanho stands up to grab a towel, revealing his incredibly ripped, muscular back. His entire shoulder and chest are covered in a massive, deep physical scar. Jong-il's jaw drops as he admires his physique, asking if that scar was left by the legendary tailless phantom demon. Sanho looks down at his chest, his eyes softening as he remembers the past. He mutters that the scar he got from that demon is nothing compared to this one. Jong-il is completely shocked, running up as he asks what kind of terrifying demonic master could have left such a massive wound. Sanho smiles gently, looking at the water. We see a brief, tearful flashback of child Yeonho crying, begging his older brother to wake up. Sanho explains that it is a scar his little brother made back when Yeonho didn't know how terrifying a sword could be. And we cut back to the gambling house, where the younger brother is standing ready. Dosan looks at Yeonho, his dark face filled with absolute, murderous intent as he asks for his name. Our guy lazily raises his finger, pointing at himself as he admits that's him. Dosan stares at him, completely unimpressed by his sleepy face. He turns to Jua Jiol, asking if this scrawny kid is actually the master Jiol was so sweatily terrified of. Dosan rages, calling Jiol a coward for exaggerating his report and backing off from a common brat. He grins, drawing his blade, stating that even if he is a kid, he must pay for interfering with their collection job. Yeonho holds up a finger, calmly telling them to wait a moment. He turns to Daefeng, who is holding a pen and a blank sheet of paper. He tells Soa to sign the debt clearance certificate first, promising to explain everything later. He turns back to Dosan, asking what the exact figure of the clinic's debt is. Dosan proudly states that they owe 20 gold nyang and 50 silver nyang. And with a massive, heavy slam, Daefeng's bodyguards open two chests, revealing piles of glittering, solid gold bars. Yeonho tells him that their debt is officially cleared as of today, and that they should sign the paper and take their gold. Dosan is completely speechless, staring at the gold, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Yeonho notes that he even added some extra gold as a tip for their quick service. Jiol immediately whispers to his boss, reminding him that their higher-up master wants the clinic's land, not the money. If they let them pay, their plan is ruined. Dosan panics, shouting that their debt with the clinic is a matter for later, but their interference with their current casino operations cannot be forgiven. Yeonho looks at the drawn swords, asking if they actually want to fight him. Dosan sneers, stating that a beating like this is called punishment. He screams, commanding his men to bring him the brat's head. 4 thugs leap forward simultaneously, their blades slicing through the air in a coordinated strike. Yeonho smiles. He leaps, dodges the blades, slam. 1 punch craters a face. 1 kick shatters a rib. He sweeps through them like a blue blur. The remaining thugs are instantly laid out, groaning on the floor. Dosan is completely frozen. Yeonho sighs, calling the fight annoying, and tells the rest of the guys hiding in the back to finally come out. Dosan grinds his teeth, realizing this kid is a peerless monster. He calls out his esteemed guests, and 5 dark-cloaked figures step into the room. They wear wide-brimmed black straw hats, their swords crackling with purple, sinister chi. Yeonho looks at them, his eyes narrowing as he notes that they look strangely familiar. An assassin lunges with a silent dark blade, cutting the air inches from Yeonho's face. Yeonho slides backward, his palm touching the floor to keep his balance. He realizes their movements are completely silent and lethal. This is the dark sword technique. We see a flashback of Baek Muhan's spirit form, warning him that some sword arts are designed solely for professional killers. Muhan explains that these assassins use silence and dark chi to kill without leaving a single trace. He tells him that those who use such murderous techniques deserve zero mercy, and that he should eliminate them immediately. Yeonho sighing, realizing that since his master warned him so seriously, he can't afford to slack off during this fight. He turns to Daefeng, asking if he can borrow a sword. Daefeng immediately kneels, presenting a premium blade. Yeonho grips the hilt, pulling the steel out with a soft hum. He warns everyone to stay back because it is about to get loud. He sheds his blue silk outer robe, standing in his simple white martial tunic, the sword glowing with blue chi. The assassins recognize his stance, realizing they are dealing with a genuine swordmaster. The leader commands them to drop all complacency and launch a coordinated full-team attack. Yeonho grips the hilt with both hands. He closes his eyes, his breathing becoming completely calm. The 5 assassins leap from all directions, their purple glowing swords raining down. Their eyes are wide, filled with absolute cold murderous intent. In his mind, Muhan's voice echoes, telling him to let go of stiff martial forms. He teaches him that the true beginning of the sword is an unmoving, icy cold heart. The dark blades are inches from his neck, but Yeonho's heart doesn't waver for a single fraction of a second. He steps forward, his foot moving with absolute precision. With a massive flash, he dodges the incoming cross slashes. He parries a dark blade, the sparks flying through the air. Muhan explains that a sword is just a piece of cold metal, but when you infuse your heart into the strike, the true sword begins. A single blue slash cuts through the dark purple energy, shattering their coordination. Yeonho's eyes are wide and completely cold. He swings his blade, a massive crescent of blue sword chi cleaving through the stone pillars like paper. The assassins try to reform their stance, but Yeonho is already behind them. Muhan's voice echoes, telling him to let his internal energy flow naturally like water along the earth. 2 assassins fall, their chests slashed as Yeonho slides past them. A 3rd assassin's blade is shattered, dark blood spraying as he falls back. Muhan explains that what he taught him is not a set of rigid martial techniques, but a seed of energy that can adapt to any situation. The remaining assassins look at him in absolute, paralyzed terror. Yeonho raises his sword, the blade dividing into 5 shining, blue spiritual projections. He smiles, recalling his master's words, "A perfect sword belongs only to your heart." He unleashes his ultimate strike, a massive, blinding column of blue cross-shaped slashes erupting from the floor. The sheer force of the shockwave tears through the wood, shattering the walls and roof tiles. The entire gambling house shakes as the blue storm clears. Done. The explosion shatters the remaining pillars, the dust settling over the ruined room. Soa and Daefeng are holding their faces, completely deafened by the massive shockwave. On the shattered floor, the 5 elite assassins are all lying unconscious, their swords broken. Yeonho stands calmly in the center of the ruin, his master's giant spiritual projection towering behind him. He sheathes his sword, noting that he sealed their meridians and permanently destroyed their martial arts, so they can't harm anyone again. He looks down at them, wondering why their dark techniques felt so familiar to his past life. He shrugs it off, deciding he will find out the truth sooner or later. Guak Dosun is shivering violently in the corner, his face turning completely pale as he stares at the barefoot teenager. Yeonho walks up to him, his sleepy, lazy smile returning instantly, making the boss scream in terror. He yawn stretches, casually asking if the boss was just talking about giving someone a punishment. And somewhere in the forest, his brother is closing the distance. Comment below if you think the Black Spider Den's shadow bosses will send a stronger squad next. Our guy is standing there yawning like he did not just drop a nuclear bomb worth of blue mana in a public building. Guak Dosun is currently experiencing what scientists call a complete emotional and physical breakdown. Yeonho is just calmly holding a sword, explaining that his master taught him to treat disrespect as a personal insult, and he is a very loyal student. So Dosun drops to his knees faster than a streamer apologizing after getting caught cheating. He is promising a complete life change. But Yeonho has eyes, a brain, and zero interest in a villain's redemption arc. He asks the obvious question, who is actually going to believe him? He decides that killing the man is a bit too much work, so he is going to settle for a classic eye for an eye trade. Dosun looks at his elite shadow guards lying on the floor, permanently disconnected from the martial arts server. He sweatily realizes that Yeonho is about to permanently reset his entire stat build and lock his account forever. And Yeonho just gives him this terrifying happy-go-lucky smile with a finger-crossed gesture that basically says, "Yep, your subscription to Breathing with Mana has expired. Dosun does not even get to finish his last curse word before the entire sky above the black spider base splits open with a blinding flash of divine blue energy. With the boss permanently dealt with, Yeonho turns to the next thug in line and casually asks for a tour of their main office. And just like that, the greatest criminal syndicate in Hubei is completely wiped off the local map in a single afternoon. Meanwhile, back at the clinic, Jin Yuran is looking out over the balcony. She is wondering where her little brother has gone, holding on to her mother's jade necklace like she is expecting the worst. Right on cue, Soa slams the front gate open, carrying boxes of food and supplies like he just won a shopping spree. He is screaming at the top of his lungs, completely out of breath, and bursting with pure gremlin excitement. Yuran asks him what could possibly possess him to act this crazy, and Soa hits her with the ultimate news: they are completely debt-free. Yuran immediately assumes her little brother has lost his mind and tells him he must be having a very vivid dream. So Soa starts explaining the entire epic story under the light of the full moon. She is listening with wide eyes, trying to process the absolute insanity of their current situation. He tells her they are finally free from the loan sharks, and it is all thanks to their resident mysterious slacker, Mr. Y. Yuran folds her hands, genuinely relieved, thinking about how deeply indebted they are to this random teenager. But then her older sister instincts kick in, and her eyes go completely cold. She tells Soa that even though they are free, using gambling money to pay off their family debts is completely unacceptable. Soa's face immediately drops. The high of saving his family clinic is instantly replaced by the crushing weight of a family lecture. She asks him how he could possibly support gambling after seeing how it ruined their late father and bankrupted their entire legacy. Soa finally snaps and screams back, pointing out that if they did not get that money, she would have been sold off to a shady brothel by now. But Yuran is incredibly stubborn. She tells him that a true physician must always walk the orthodox righteous path, no matter what. Soa looks at her with absolute disappointment, realizing that his sister is completely stuck in her own rigid worldview. He tells her that he did absolutely everything to save her life and their home, but all she can do is stand there and lecture him. He gestures to their empty, falling apart clinic and points out that if they did things her way, they would be starving in this rundown yard forever. He looks at the cracked, dusty wooden sign of the Sacred Hand Manor, sitting on the ground, completely forgotten. He says he learned a lot from watching Yeonho actually take action, and he refuses to live a passive, miserable life just to keep some abstract honor. With one final look of defiance, he tells her he wants to live his own life and make his own decisions. He turns his back on her, leaving her standing alone in the quiet courtyard under the cold moonlight. Let's take a quick trip over to the Pine Forest Great Hanlim Institute, where the autumn leaves are looking absolutely beautiful. Scholar Moon Yuan is standing on the bridge, welcoming some very unexpected, highly dangerous guests. And look who finally made it. Wi Yeonho, our guy's intensely serious older brother, is standing there looking like a walking main character. Yuan is incredibly polite, stating that any relative of the legendary Yeonho is an honored guest in his academy. Sanho immediately bows and apologizes for his brother's inevitably rude behavior, but Yuan just smiles and asks if he is currently searching for him. Before Sanho can answer, Yuan raises a hand and asks if he can offer some elder wisdom to the young master. He looks Sanho straight in the eye, his gaze turning incredibly sharp as he brings up the concept of great potential. He explains that Yeonho's talent is not something that can be locked up or restricted. He warns Sanho that trying to mold his younger brother into his own rigid expectations is only going to break both of them. He compares Yeonho to a wild horse that has just broken its ropes. If you try to lock a wild horse in a tiny house, everyone gets hurt. You have to let him run free across the plains to see how far he can truly go. Sanho looks up, Yuan's deep words hitting him right in the chest as he thinks about his lazy little brother. He bows deeply, thanking the scholar for his wise counsel, promising to keep his advice in mind as they travel. A few hours later, Sanho and Zhang Il are walking down the forest path, leaving the academy behind. Zhang Il is looking extremely annoyed, complaining about how Sanho looks completely miserable even after getting free food and shelter. Sanho ignores the attitude and asks him how his brother actually looked when Zhang Il first encountered him in Kaifeng. Zhang Il sighs and says he only treated Wi Yeonho like a human being because he was Sanho's brother, otherwise he would have classified him as a wild animal. He complains that Yeonho is the laziest, most cunning, and frustratingly smart slacker he has ever met. He starts mimicking Yeonho's lazy, yawning face, but immediately cuts himself off and covers his mouth when he realizes who he is talking to. Sanho just walks in silence, his expression completely unreadable as he processes the description of his brother. He quietly notes that it seems Zhang Il has a very strong, highly specific opinion of Yeonho. But as Sanho looks down, he realizes that most ordinary people are completely blind to Yeonho's true, monstrous genius. Meanwhile, the focus of their deep philosophical discussion is currently asleep on a roof, yawning like his life depends on it. He stretches his arms and legs, trying to shake off the physical exhaustion of his latest nap. He complains that his master's dream training is getting so intense that his real-world body feels like it got ran over by a horse carriage. Suddenly, Yeren's voice speaks up right next to him, thanking him for everything he has done for her family. Our guy is so startled, he literally yells out in surprise. He drops to the roof tiles, looking completely baffled as Yeren drops to her knees and bows her head to the floor. With her eyes closed and her face flushed with emotion, she asks him for a massive, highly personal favor. Yeonho backs away sweatily, wondering if he is currently being cursed by some ancient ancestor spirit or if he is just having a very weird dream. She looks up and begs him to use his influence to change her little brother's mind. She explains that Soa is currently deeply shaken and he needs to focus on inheriting the clinic and reviving the family honor. Yeonho tilts his head, completely confused, and points out the obvious flaw in her logic. Aren't becoming a great doctor and running a massive business clinic two completely different goals? He crosses his arms and asks her which one is actually more important to her. Yeren looks at him with absolute determination and says that the revival of the Sacred Hand Manor is her absolute #1 priority. She says that their late father's final wishes can never be fulfilled if the clinic remains in ruins, even if Soa becomes a medical genius. But she believes that if they successfully rebuild the clinic, they will eventually have the resources to train dozens of incredible doctors in the future. Yeonho nods slowly, realizing that she is choosing the corporate real estate option over the individual career path. Yeon looks up at him nervously, wondering what kind of deep, ancient martial wisdom the legendary slacker is about to drop on her. And our guy just gives her this incredibly smug, highly suspicious grin and tells her that there is actually an extremely simple solution to her entire problem. Cut to later that night at a lavish, red-lit building in the city, where the lanterns are glowing brightly. We get a close-up of some bright red lipstick as Gui Nungnong grinds her teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. She is still incredibly angry at the beggar sect in Yeonho, screaming about how she is going to absolutely ruin him the next time she sees his lazy face. Suddenly, her masked Hao clan subordinate, Gongmu, bursts into the room looking like he just saw a ghost, stammering about a massive emergency. And standing right behind him is a massive, incredibly imposing older warrior carrying a giant wooden sword case, accompanied by a very stern woman. The older man looks around the room with absolute authority and asks if she is the one in charge of this establishment. Nung sighs, completely exhausted by the endless stream of dangerous martial artists walking through her front door lately, and confirms she is indeed the boss. The older man stands tall, looks her dead in the eye, and introduces himself with absolute pride. Nung's eyes go completely wide, her jaw dropping as she realizes she is standing in front of Wi Yeonho, the legendary righteous, chivalrous swordsman. Jeonghan lights up like a little kid, shouting with pure joy, thrilled that his personal brand is still so recognizable in this province. He starts declaring that since she knows his name, he won't have to explain. But before he can finish his grand hero speech, his wife Han Sang-ah literally slaps her hand over his entire face and tells him to shut up and move out of the way. She tells him they are incredibly busy searching for their lost son and asks why he is wastefully flexing his martial arts reputation in a lobby. Jonghyun immediately shrinks, looking like a sad puppy as he mutters that he is just very famous. Nung stands there with a completely deadpan expression, trying to reconcile the legendary hero of the orthodox Murim with the henpecked husband currently getting bullied in her lobby. Sang-ah clears her throat politely, instantly switching back to her calm, terrifyingly polite mother mode. She smiles warmly at Nang and explains that their son Yeonho sent a letter from this location, asking if she can kindly explain exactly what happened to him. Nung looks at the terrifying power couple in front of her and sweatily asks if the son they are looking for is indeed young master Wi Yeonho. She quickly explains that if they are looking for him, he should have arrived at the Divine Hand Manor by now. Jeonghan tilts his head in confusion, repeating the name Divine Hand Manor, while Sang-ah notes that he was previously staying at the Hanlam Academy. Jeonghan strokes his beard, pointing out that Divine Hand Manor is a medical sect, wondering if his son is secretly sick or injured. Nung shakes her head, stating she hasn't heard anything about his health being poor. But as Jeonghan thinks about it, his eyes go completely narrow, and his entire expression turns incredibly serious. He points out that his son is naturally the laziest creature on the planet, and he is absolutely not the type of person to keep in touch with a young lady on his own. He demands to know how she knows his son's exact coordinates so perfectly. Nung gasps, her heart skipping a beat as the absolute pressure of a legendary master's gaze locks onto her. She panics internally, realizing she got swept up in the conversation and blabbed way too much information, essentially revealing that she has been secretly keeping tabs on their son. Jongin steps forward, pointing his hand at her as the room literally shakes with his energy, demanding that she answer him straight. Nong sweatily realizes that if she makes one wrong move here, she is going to get permanently deleted by these overprotective parents. Meanwhile, cut to the brand new, incredibly lavish Divine Hand Manor clinic, which was rebuilt at absolute lightning speed. We see that they established the new clinic by completely taking over the former Black Spider base, using all the looted gold coins to fund the construction. And inside, our guy Yeonho is currently holding a piece of paper in front of a very confused, sweatily nervous Jin Soa. He shows the paper to Soa, pointing out his signature on the bottom, casually explaining that it is a promissory note, proving Soa owes him 20 gold taels. Soa looks completely betrayed, asking if Yeonho wasn't paying off his family's debt out of the goodness of his heart. Yeonho just smiles like a corporate executive and tells him that absolutely nothing in this world is free, brat. He explains that paying off the family debt was actually a long-term investment. He offers to pay Soa a salary of 1 gold tael a year to help rebuild the clinic, meaning it will take him exactly 20 years to pay off his debt. Soa's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he screams in absolute horror at the realization of his 20-year contract. Yeonho just gives him this incredibly happy, bright smile and tells him to sign the paper if he understands, pointing out that the only other option is to pay back the 20 gold taels in a lump sum right now. Soa starts crying tears of pure defeat, holding his brush with trembling hands, realizing he has just signed the kind of medieval slave contract he has only read about in terrifying fantasy stories. He walks out of the room grumbling and sniffing, muttering about how he got completely tricked, while Yeonho watches him go with an incredibly satisfied look, noting that he has successfully secured the heir of the clinic. With Soa out of the room, our gold-loving manager Ha Dae-bong peeks out from the corner, looking extremely curious. He steps forward and asks Yeonho why he actually went through all that trouble to set up such a bizarre contract. He points out that he has never seen a contract this incredibly stupid or generous in his entire life as a merchant. Soa, who is secretly lingering near the sliding door, freezes in his tracks, his ears perking up as he listens to the conversation. Dae-bong points out that the conditions are way too good for the kid. He says that even if Soa worked himself to the bone, there is no way he could actually revive the prestigious Divine Hand Manor by himself in 20 years. He adds that while the family name is highly prestigious, a medical clinic is not exactly something a powerful young master like Yeonho actually needs. Yeonho calmly sips his tea and confirms that is indeed true. So Dae-bong asks the million-dollar question, why pay him a massive salary and spend so much gold to help him rebuild his family manor if there is absolutely nothing in it for him? Yeonho looks down at his tea, his expression turning incredibly soft, and says that he is doing it to build a connection. He looks at his reflection in the hot tea, explaining that while Soa is still young, he has the rare vessel and capacity to handle truly great things in the future. He says that if Soa successfully revives his family manor and matures into a legendary physician, he will eventually have the power to save countless lives across the Central Plains. So he decided to put his faith in the kid, invest his resources, and give him a genuine chance to change the world. Dae-bong bows his head, completely moved by his master's incredible, noble wisdom. And outside the door, Soa is standing there with a massive blush on his face, his eyes filling with tears as he realizes Yeonho actually thinks of him as a future hero. He clenches his fist in pure emotional determination, feeling incredibly guilty for grumbling and complaining about the contract earlier. He literally starts sprinting down the hallway like a shonen protagonist, crying tears of gratitude, resolving to work his absolute hardest to repay Yeonho's incredible kindness. As soon as Soa's footsteps fade into the distance, Dae-bong peeks out the window and asks if the kid is finally gone. Yeonho confirms that the target has successfully left the building, and our guy immediately drops the noble hero act and bursts into this incredibly evil gremlin-like laughter, cackling about how incredibly easy it is to manipulate a gullible little kid. Dae-bong joins in on the evil laughter, holding his hand over his face as they cackle together like a pair of classic Disney villains. They are literally leaning back and laughing at the ceiling, absolutely thrilled with their unlimited free labor glitch. Cut to the next day, where the beautiful new black and gold sign of the Divine Hand Manor is officially hanging above the massive front gates. Manager Ha Dae-bong is standing in the main courtyard, wearing his finest silk robes, throwing confetti in the air as his staff rushes around preparing for the grand opening. It is officially opening day, and the courtyard is completely packed with people. The kitchen staff is screaming about running low on food, demanding more hands to help. Daebong is in his absolute element, directing the crowd, telling his assistants to buy more ingredients, open up the patient rooms, and lay out mats to accommodate every single person. Soa is standing on the main balcony, wearing his official Lord of the Manor robes, taking a deep breath as he tries to steel his nerves. The crowd below is whispering, wondering if this tiny child is actually the legitimate heir of the legendary Divine Hand Manor, and if he has half his father's medical skill. Suddenly, a massive shout echoes through the crowd, announcing that a highly important guest is arriving. Soa and Daebong turn their heads in confusion, wondering who could possibly be arriving in such a fancy carriage. A lavishly dressed foot steps out of the carriage, stepping onto the stone path with absolute authority. The crowd parts immediately as a tall, imposing figure in purple and gold imperial robes walks up the stairs. The guards scream for everyone to make way for the governor of Wuhan, and the entire crowd immediately drops to their knees in respect. Daebong drops to his knees faster than anyone, sweat pouring down his face as he welcomes the governor, who just gives a dignified grunt. The governor glances back at his carriage, looking extremely nervous, sweat dripping down his collar as he looks at the quiet woods. He turns back to the crowd, clearing his throat, trying to look as official and dignified as possible. Soa immediately bows deeply to the ground, showing absolute respect to the highest official in the province. The governor raises his hands and loudly declares that he is absolutely overjoyed to see the Jin family's prestigious Divine Hand Manor being rebuilt today. He steps forward, asking Soa if he is indeed the proud son of the previous lord of the manor. Soa keeps his head bowed, sweat dripping from his forehead, and loudly confirms his identity. The governor smiles and officially declares that as the governor of Wuhan, he officially recognizes the reconstruction of the manor, trusting that they will dedicate themselves to helping the citizens. Soa drops to his knee, punching his fist into his palm with absolute passion, promising to do his absolute best for the people. The entire crowd erupts into massive cheers, shouting that the absolute pride of Hubei has finally returned to the province. The governor waves to the cheering crowd, shouting some generic political slogans about how a healthy populace makes for a strong nation, while the citizens cheer his name. The crowd is completely amazed, gossiping about how incredible it is that the governor himself came to endorse the clinic, proving this is indeed the real, official Divine Hand Manor. Soa looks up at the sky with tears in his eyes, imagining his late father smiling down on him from heaven, holding a gambling tile like a true legend. He clenches his fists and silently promises his father that he will do an incredible job and restore their family honor. But cut to inside the governor's fancy carriage, where the governor's dignified composure instantly shatters. He is sweating profusely, trembling as he asks if his performance was sufficient. And sitting comfortably on the plush cushions across from him is none other than Yeonho, casually reading a book, telling him that his performance was absolutely perfect. The governor sweatily begs him to keep his promise and return what he took. Yeonho just gives him this incredibly smug, half-lidded look and taps his book, explaining that he is going to hold on to this bribery ledger from the Black Spider Den for just a little bit longer, just in case the governor tries to change his tune. The governor looks absolutely crushed, realizing he has just been completely blackmailed by a teenager, and quietly asks to be on his way. Yeonho waves goodbye cheerfully as the carriage rolls away, looking like a friendly neighbor waving to a friend. Inside the carriage, the governor nervously puffs on his long pipe, sweating through his expensive robes, realizing he has to lay incredibly low for the foreseeable future to avoid getting sent to imperial prison. Cut to the next morning, where Soa walks out of the clinic and instantly freezes in absolute shock. The entire mountain path is completely packed with a massive, endless line of patients stretching all the way down to the city gates. Soa asks where this line could possibly end, while Daebong walks up behind him, sniffing the air with a look of pure, unadulterated ecstasy. His eyes literally turn into gold bars as he screams that he smells money, telling Soa that they are about to suck these patients dry, while Soa sweatily tells the old man to watch his mouth. But cut to later that night at the Divine Hand Manor, the massive competitor clinic that originally drove Soa's family to ruin. The head of the fake clinic is looking around his completely empty lobby, screaming in fury, demanding to know why there are absolutely no patients in his building. His assistant sweatily explains that the real Divine Hand Manor has officially opened, and everyone flocked over there. The boss's face goes completely dark, his veins popping as he tries to process the news of their competitor's sudden return. He slams his hands on the table, shouting that it is physically impossible for them to call themselves Divine Hand Manor without the actual lord of the manor. The assistant explains that the late lord's young son is the one who opened it. The boss is completely baffled, pointing out that the late lord had a mountain of gambling debts, demanding to know where a tiny kid could possibly get the gold to open a massive clinic. He grinds his teeth, muttering about how smoothly his plan was going after he got that bald Jin addicted to gambling and systematically ruined his family. The assistant sweatily asks what they should do, pointing out that this was a vital task entrusted to them by their shadow young master, and if things go south, they are going to pay with their lives. He asks if there is truly nothing they can do, since the milk has already been spilled. The boss's eyes go completely cold. He slams his hand down on his paper cutter, menacingly slicing through a bundle of herbs, muttering that if a knot cannot be untied, you simply have to cut it off. He sighs mockingly, saying it is truly tragic. Meanwhile, on the roof right above Soa's brightly lit office window, our guy Yeonho is currently lying down, peacefully watching over the courtyard. The evil boss grins with a terrifying crooked smile, saying it would be just so tragic if the young lord of the newly rebuilt Divine Hand Manor met a sudden, highly violent end at the hands of a robber in the middle of the night. He tells his assistant to make sure to prepare a very generous amount of condolence money for the funeral. While back at the clinic, Soa is working late into the night, practicing his needle techniques, completely unaware of the terrifying shadow currently creeping toward his home. So, while our guy is casually taking a nap on the roof, this absolute clown of a rival doctor is downstairs, plotting a literal assassination. He is already planning how much condolence money to send to the funeral. But before we get to that, let's take a quick trip over to the Murim Alliance. Meet the Alliance leader, Sima Cheonse. He is currently looking at some reports, hearing about how the Green Forest bandits have been making contact with the Iron Blood sect. He realizes that if these massive factions are already working together, the geopolitical balance of the entire region is about to get completely wrecked. Here is a quick lore breakdown on how this world actually works. For 20 years, there has been peace. But peace just means everyone has been stockpiling weapons and leveling up their personal armies. And now, the tank is about to overflow. The Alliance leader asks what the Heavenly Medical Union is doing about all of this. If the Medical Union is backing this secret alliance, the entire continent is looking at a massive, multi-faction world war. The mere thought of how much blood is about to be spilled has the leader looking extremely stressed. But then the elder drops a name that changes the entire mood, Wi Yeonho. He explains that this mysterious teenager recently reappeared after disappearing 5 years ago, and he is the second son of the legendary Wi Yeonho. The leader's face instantly lights up like a kid on Christmas morning. He starts laughing hysterically, shouting about how the Sword of Justice was apparently busy hiding away to raise a literal dragon. The elder adds that the eldest son is Wi Yeonho, the famous demon slayer sword. He predicts that in 10 years, the Guangdong Wi clan might literally become the strongest family under the heavens. The alliance leader is fully hyped, assuming that since Yeonho was raised by such a legendary hero, he must be a shining beacon of upright, chivalrous justice. And cut back to reality, where this supposed shining beacon of justice is currently snoring on a roof like a broken lawnmower. He flinches as his super hearing picks up the sound of stealthy footsteps landing on the tiles. He peeks over the edge, asking the manager where little Soa is. Daebong calmly sticks his head out the window, stating the kid fainted from working too hard a little while ago. Yeonho tells him to take care of his health so their primary source of free labor doesn't collapse, and then brings up a bet they made. Daebong looks up with a classic, confused merchant face, wondering what bet he is talking about. Right on cue, a squad of masked assassins leaps over the walls with their daggers drawn, ready to execute their clean, silent hit. Yeonho just catches a gold coin thrown up by Daebong, smugly pointing out that he predicted they would show up tonight. He drops down to the courtyard, casually resting a wooden broom on his shoulder, complaining about how these guys are trying to ruin his money source. The assassins surround him, charging from all sides with their blades glowing with dark chi. Yeonho does not even draw a sword. He just winds up with his wooden broom, ready to show these guys that trash is best cleaned with a proper sweeping tool. While the cleanup crew is working in Hubei, let's head back to Kaifeng, where things are getting incredibly awkward at the Hao clan branch. Nungnong is currently sweating bullets, staring at the terrifying power couple in her lobby. The legendary patriarch, Wi Yeonho, is shouting at her, demanding to know how she knows his lazy son's exact coordinates. She is panicking internally, cursing herself for letting her guard down and talking too much in front of a master. Jeongin steps forward, unleashing a wave of pressure, telling her she had better answer him straight. But before he can look like a cool, intimidating martial arts master for more than 2 seconds, his wife Han Sang-ah literally grabs him by the ear and twists it with absolute, terrifying tiger mom force. She yells at him for interfering, pointing out the obvious fact that if a grown woman is tracking a grown man, she clearly has a crush on him. With her husband successfully silenced, Sung-ah turns back to Nung-nung with a warm, sweet smile, asking if she can guide them to the clinic in Hubei. Nang-nong nervously explains that it isn't difficult, but she doesn't think Yeonho is the type of person to stay in one place for very long. She suggests sending one of her personal informants to accompany them so they won't lose their way on the road. Jeonghyun looks at her in silence, deeply impressed by how confident and decisive this young lady remains even after learning their true identities. He tells her he will consider this a personal favor from her, promising to repay the debt in the future if it aligns with justice. He then turns to his wife, completely oblivious, asking who the informant is going to be. Sung-ah just sighs at how incredibly dense her husband is. She grabs Nung-nung's hands, smiling warmly, asking her how old she is and if her parents are doing well. Upon hearing that Nung-nung's mother passed away when she was young, Sung-ah immediately starts petting her, expressing deep sympathy. She then looks her up and down, asking if her frail-looking body can handle the long, exhausting trip to Hubei. Nung-nung freezes, her brain completely short-circuiting as she realizes what is happening. She thinks about the legendary lineage of the Wi family, the father, the eldest brother, and now, the monstrously talented Yeonho. A slow, highly ambitious smirk spreads across her face. She bows politely, telling Mother that despite her appearance, she is actually quite sturdy and will get ready for the trip immediately. Sung-ah waves her off with a happy laugh, completely thrilled with her matchmaking speedrun. Jeonghyun sweatily whispers to his wife, pointing out that Nong-nang clearly doesn't seem to have any actual feelings for their lazy son. Sung-ah whips her head around, asking him if he honestly thinks their lazy, unmotivated son is capable of getting married on his own. He quickly shuts up. She explains that now that Yeonho is back and of age, they need to actively prepare his future. She smiles like a mastermind, stating that if they travel together long enough, the possibility of affection developing is incredibly high. She notes that Nong-nang is smart and pretty, which is perfect, because a dumb girl wouldn't be able to handle Yeonho anyway. Jeonghyun literally shivers in fear, muttering to himself about how absolutely terrifying women can be when they are planning something. Meanwhile, back at the Hubei clinic, the morning sun has risen, and the busy sound of patients is echoing through the halls. Inside, little Soa is lying face down on the table, looking like a corporate worker who has just finished a 70-hour shift. Yeonho is happily chewing on a massive bowl of noodles, asking him why he isn't eating this delicious food. Soa grumbles, asking how he can possibly eat when he is literally dying of exhaustion. Soa looks up with his bruised, tired face, asking if grinding himself to dust seeing patients is really going to help him develop as a physician. Yeonho nods, explaining that there are no prodigies in medicine, only experience. Soa sighs, noting that it sounds like a very plausible lie, and then asks what happened with the noise last night. Yeonho deadpans that nothing happened, claiming he just caught some random intruders and tossed them to the local magistrate. He slurps his noodles, staring intensely, declaring that with this, the entire medical market of Hubei will soon be completely dominated by their clinic. Suddenly, the sliding door opens, and a nervous staff member calls out for the young lord. Soa tilts his head in confusion as the worker announces that a very important, highly familiar woman has just come to visit him. And standing in the courtyard is Jin Yeren, looking absolutely majestic with her sparkling aura and butterfly pins. Soa runs out to the bridge, looking incredibly nervous as he greets his older sister. Yeren looks around the bustling commercialized clinic with a look of absolute disgust, demanding to know what is going on here. She stands tall on the bridge and orders her little brother to quit this sham immediately and pack his bags to come home. She states that medicine is a benevolent, sacred art meant to heal the suffering, not a merchant trade used to accumulate wealth and profit. She tells him to pack his bags immediately, but Soa just stands there, keeping his head down, his fists clenching in silence. He quietly asks if doctors are not human beings too. He looks up, shouting at her, asking why everyone else in the world is allowed to chase wealth and fame, while doctors are expected to live in poverty and eat gruel forever. Yuran is shocked, asking if he has forgotten the noble teachings of their ancestors. Soa fires back, pointing out that those same ancestors lived in houses as big as whales. Yuran argues that their wealth followed naturally from practicing benevolence, not from chasing money. But Soa yells that the one who doesn't understand is her. He shouts that while he might not be walking a perfectly righteous path, at least he isn't arrogant and self-righteous like she is. He points out that if they kept following her stubborn, passive methods, the prestigious name of their family clinic would have been forgotten by the world forever. He declares that he is not a puppet meant to do whatever she says, telling her to go her own way while he goes his. He screams that he will make the divine hand manner known to the world in his own way, turning around and sprinting back to the clinic. Yeonho, who has been watching this entire anime sibling drama from the sidelines, sweatily notes that the kid's tone with his sister is surprisingly savage. Yeon stands on the bridge, her expression turning incredibly dark, a cold wind literally blowing through her hair. She turns around, marching straight toward Yeonho, while our guy sweatily wonders why she is looking at him like she wants to slice him into pieces. She stops right in front of him, her eyes burning with pure fury, declaring that this entire rebellion is completely his fault. Cut to later that night, where a sleek black carriage is traveling through the dark mountain forest. Inside, the masked driver asks for orders, and the young master's voice tells him to erase any remaining traces of their presence at the clinic. The driver notes that it seems like a massive waste to throw away the entire foundation they spent years building in Wuhan. The young master explains that it is indeed a waste, but it is infinitely better than losing everything by clinging to a compromised base. He notes that the intervention of that unidentified, monstrously powerful boy expert is a massive problem. He realizes that a teenager of that caliber cannot possibly be alone, meaning a powerful backer will surely appear if they escalate the conflict. He decides it is better to wash their hands of the local market before the commotion attracts the attention of the Murim alliance. A dark, effeminate smirk spreads across his face as he mutters that his older brother is already achieving great things, meaning he must do his share without wasting time. He wonders what the true identity of that boy expert actually is. He decides he must send a letter to the main house immediately, warning them that someone who might actively hinder their grand cause has officially appeared in Hubei. Meanwhile, back at the clinic, a pristine stream of white wine is being poured into a porcelain cup. Yeon is sitting alone in the gazebo under the moonlight, looking incredibly sad and beautiful as she drinks in silence. Suddenly, a voice speaks up from the shadows, warning her that drinking alone is a great way to ruin her stomach. She looks up to see Yeonho standing there, scratching his head, asking her if her anger has finally cooled down a bit. He slowly walks up the steps of the gazebo, giving her a gentle, sleepy smile, asking if she can spare a glass for him too. So, the white wine continues to pour under the quiet night sky. Yeon lets out a soft sigh, the moonlight reflecting off the peaceful pond. She looks at him in silence as the wind rustles the leaves around the gazebo. Yeonho stands there, looking slightly awkward, wondering if she is about to throw her cup at his face. He steps closer, his boots clicking quietly against the wooden floor. He gives her a sleepy, gentle gaze, politely asking for a glass. He sits on the edge of the gazebo, raising his cup, stating that drinking alone is basically poison. Yeon dryly asks if seeing his face isn't significantly more poisonous. Yeonho deadpans, asking if he should lie down so she won't have to look at him, which actually coaxes a small smile out of her. But then, her expression turns incredibly serious, and she suddenly drops to her knees, bowing her head deeply. She sincerely apologizes for her angry outburst earlier, explaining that she was too ashamed of her own behavior to visit him. Yeonho tells her to relax and not worry about it. She keeps her head down, her fingers clenching her robes in silence. She laments that managing the clinic and guiding her headstrong little brother is proving to be incredibly difficult. Yeonho looks at her and honestly admits that he doesn't really understand what she is actually worried about. He explains that his master always taught him that if you want something in this world, you have to actively achieve it yourself. He quotes a classic proverb, "He who is thirsty must dig the well." Yeon looks up in surprise, asking if he means she should be the one to raise the family manor herself. Yeonho asks if that wasn't what she actually wanted from the very beginning. He points out that just because Soa is the nominal legitimate male heir of the family, that doesn't mean he is the only person allowed to rebuild the clinic's legacy. She looks down, her voice trembling slightly, as she points out that she is a woman. Yeonho just gives her a warm, supportive smile, asking if there is some ancient law that says only men are allowed to protect a family. He looks her straight in the eye and asks if gender actually matters when it comes to the sacred duty of saving human lives. Yeon's heart literally skips a beat at his words. She nervously asks him if he honestly thinks she is capable of doing it. Yeonho shrugs, stating that nobody can possibly know that until she tries. He explains that Soa's dream of becoming a great physician and her dream of rebuilding the majestic manor are two completely different goals. He points out that she is obsessing over Soa because she thinks he is the only qualified heir. But if she wants to rebuild the Divine Hand Manor into the ideal, benevolent sanctuary she envisions, she has to step up and do it herself. Yeon stares at him with wide, shining eyes, completely moved by his perspective. She closes her eyes, letting out a soft, genuine laugh, telling him he really is a very strange, unique person. Yeonho smiles, sipping his wine, agreeing that he hears that description quite often. He notes that people who only think and never take action can never achieve anything in life. Yeon asks if that is a form of self-deprecation. and our guy happily confirms that it is. He leans back comfortably, stating he is perfectly satisfied with living a quiet, lazy life, having no grand desires to achieve anything historic. But he proudly bets he is much happier than she is right now, because he is actively doing exactly what he wants to do, even though he occasionally has to do annoying things because of his master's core demands. Euron looks at him warmly, smiling, stating that his master must be an incredibly good person, since he is the only one capable of making the lazy young master actually move. They sit together in comfortable, peaceful silence under the beautiful night sky, the heavy burden on Yeren's chest finally lifting. Yeonho looks up at the bright full moon, quietly agreeing that perhaps his master was indeed a good person. The next evening, the lanterns of the city are glowing softly. Our guy Yeonho is standing at a quiet street tavern, placing his hands on the wooden table. Sitting across from him is Dokbi, the one-armed gambling king, who looks up in absolute shock, wondering how Yeonho knew he was here. Yeonho sits down, pouring him a drink, explaining that if you pay the beggar sect, there are plenty of people happy to tell you exactly where someone is hiding. Dokbi chuckles, asking if he has connections with the Hao clan as well. Yeonho downs his cup, grimacing at the bitter taste, complaining that he still doesn't understand why people actually enjoy drinking this terrible stuff. Dokbi sets his cup down, staring intensely at Yeonho, asking him the question that has been burning in his mind. He looks him straight in the eye and accuses him of losing their legendary dice match on purpose at the very end. He notes that with Yeonho's godlike skill, he could have easily rolled a perfect double 6 to win. But Yeonho deliberately chose to roll a lower score to trigger the jackpot rule instead. Dokbi states that under normal circumstances, he should have lost the match, demanding to know why Yeonho chose to win that way. He gestures with his single sleeve, his voice turning deeply philosophical as he asks Yeonho what he thinks gambling actually is. He explains that gambling is supposed to be a pure, sacred contest of skill, where players use every ounce of their abilities to decide the outcome. But these days, useless, corrupt things like syndicate plans and corporate strategies are interfering with the pure spirit of the game. Dokbi states with absolute pride that he has never lost a match on purpose in his entire life, claiming his luck simply ran out in that room. He notes that thanks to Yeonho bankrupting the casino, the endless stream of people ruining their lives at the gambling den will finally disappear. He hopes that until a new den inevitably opens, there will finally be some peace in the province. Yeonho looks at him, pointing out that Dokbi literally lost everything because of that match: his wealth, his massive reputation, and all his followers. Dokbi just smiles warmly, explaining that what truly matters in life is the size of your vessel. He states that if your cup is empty, you simply refill it, meaning losing everything can also be viewed as losing absolutely nothing. Yeonho thinks to himself that it sounds like sophisticated sophistry, but he can't help but laugh. He realizes that while Dokbi lives in a brutal underworld where winning is everything, he doesn't actually let the outcome define his soul. Dokbi looks at him and asks him what is looking so strange. Yeonho looks down, thinking about how he has spent the last few days surrounded by the kindest, most rigid people in the world, Yeon and Soa. He admits that while he understood their righteous paths in his head, his lazy, pragmatic soul couldn't actually relate to their rigid ideals. But talking to a fellow degenerate like Dokbi feels incredibly refreshing, like finally breaking out of a suffocating mold. Dokbi smiles, raising his cup, stating that is exactly what humanity is, feeling completely different things in the exact same situation, and gambling everything on the path they chose. He toasts Yeonho, stating that is what makes life so beautiful, and that is why his match with the young master was the most enjoyable game of his life. They clink their cups together under the warm, quiet night sky, sharing a genuine connection. The next morning, the sun rises over the beautiful, peaceful gates of the Divine Hand Manor. Suddenly, manager Ha Daebong runs through the courtyard screaming at the top of his lungs, looking completely panicked. He bursts into the office, waving a piece of paper, while Soa looks up in confusion, asking what is going on. Daebong sweatily announces that young master Yeonho has officially disappeared, leaving only a goodbye letter behind. Soa looks at the letter, which reads, "I'm leaving. I felt like I'd be stuck here doing actual work forever, so I am slipping away." The letter continues, advising Soa to run the clinic well on his own, warning him not to get too greedy for money and to practice true benevolence. Yeonho writes that he truly believes Soa will grow into a legendary physician and that Daebong will manage the business excellently. But then they read the postscript. P.S. Make sure to save all the profits. I will come back to collect my 70% share when the time is right. Soa and Daebong just stare at the paper with completely deadpan, unimpressed faces. Soa immediately looks at the manager and orders him to send their fastest runners out to search the area. He points out that given Yeonho's legendarily lazy personality, there is a 99% probability that he is currently lying down on a rock somewhere nearby because walking is too much work. Meanwhile, out in a remote, poor village, several sick patients are resting on mats on the ground. And look who is there. Jin Yuran is personally applying ointment to a patient, smiling warmly, telling them there is absolutely no need for thanks. Yeonho, who is standing nearby carrying his hobo travel bag, looks at her in silence, thinking about how truly unstoppable she is. He walks up to her, calling out her name, and Yeon whips her head around in absolute shock. They walk along the beautiful river path near a massive waterfall. Yeonho sighs, asking her how much money she has wasted doing free house calls for the poor. He sits on a rock, asking her why on earth she is choosing to walk such a difficult, thorny path. Yeon looks back at the waterfall, smiling gently, stating it isn't really out of a rigid sense of duty anymore. She looks at him with a beautiful, radiant smile, quoting his own words back to him. People who only think can never achieve anything. She declares this is the Yeon style of rebuilding her family legacy. Yeonho looks at her in silence, his sleepy expression softening into a genuine, incredibly sweet smile. He reaches into his bag and hands her a heavy cloth bundle, explaining that since she keeps selling her personal belongings to fund her charity, he decided to bring them back for her. Yeon opens the bundle, her eyes going wide as she sees all her pond butterfly hair ornaments and her mother's jade necklace sparkling inside. Yeonho looks at her and gently asks her to promise him that she won't sell her precious family keepsakes ever again. Yeon clutches the bundle tightly to her chest, her face flushing with a deep blush, whispering a sincere promise to him. Our guy stands up, dusting off his pants, casually announcing that he will be moving on now. Yeon panics, asking where he is going. Yeonho looks down, his expression turning slightly serious, explaining that due to his master's core demands, he is physically unable to stay in one place for very long. He waves, stating that if they are meant to be, they will meet again. Yeon quickly steps forward, holding out her hands, nervously presenting a small, folded deep blue hair ribbon as a parting gift. She blushes, noting that his hair is always incredibly messy and disorganized. Yeonho takes the ribbon, pulling his long dark hair back, tying it into a neat high ponytail. He gives her one final, incredibly handsome smile, thanking her, promising to use it well on his journey. Yeon stands on the riverbank, waving goodbye with a bright, happy smile, wishing him safe travels. Yeonho looks back at her, a peaceful, contented smile on his face as he leaves. He walks down the forest path, thinking about how both siblings have successfully chosen their own unique paths to rebuild their family honor. But the second he is out of her line of sight, his cool main character energy instantly evaporates. His face turns into a pathetic, melting blob as he screams about how much his legs hurt and how he should have brought a horse. Suddenly, he hears the slow creaking of a wooden cart coming down the dirt road, and our guy literally faceplants into the dirt, lying motionless on the ground like a fallen GTA character. The old peasant driving the cart stops in absolute confusion. Yeonho starts rolling dramatically through the dust toward the cart like a tumbleweed. The old man looks down at him with a deeply sweat-stained, bewildered expression, and our guy raises a single trembling finger from the dirt, begging with his last breath for a free ride. Talk about a legendary exit. So, our guy is currently standing in the middle of a dirt road, looking at a passing cart, and instead of walking like a normal human being, he literally faceplants into the ground. He starts rolling through the dust like a lazy tumbleweed towards the cart. The old driver looks down at him, completely bewildered by this bizarre creature, and Yeonho raises a single trembling finger, pathetically begging for a free ride. The old man notes that it is a highly unusual request, but tells him to hop on. Yeonho leaps onto the back of the wooden cart, completely thrilled with his success. He immediately lies down on the hard wooden boards, closes his eyes, and starts drifting off. Honestly, unlocking the automatic fast travel glitch by passing out on an NPC's cart is peak slacker behavior. He sleeps like a log through the entire journey, drool literally running down his chin. At nightfall, the cart stops in the middle of a dense, dark forest, and the driver tells him they have to part ways. Yeonho rubs his eyes, yawning, complaining about how he must have slept way too long. The old man asks if he will be alright since there are no houses nearby, but Yeonho happily notes he can just sleep in a tree or dig a hole. He scratches his head, giving a warm, sleepy smile, thanking the old man for bringing him this far. They wave goodbye as the cart slowly rolls away down the dark forest path. Yeonho stands alone under the light of the full moon, stretching his arms, ready to find a cozy branch. But as the cart rolls deeper into the shadows, the atmosphere instantly changes. The old peasant's warm, gentle expression completely evaporates, his eyes turning cold and sharp. He mutters to himself about what an interesting kid he just encountered, bringing up the name Red Moon. Suddenly, A high-ranking masked assassin leaps down from the trees, kneeling before him with absolute respect. And then, the old man reaches his hand up to his neck and literally starts peeling his own face off. He tears off the rubber mask to reveal a scarred, terrifyingly powerful elder with long silver hair and cold, murderous eyes. The kneeling assassin looks up in shock as the elder reveals that the lazy teenager on the road actually noticed his hidden presence. He stands tall under the moonlight, holding his fake peasant face like a trophy, ordering his subordinate to investigate. He demands a complete dossier on who this mysterious boy actually is. Meanwhile, our guy is completely oblivious, looking at a massive tree, wondering if he should sleep there. Suddenly, a pair of highly athletic legs come sprinting through the brush at breakneck speed. It is Seomun Daeon of the Suncheon Martial Alliance, and her stamina is completely in the red. She is running for her life, gasping for breath, desperately searching for a place to hide. She spots a massive, ancient tree with thick, leafy branches. She leaps up, using her martial arts agility to scale the trunk in a single bound. She crouches on a thick branch, trying to calm her breathing, preparing to execute the turtle-breathing stealth technique. But as she activates her stealth mode, her senses tingle, and she feels an incredibly bizarre presence right next to her. She slowly turns her head, sweat dripping down her face, staring into the dark leaves. And she literally screams in pure terror as she sees a giant, white comforter burrito hanging upside down from the branch. It is our guy Yeonho, looking extremely annoyed that some random runner just interrupted his peaceful slumber. Daeon instantly lunges forward, slamming her hand over his mouth to muffle his voice. She presses him against the trunk, holding her finger to her lips, desperately telling him to keep quiet. She whispers that she is being chased by a squad of ruthless killers, warning him that if they are found, they are both dead. They freeze in silence as a tall, menacing warrior carrying a long spear walks directly under their branch. A squad of masked, dark key-wielding assassins fans out across the clearing, searching for any traces of her escape. Daeon holds her breath, keeping her hand locked over Yeonho's mouth, her eyes darting nervously. Once the footsteps fade away, Yeonho forcefully exhales, blowing air out of his mouth to get her hand off his face. He gives her an incredibly cold, unimpressed glare, his sleepy eyes turning surprisingly sharp. He calmly tells her to move her body, pointing out that she is extremely heavy. He untangles himself from his blanket, complaining about what a complete disaster his peaceful night has turned into. Daeon drops to one knee, bowing her head, politely apologizing for bringing trouble to his resting spot. She warns him that it is highly dangerous to stay here, explaining that their pursuers are cold-blooded killers who won't hesitate to slaughter an innocent civilian. She takes complete responsibility, telling him to quietly follow her so she can guide him out of the forest safely. They begin walking through the dark, blue-lit woods, keeping their movements silent. Daeon decides to introduce herself properly, announcing her name is Seomun Daeon of the prestigious Seomun family. Our guy just lazily rests his hands behind his head, introducing himself as Wi Yeonho. She whispers that she is currently on a dangerous mission for the Suncheon Martial Alliance, and Yeonho comments that since she was running so fast, he assumed she was just a common thief. She tells him she can't prove her alliance credentials right now, but promises he will believe her the second they run into her pursuers. Yeonho tilts his head, casually asking who exactly is chasing her. Daeon panics, telling him to lower his voice, but Yeonho points out that he needs to know who the enemy is first. She leans close, her expression turning incredibly grim, whispering that they are remnants of the demonic cult. Yeonho pauses, repeating the name, remembering his father's stories. He notes that didn't the demonic cult get wiped out years ago? Daeon grinds her teeth in frustration, raising her voice, telling him that is why the situation is so incredibly serious. But Yeonho just taps his chin with a sly, knowing grin, stating that isn't actually what he meant. He stops walking, looks directly up into the dark canopy, and loudly announces that they can come out of the shadows now. Out of the dense, pitch-black foliage, two glowing purple eyes split the darkness, demanding to know how he detected them. 4 elite demonic cult assassins drop from the trees, surrounding them with their weapons drawn. Daeon draws her blade, her heart rate spiking as she confirms their identities. The lead assassin steps forward, pointing his sword, asking if they are agents from the Martial Alliance. Yeonho just waves his hand lazily, stating he has absolutely nothing to do with the alliance and would actually prefer to avoid them entirely. The lead assassin lets out a dark, confident smirk, enjoying his absolute advantage. He unsheathes his sword, the blade crackling with a sinister, glowing purple aura, telling them they can continue their discussion in hell. But before he can strike, Daeon steps directly in front of Yeonho, shielding him with her arm. She screams at the assassins to wait, explaining that this civilian doesn't know anything, begging them to let him go. She offers a trade, promising to tell them absolutely everything she knows in exchange for the boy's life. The lead assassin smiles, commenting that it is actually a highly tempting deal. But our guy Yeonho, being the absolute master of bad timing, peeks over her shoulder and ruins the entire negotiation. He points out a major problem. He already knows they are demonic cult scum. Daeon literally screams at him in pure rage, wondering why on earth he would say something so incredibly stupid. The assassins are standing there, completely dumbfounded by this idiot's bravery. Yeonho's lazy expression vanishes, his eyes turning completely icy as a cold smile spreads across his face. He slowly draws a majestic, glowing sword from his scroll scabbard, explaining that his father drilled a single, non-negotiable rule into his head. If he ever encounters members of the demonic cult, he is legally and morally obligated to permanently delete them. Daeon looks at him, wondering who on earth his father could possibly be. Yeonho stands tall, a massive, blazing spectral projection of his father appearing behind him, announcing he is the second son of Wi Yeonho of the Guangdong Wi clan. The lead assassin's eyes go completely wide, his face turning pale as he repeats the legendary name of the Sword of Justice. His expression turns into pure, murderous rage, growling that he has always hated that self-righteous alliance swordsman. He leaps into the air with a massive, purple-infused slash, telling Yeonho he can complain to his father after he dies. Daeon screams in absolute panic, sensing the lethal danger. But Yeonho doesn't even flinch. He casually parries the massive, explosive dark strike with his glowing blue blade. The lead assassin's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes his ultimate strike was blocked effortlessly. Yeonho's defensive stance is so incredibly perfect that the assassin is left completely off balance midair. Daeon stands there with her mouth open, trying to process the absolute blinding speed of the slacker next to her. Yeonho's hair ribbon flutters in the wind as he calmly notes that while he doesn't go out of his way to be a perfectly obedient son, he should at least follow his father's righteous advice when the opportunity presents itself. He leaps into the air, his body surrounded by a massive blinding storm of blue divine chi. He points his sword down, his sleepy brown eyes turning into the gaze of a true predator, warning them to brace themselves because his sword is about to be significantly sharper than his father's. Up on the rocky cliff overlooking the forest clearing, the scarred main boss and his subordinate are watching the scene. They are looking down at the four assassins surrounding Yeonho and Daeon under the moonlight. The subordinate confirms that this teenager is indeed Wi Yeonho, the second son of the righteous chivalrous swordsman. The scarred boss wonders why there are absolutely no rumors of his power in the Murim, pointing out that a child with that level of talent should be incredibly famous. The subordinate explains that he was missing for 5 years and is somehow tied to the local events in Wuhan. The boss watches in silence, realizing that Yeonho must have undergone some truly hellish, unimaginable training to reach this level of martial prowess at his age. Suddenly, his single eye goes wide with shock, his crimson pupil dilating as he senses something terrifying. Down below, Yeonho's hand grips his hilt, and his blade literally erupts with a massive, roaring torrent of blue divine chi. Daeon stands behind him, her jaw dropping, completely unable to process the absolute burning power radiating from the lazy teenager. She realizes that while she thought he was a complete idiot, he is actually a literal martial arts monster. Yeonho moves. He lunges forward, his face serious, and the counterattack is so blindingly fast that the first assassin's blade is shattered on impact. Yeonho spins, his movements like fluid water, parrying a thrust from the side, and lands a physical strike directly to the assassin's jaw, sending him flying. Another assassin jumps from above, trying to catch him off guard, slamming his claws into the dirt with a massive explosion of purple energy. But he hits nothing. He looks around in pure panic, wondering where his target went. Yeonho is already directly behind him, dropping down from the sky with a cold gaze, landing a devastating blue-infused kick directly to the back of his head. Done. In a matter of seconds, 3 elite assassins are permanently disconnected from the battle. The final 2 attackers charge together, their spear and sword crackling with desperate purple mana. Yeonho easily weaves through their coordinated strikes, his blade parrying both weapons simultaneously. He unleashes a massive, sweeping kick, sending both of them crashing into the dirt. He lands gracefully in a crouch, surrounded by the groaning, defeated bodies of the elite squad. He stands tall, spinning his sword, his expression completely calm. With absolute precision, he executes a series of clean, precise slashes, permanently disabling their meridians so they can never use martial arts again. The lead assassin screams in agony as his energy paths are shattered, collapsing to his knees. But then, his veins start popping, and a dark, boiling red demonic aura begins to erupt from his body. He screams at his men to activate the demonic blood transformation, forcing their bodies past human limits. The fallen cultists growl in agony, their eyes turning red, their bodies swelling with violent, dark red energy as they stand back up. The entire clearing is filled with a suffocating, demonic pressure, the red aura burning like fire. Yeonho just tilts his head, commenting on how bizarre it is that they can stand up even after he sliced their leg tendons. The leader laughs maniacally, stating that his father clearly didn't teach him everything about the terrifying nature of the demonic cult. But our guy just gives a happy, cheerful smile, and casually suggests that he will just cut off their entire legs next time to make things simpler. The cultists lunge together in a coordinated red glowing strike, unleashing their ultimate, desperate attack. As they charge, the spectral image of his father appears behind him once more, reminding him of a vital lesson. Show no mercy to those who choose the demonic path, because hesitation in a real-life battle will only get you killed. Yeonho's eyes go completely cold, letting go of his lazy, relaxed demeanor. He steps forward, his sword tracing a perfect blinding blue arc through the dark air, and with a single sweeping circular motion, he effortlessly cleaves through their demonic red strikes. The lead assassin screams "Die" as he launches one final, desperate overhead slash, but Yeonho easily dodges, deadpanning that not even a slow turtle would get hit by an attack this telegraphed. He takes a deep breath, preparing to end this fight once and for all. He channels the fundamental essence of the Radiance style, his blade glowing with an icy blue light. He spins his sword in a blinding, circular shield of energy, deciding to deflect their power rather than block it. He flows with the natural movement of the wind, letting their momentum carry them into his trap. The cultists look up in absolute horror as they realize they have been completely outcalculated. Yeonho spins like a hurricane, unleashing a massive, blinding storm of blue cross-shaped slashes, returning the full calamity of their own strikes directly back at them. A titanic, blinding blue explosion craters the entire forest floor with the force of an atomic bomb. Up on the cliff, the scarred boss watches in stunned silence, the massive shockwave blowing his silver hair back as the clearing is engulfed in smoke. The smoke clears to reveal a massive, cracked crater in the earth, with all the cultists lying defeated in the ruins. Only the lead assassin survives, coughing up blood. Realizing he is the sole survivor of his elite squad, he grinds his teeth, clicking a hidden poison capsule inside his hollow tooth to commit suicide and protect their secrets. Yeonho spots this, pointing his finger, asking Daeon if he should capture the guy alive. She sweatily stammers that yes, that would be incredibly helpful. So the leader opens his mouth, ready to swallow the poison capsule, but Yeonho moves like a flash, looking incredibly annoyed, asking how dare he try to cheat his way out of an interrogation. He lands a lightning-fast palm strike directly to the assassin's jaw, slap-punching him so hard his teeth rattle, forcing the blue poison capsule to fly out of his mouth and bounce onto the dirt. Yeonho catches the capsule, noting that his father's boring bedtime stories about ninja suicide tactics are finally proving to be useful. Daeon just stands there with a completely blank, traumatized expression, unable to process the sheer, terrifying efficiency of this kid. Under the quiet night sky, the blue energy slowly fades, leaving them standing in the middle of a massive smoking crater. Meanwhile, back at the Hubei clinic, the morning sun has risen, and young Peng Dojuk is looking completely panicked, shouting about how Yeonho has left the building. Daebong stands on the steps, sighing, noting that a beggar from the beggar sect and his broke-looking companion have just arrived looking for him. Dojuk looks over at the companion, who is standing tall in majestic black and white robes with a massive dragon pattern. Zhang Il explains to the suspicious manager that they are not suspicious people, introducing himself as the Kaifeng branch leader of the beggar sect. Daebong asks what brings them here, and the dragon-robed warrior steps forward, bowing politely, announcing he is Yeonho's older brother, Wi Yeonho. Daebong's face instantly drops, his eyes popping out of his head as he screams "brother" in pure shock. He tucks his robes and starts sprinting back up the stairs at lightning speed to notify the manor master. Zhang Il watches him go, jokingly asking Yeonho if his lazy younger brother managed to stir up some massive trouble here. Suddenly, the loud creaking of a horse carriage echoes from the entrance gates. Zhang Il turns his head, his face instantly turning serious as he recognizes the carriage. Yeonho asks if he can tell who it is just from the design, and Zhang Il confirms the carriage belongs to the Hao sect. The carriage stops, and Zhang Il mutters that the terrifying boss Nang Nang must have chased them all the way from Kaifeng. The carriage door slowly creaks open, and the crowd watches in silence. A pair of polished black boots steps onto the stone path, and stepping out of the carriage is Wi Yeonho, looking incredibly imposing with his massive wooden sword case. Yeonho freezes in absolute, shell-shocked disbelief, stuttering out "Father?" And stepping out right behind him is his mother, Han Sang-ah, holding her husband's hand, looking back in surprise. The ultimate family reunion is about to begin, and our lazy guy is nowhere to be found. So, back at the clinic, the family reunion is currently underway, and everyone is standing around in the courtyard trying to figure out how they all ended up at the exact same spot. Sanho clears his throat, explaining that according to the local staff, his lazy younger brother left the building a while ago. Jianghan's jaw instantly drops, his eyes popping out of his head as he realizes they just missed him. And right on cue, his terrifying wife Sanga flares up with a literal aura of fire, twisting his ear, reminding him she told him to hurry up. Before Jianghan can get bullied further by his wife, little Soa steps out of the building, bowing politely to the guests. He introduces himself as the Lord of the Divine Hand Manor, welcoming them as the honored family of Grandmaster Yeonho. Sanho is standing there with a completely deadpan face, trying to figure out when his lazy, slacker little brother became a Grandmaster. Soa and Daebong immediately invite them inside, promising to prepare a massive, 5-star feast to welcome them. Soa places his hand on his chest, proudly declaring that Yeonho's family is basically their family, and begs them to let them host. Jianghan looks at his wife, nodding slowly, deciding they might as well stay and listen to the ridiculous stories of what Yeonho did here. And look at this absolute feast. They literally laid out a giant table of roasted meats, dumplings, and skewers. Jianghan is happily holding a massive turkey leg, while Sanga is sighing, looking completely depressed, wondering if her poor baby is eating well on the road. Nang Nang and Zhang Il are sitting in the corner, looking incredibly competitive, both of them having sent their networks to track down Yeonho first. Sanho calmly advises his mother to eat and stay healthy, so they have the strength to search for him tomorrow. Sanga touches her arm, sighing that she hasn't been taking very good care of her health lately. And little Soa literally leaps into the frame like an anime character, screaming for the manager, because a guest is feeling unwell. Daebong pops his head through the sliding door, and Soa explains that the Grandmaster's mother is not feeling too good. Daebong panics, promising to prepare a physician right away, but Soa stops him with a highly serious look. He crosses his arms and tells him to go fetch the absolute best, most highly skilled doctor they know in the manor. The Wi family is just sitting at the table, completely baffled by how intensely this kid is treating a minor headache. But before they can ask what is going on, a massive, earth-shaking explosion shatters the front gates of the courtyard. Jianghan and Sanho instantly stand up from the table, their martial instincts flaring as the dust settles. A large group of dark silhouettes stands in the shattered doorway under the afternoon sun. And look who is back. Guok Dasan, the corrupt loan shark who got his martial arts sealed, is standing there with a smug, arrogant grin. Soa looks absolutely horrified, wondering how this guy could possibly return after getting completely ruined by Yeonho. Dosan proudly gestures to his new allies, a squad of elite assassins wearing terrifying bird skull masks and metal claws. He points his finger, screaming that they are going to slaughter everyone in the clinic today and take over Hubei. Soa and Daebong are standing there sweating bullets, thinking they are about to get completely wiped out. Jianghan slowly turns his head, giving his eldest son Sanho a highly calm, unimpressed look. He notes that since they just ate a massive, expensive meal, they should probably do some basic yard work to pay for the food. Sanho steps forward, his hand resting on his dragon-patterned hilt, calmly promising to take care of this trash, real quick. Dosan, completely oblivious to who he is talking to, points his finger and orders his assassins to slaughter him. The bird-masked killers leap into the air, charging from all sides with their razor-sharp metal claws raised. Sanho doesn't even move his feet, he just slowly draws his sword, a massive wave of blue chi crackling along the steel. The assassins screech like wild birds, lunging down for the kill. But Jianghan just sits there, sipping his tea, mocking them, commenting that a common crow should know its place in the sky. Sanho's eyes glow with a sharp, blinding blue light as his energy reaches its absolute peak. He unleashes a massive, lightning-fast slash, cutting through the air with the raw, explosive power of a hurricane. A colossal, blinding dragon of pure blue divine chi erupts from his sword, engulfing the entire courtyard. The raw force of his slash literally shreds their weapons and sends a shockwave traveling through the entire mountain. And with a single, clean strike, the entire squad of elite assassins is instantly wiped out, their bodies scattered across the bloody grass. Soa, Daebong, Nang Nang, and Zhang Il are standing there with their jaws on the floor, while Jianghan just gives a proud, satisfied smirk. Dosan looks at the carnage, his face turning completely pale as he realizes he is standing in front of the legendary Demon Slayer sword. Sanho sheathes his sword with a click, calmly pointing his finger, ordering Dosan to repair the gates he broke, and then do one more thing. He tells him to guide them directly to the place he borrowed these assassins from. Cut to the Orthodox Murim Alliance, Xinyang branch. Officer Gong Sun Young is standing in the lobby, completely startled by their sudden arrival. Daeon walks through the doors, looking extremely exhausted, carrying the tied-up demonic cult leader on her back like a sack of potatoes. She drops him onto the stone floor, announcing that she has successfully captured a high-ranking demonic martial artist. She wipes the sweat from her forehead, explaining that she can't transport him to the main branch alone and needs immediate reinforcements. But Sonyoung nervously scratches his head, explaining that they are completely short-staffed and can only offer her a wooden carriage. Daeon is completely shocked, asking how a major alliance branch could possibly be out of personnel. Sonyoung chuckles sweatily, looking incredibly embarrassed by his own answer. He explains that a massive rumor has spread across the province, claiming that the secret martial arts manual of the legendary Sword Emperor has been found. Yeonho, who has been resting his hands behind his head this entire time, yawningly asks who this Sword Emperor guy is supposed to be. Daeon looks at him in sheer, absolute disbelief, wondering how a martial artist could possibly be ignorant of the Sword Emperor. She explains that unlike the legendary masters who founded massive enduring sects like Shaolin and Wudong, the Sword Emperor chose a completely different path during his short human life. He never founded a sect because his personal temper was apparently so incredibly toxic and terrible that he even cut off his own family. Yeonho strokes his chin, looking extremely thoughtful, muttering that this guy's description sounds incredibly suspiciously familiar. Cut to later that evening, where a carriage is slowly rolling down the dirt road. Daeon is sitting on the driver's seat, holding the reins, muttering curses about her terrible luck, while our guy is lying down comfortably inside the wooden carriage, yawning, stating he has no destination, so Luoyang sounds perfectly fine to him. She asks him if he isn't even slightly interested in the Sword Emperor's legendary manual, and Yeonho lazily replies that his master taught him those books are completely useless. He adds that he has zero interest in climbing another annoying mountain, so they might as well set up camp since the sun is setting. Under the starry night sky, they build a warm campfire. Daeon asks him about his family, wanting to know his relationship to the legendary Wi Yeonho. Yeonho calmly replies that Yeonho is his older brother, and Daeon's face instantly lights up with an excited smile. She boasts that she is actually close friends with his brother, happily noting that since she is older than Yeonho, he should treat her with respect. She stretches her arms, complaining about how dusty and rough the road was today, sighing that her back is incredibly sore from driving. Yeonho looks at her and lazily tells her that if she is tired, she should probably go to sleep. And then, he literally slams the wooden carriage doors shut right in her face, leaving her sitting alone by the fire. Daeon stands there with a completely deadpan twitching face, muttering that he is an absolute jerk. She rests her chin on her hand, remembering Yeonho as a sparkling, polite gentleman, wondering how the two brothers could possibly be so different. Suddenly, the sound of stealthy, heavy footsteps approaches from the dark woods, and Daeon instantly goes on high alert. 3 tall, hooded figures step into the light of the campfire, bowing politely, claiming they are lost travelers. They ask if they can share her fire and stay with her for the night. One of the hooded men whispers to his companion, suggesting they should probably reveal their identities first to put her at ease. The leader pulls back his hood, revealing a thin mustache, introducing himself as Jua Yang of the Righteous Blessing sect, currently hunting demonic cultists. Daeon relaxes slightly, recognizing the sect as a respected affiliate of Wudong, testing them by asking if their elder Hyung is doing well. The man smiles warmly, politely correcting her, stating they do not have anyone with that name in their sect. Having verified their identities, Daeon smiles and invites them to sit by the warm fire. She asks them why they are camping out in the dangerous mountains tonight, and the leader explains they have been actively tracking a dangerous target. Daeon looks up, curious, asking what kind of target they are chasing in the dark. The leader's expression turns incredibly serious as he whispers that a highly dangerous sadistic criminal is currently on the loose nearby. Daeon gasps, her heart skipping a beat as she listens intently. He narrows his eyes, whispering the infamous name, Seo Juok, the flower-indulging scholar. And the second that name leaves his mouth, the carriage doors behind him literally explode outward with a violent burst of blue and red chi. The 3 swordsmen instantly draw their weapons, spinning around in pure shock as the air pressure drops. Yeonho steps out of the ruined carriage, his face completely shadowed, his teeth clenched in a terrifying psychotic grin. His voice is shaking with a raw, murderous rage that we have never seen from him before. A flashing memory of a brutal, bloody battlefield under a dark tree fills his mind, showing a young girl crying and a horrific red flower emblem burned into her chest. His veins are literally popping along his neck as his inner energy flares like a roaring wildfire. He looks up, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated crimson fury, screaming the name, Seo Juok! So, the carriage doors are shattered, the campfire is roaring, and the three swordsmen are backing away in pure, sweat-inducing panic. Yeonho is standing there with a manic, terrifying grin, demandingly repeating the name. The memory of that bloody tree, and the victims of the red flower emblem, continues to burn in his mind. The spectral image of his older brother Sanho, and his young self standing over a tragic victim, flashes across his vision. His raw, explosive rage is literally causing the campfire to flare up like a volcanic eruption. He screams the name, Seo Juak, with enough force to shake the leaves off the trees. He stands in a massive, roaring pillar of blue and red chi, his teeth bared in a psychotic, unhinged smile. He flexes his hand, growling that it has been 5 long years, but he has not forgotten that motherfucker for even a single second. A flashback shows his ancient master, Baek Muhan, holding a swirling vortex of dark energy during their painful dream training. He remembers the brutal, agonizing lessons he had to undergo as a kid, his young self crying out in the dark, screaming for his mother as his master beat the lazy, unmotivated spirit out of his body. He looks at the terrified swordsman, his face twisted in a terrifying scowl, demanding to know exactly where that bastard is hiding. The leader sweatily stammers that they only know he is currently headed toward Luohe, and that he is not very far from their current location. Yeonho doesn't say another word. He just turns around and starts marching into the dark forest with absolute, murderous intent. Daeon runs after him, trying to stop him, pointing out that it is the middle of the night and incredibly dangerous. But our guy whips his head around, his face veins popping, giving a terrifyingly wide-eyed, crazy laugh, shouting that he is infinitely more dangerous than the dark. Meanwhile, out in a quiet clearing, we see a close-up of a man running through the trees, gasping for breath. It is Seo Juak, the flower-indulging scholar. He is thinking about how fine his life was during his isolation, until some shady agents offered him a massive chest of gold to return to the Gyeonggu. In exchange for using his sinister, flower-indulging palm, they gifted him a forbidden martial arts manual. He smiles to himself, thinking it was an incredibly good deal, even though he knew it was only a matter of time before the righteous sects caught his trail. But then, the rumors of the Sword Emperor's secret manual spread, and powerful martial artists from all over the continent flooded the province. Juak looks at his book, laughing, muttering that if he can master the Yang supplement from this text, he will easily become an legendary master in just a few short years. Suddenly, a pair of elegant boots steps into the clearing directly in front of him. Juak stops, a cocky, amused smile spreading across his face. Standing there under the falling pink petals of the forest is Lee Seolhwa, of the prestigious Manhwa sect. She draws her sword, looking incredibly majestic, announcing her name, telling him he should at least know who is going to execute him tonight. Juak laughs, mockingly asking her if she is serious, asking what exactly he did wrong to deserve her blade. Seolhwa yells at him to shut up, declaring he deserves to die 100 times over for his vile crimes, charging forward with her sword raised. Juak just smirks, commenting that it seems the righteous disciples of the orthodox path really love to underestimate his power. Seolhwa unleashes the Mount Hua Plum Blossom Path style, her sword tracing a beautiful, blinding trail of glowing pink petals. But Juak's eyes turn a toxic green, and he easily catches her blade with his bare hands, mocking her half-mastered plum blossom technique. He unleashes his signature, flower-indulging palm, his hands glowing with a violent, toxic pink energy. A massive, explosive shockwave of pink palms blasts directly into her chest, shattering her defense. Seolhwa is sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the dirt. She drops to her knees, coughing up dark blood, her breathing shallow. She grinds her teeth, realizing in horror that the sinister energy of his palm strike is currently twisting her internal meridians. Juak walks up to her slowly, looking down with a cruel, superior smile, telling her she clearly underestimated the cruelty of the world. He reaches his hand down to her chin, giving a sinister smirk, stating that tonight he will show her exactly what happens to those who try to play the hero. Seolhwa tries to struggle, but her body is completely paralyzed by his energy, leaving her helpless. But just as Juak's fingers touch her face, the sound of slow, heavy footsteps echoes behind him. He whips his head around to see a dark silhouette standing on a tree branch, let out a deep, echoing laugh. Seolhwa looks up in confusion, wondering who this random person is. And stepping into the light is Yeonho, looking completely psychotic and unhinged, his face twisted in a terrifyingly happy, bloodthirsty smile. Juak stands there with a completely deadpan expression, wondering if this kid is a literal mental patient who escaped from an asylum. Yeonho looks down, his eyes wide and vacant, mockingly repeating his name, flower-indulging scholar, Seo Juak. Juok sighs, assuming he is just another self-righteous rookie blinded by justice, telling him his stupidity is only going to shorten his life. But Yeonho just throws his head back and starts laughing hysterically, cackling like a classic anime villain who just found his favorite toy. He moves. In a fraction of a second, he executes a lightning-fast form-shifting swap, popping up directly behind Juok's shoulder with a cheerful, "I'm right here." Juok's eye twitches in pure survival instinct shock as his brain tries to process the speed. He spins around, unleashing a massive pink glowing palm strike, screaming, "Die!" The explosion of energy tears through the clearing, and Seolwa watches in horror, assuming another innocent civilian has just been slaughtered. But Yeonho is already standing directly in front of him, his glowing blue aura completely swallowing Juok's pink fire. Juok stares in absolute frozen terror as a massive, solid fist stops millimeters from his nose, and Yeonho unleashes a devastating, bone-shattering punch directly to his face. The impact literally deforms Juok's face, a loud crack echoing as he is sent spinning through the air. He bounces off the forest floor like a skipped stone, crashing through several massive tree trunks. He collapses into the grass, his body bruised and bleeding, staring up in absolute disbelief. He tries to push himself up, his body trembling, groaning in pure agony. But Yeonho just stands there, a dark, terrifying pressure radiating from his body, telling him not to fall down yet because he hasn't even started. He flares up with a literal wall of blue flame, his face twisted in pure fury, shouting that because of Juok, his life was made miserable. He lunges forward, landing a brutal, high-speed barrage of physical strikes, screaming at the villain to shut up as Juok tries to plead. Another earth-shaking punch sends Juok crashing back into the dirt, his face swelling rapidly. Yeonho stands over him, panting, his expression turning incredibly frustrated, muttering that this isn't enough to satisfy his anger. He looks around the clearing, muttering that he needs something more, something that will truly make him pay. And then, his eyes lock onto two massive, jagged gray stones sitting in the grass. He walks over, picking them up, his shadow looming over the terrified villain, announcing a vital truth he learned during his 5 years of dream training. Juok looks up with his single open eye, trembling in absolute, pure terror as he looks at the stones. And Yeonho gives this incredibly wide, happy, maniacal smile, shouting that rocks hurt infinitely more than fists. Daeon and the other swordsmen finally arrive in the clearing, and their jaws literally drop as they witness the scene. They are standing there in sheer, absolute horror, watching Yeonho literally sitting on top of the villain, enthusiastically beating the absolute crap out of his head with two giant rocks. Daeon literally has to run up and grab Yeonho in a full chokehold, pulling him back, screaming for him to stop because the guy is literally going to die. Yeonho is still kicking his legs, his face twisted in a hilarious, childish temper tantrum, screaming that thinking about his suffering makes him furious. Daeon holds him tight, sweatily asking if the swollen, unrecognizable balloon lying on the ground is actually the infamous scholar. We get a close-up of Juok's face, and he literally looks like a bloated, purple potato, wheezing out a pathetic "help, please." Daeon suggests they tie him up and take him to the Murim Alliance, and Yeonho finally sighs, dropping his rocks, grumbling a reluctant agreement. Under the quiet, peaceful moon, the battle is finally over. The swordsmen are sitting around the campfire, looking at the tied-up, ruined villain, muttering in awe at how easily Yeonho handled him. Seolwa lets out a sharp cough, clutching her chest as her internal injuries flare up. Daeon immediately kneels beside her, looking extremely concerned, asking if she is all right. Yeonho walks up slowly, his sleepy, lazy expression finally returning as he looks down at her. He crouches, holding out his hand, calmly ordering her to give him her wrist. Seolwa blushes slightly, muttering that she is perfectly fine, but Yeonho grabs her hand, telling her to stay still because she is absolutely not fine. He warns her that if they don't stabilize her Dantian right now, her martial arts could be permanently ruined. Daeon stands behind them with crossed arms, looking extremely impressed, wondering if this crazy rock-wielding teenager is secretly a medical prodigy as well. Yeonho strokes his chin, muttering that since he isn't a professional physician, he has to use a slightly different method. Seolwa looks up, nervous, asking what he means. He explains that she could lose her martial arts prowess forever, which isn't a big deal since she can just live as a normal civilian. But if she wants to keep her sword, Seolwa panics, her eyes going wide, screaming that she absolutely cannot lose her martial arts. Yeonho scratches his neck sweatily, explaining that since he can't use acupuncture needles, the only other option is for him to place his hand directly on her bare dantian to guide her energy. Seolwa's face instantly erupts into a massive, bright pink blush as she repeats the words, "hand on my dantian." Yeonho just gives her a calm, relaxed look, stating that the choice is entirely up to her, She closes her eyes, her heart racing as she thinks about her dream of being a great swordsman. She decides that keeping her sword is worth any embarrassment. She slowly pulls back her torn robe, exposing her lower stomach, her face completely red, whispering for him to please begin the treatment. What a wild ending. Make sure to subscribe, and let me know in the comments if you would trust this guy with a rock or a medical needle. We start with Lee Seolwa having a minor crisis, because our guy just suggested putting his hand directly on her dantian. Yeonho is just standing there with his usual sleep-deprived look, letting her know she has a choice. Either she gets treated, or she never holds a sword again. She is screaming internally. She has never met this man in her life, but the alternative is being a civilian, forever. So she bites the bullet and asks him to proceed, showing the toxic pink flower energy literally burning through her skin. She immediately coughs up a handful of black blood as the poison reacts to the sudden temperature shift. Yeonho doesn't waste a second. He kneels down beside her, while Daeon watches from a safe distance, hoping this doesn't turn into a funeral. He places his hand over her lower abdomen, right where the toxic flower pattern is spiderwebbing across her veins. Seolwa can barely breathe as the intense heat starts to circulate through her damaged pathways. Suddenly, a massive burst of bright blue energy erupts from Yeonho's body, completely lighting up the dark forest. She arches her back, screaming as the pure, untamed radiance chi forcefully purges the lingering poison from her system. Yeonho tells her to shut up and save her breath, because crying about it is only going to waste her energy. She is absolutely stunned by the quality of his chi. It feels less like human energy and more like a celestial river washing away the dirt. And just like that, he pulls his hand back and declares the treatment finished. She collapses back onto the grass, completely exhausted but feeling her internal pathways running clean for the first time in days. Yeonho casually wipes his brow under the moonlight, letting her know she just needs some quality bed rest and she will be fine. She pulls her torn robes together, blushing furiously and unable to even look him in the eye after such an intense session. The sun rises over the mountain range, bringing a brand new day and a brand new set of headaches for our lazy protagonist. Seolwa stretches out on the ground, complaining about how sore she is, while Seo Juok is still tied up like a premium holiday roast on top of the carriage. Daeon walks over to hand her a blanket, asking if sleeping on the dirt was comfortable. Seolwa just nods, too embarrassed to admit otherwise. Daeon asks how her body is feeling, and Seolwa admits she is actually fine, which is a literal miracle given how bad her meridians were. Suddenly, a very dramatic voice calls her a drama queen, who doesn't deserve to be a disciple of Manhwa. Out of the morning mist steps Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword ghost, looking like he spent 3 hours styling his hair for this exact entrance. Seolwa immediately gets to her knees to greet her master, while Daeon stands there assessing the situation. Daeon is racking her brain, trying to figure out why a high-ranking elder from Mount Hua is wandering around in this neck of the woods. She steps forward and politely greets him, identifying herself as Shiman Daeon of the prestigious Shiman clan. Mujin recognizes the name, asking if she is the daughter of Shiman Cheonse, the chief investigator. She confirms she is. He smiles, asking if she was the one who rescued his disappointing excuse for a disciple. Daeon immediately shakes her head, pointing directly at the carriage where our guy is currently trying to pretend he doesn't exist. Meanwhile, back at the clinic, a beggar sect informant bursts through the door, screaming that they found Yeonho's location before the Hao clan could. Sanho is casually sitting at a table, sipping tea, telling the kid to calm down because being rash is bad for the skin. The informant is literally sweating, repeating that he actually found Yeonho's trail. The door is practically shattered as Yeonho's father, the Sword of Justice, stomps into the room, demanding to know where his boy is. The kid explains that a man matching Yeonho's exact description was recently spotted causing chaos in Xinyang. Father is fully pumped up, declaring they are heading to Xinyang this instant to drag the slacker back home. Little Soa walks in, asking what all the racket is about, only to find the Wi family looking like they are preparing for a small war. He asks where Grandmaster Wi is going, but before anyone can answer, a beautiful voice interrupts them. It's Jin Yeren, stepping into the room with an aura so bright the author had to use sparkles to render her. Father and Mother Sangha turn around, instantly distracted by the sheer elegance of the clinic's oldest daughter. She bows gracefully, introducing herself and letting them know she wanted to pay her respects to her savior's family. Father is confused, asking what she means by savior. Yeran explains that Wi Yeonho saved her life, and that the debt she owes him is far too deep to ever put into words. And right on cue, Mother Sangha's eyes turn into literal star symbols. You can practically hear her inner matchmaker calculator running at maximum capacity. She grabs Euron's hands at warp speed, completely bypassing the father and thanking her for wanting to help with her treatment. She immediately pivots, asking how old she is and if she has any interest in a lazy but highly talented husband named Yeonho. Euron is completely frozen. Father and the beggar sect kid are standing in the corner, sipping their tea and whispering about how absolutely terrifying the matriarch is when she's on the hunt. Back in the forest, Gong Mujin is rubbing his chin, looking extremely deep in thought. He is staring at Seo Juok, who is still tied to the top of the carriage like a giant cocoon. He takes a closer look at Juok's swollen, purple-beat face, realizing the absolute masterpiece of physical trauma our guy left behind. He is genuinely shaken. He knows Juok is a dangerous master, yet someone neutralized him with a single, brutal beatdown. He turns back to Seolwa, asking if she got caught off guard during the initial exchange. She admits she didn't, but her opponent was just on an entirely different level of power. Mujin scowls, telling her that weakness is not an excuse. If she had died fighting with her honor intact, he could respect that, but needing a savior is a disgrace. He orders her to pack her things and head back to Manhwa immediately to reflect on her failures. She bows, shivering under his intense gaze. With his disciple handled, Mujin turns his attention back to the mysterious savior. He walks toward the carriage, determined to see what kind of monster is hiding inside. He stands by the wooden carriage, clearing his throat and knocking on the door to see if the occupant is awake. The forest goes dead quiet. No one answers. He knocks again, raising his voice slightly, assuming the savior is just being polite. The wooden sliding door slowly creaks open, and Yeonho pops out upside down, hanging from the ceiling like a confused bat, complaining about people waking him up too early. Mujin just stands there, staring at our guy's bare feet wiggling in his face. The absolute disrespect is off the charts. He is trying his absolute best to keep his composure, reminding himself that this lazy teenager saved his disciple. He mentions that he heard Yeonho saved Seolwa, but Yeonho is so sleepy he barely registers the word disciple. Mujin points to Seolwa, explaining that he came to formally deliver his thanks. Yeonho just nods, says cool, and slams the door shut in his face. A massive vein pops on Mujin's forehead. He has fought against the most dangerous factions in the land, and he is currently being ghosted by a teenager in a wagon. He releases his pink sword chi, creating a massive pressurized shockwave that threatens to blow the entire carriage into matchsticks. Daeon and Seolwa are forced to shield their faces from the intense pressure, realizing the master is about to lose his mind. The door slides open again. Yeonho steps out, rubbing his eyes and yawning, asking why they can't just drop off the thank you note and leave. Mujin keeps his fake smile plastered on, asking for the name and faction of the savior who helped his disciple. Yeonho casually ties his hair back, letting him know that even if he told him, a Manhwa elder wouldn't have a clue who he is. Mujin is insulted, stating his knowledge of the Jianggu isn't that limited, but Yeonho just tells him to drop it because it's a waste of breath. Mujin's smile turns completely sinister. He suggests they exchange a few blows to see what kind of martial arts our guy is hiding. Seolwa runs over, pleading with her master to stop, because initiating a duel under these circumstances is completely wrong. Mujin glares down at her, his eyes flashing with raw authority, demanding how she dares to question his judgment. She immediately drops to her knees, apologizing, but still mutters that a duel without proper justification goes against their code. Mujin stands tall, his pink plum blossom aura blooming behind him like a majestic garden, declaring that Mount Hua's honor is all the justification he needs. Yeonho just closes his eyes, completely unbothered by the flower show. Mujin sneers, claiming that since Yeonho refuses to name his master, his teacher is probably some third-rate nobody who taught him cheap tricks. Seolwa is sweating buckets. She knows her master is stubborn, but she also knows Yeonho is a walking natural disaster. Daeon walks up next to her, telling her not to lose sleep over it. She explains that Yeonho is the laziest creature on the planet, and there is no way he would ever accept a duel when he could be sleeping instead. She claims a man who hates walking wouldn't lift a finger for a fight, but she is cut off as Yeonho steps forward. Yeonho remembers the final words of his master, Baek Muhan, echoing in his mind. He steps off the carriage, his boot landing firmly on the soft grass. He grabs his sword, which is still wrapped in protective white bandages, and points it directly at the Mount Hua elder. The bandages unravel, splitting the air as a massive ethereal blue dragon manifests behind him, roaring into the heavens. And the ghostly spirit of the Sword Emperor, Baek Muhan, appears over his shoulder as Yeonho prepares to defend the dignity of the Radiance style. Hack Chapter 34. We flash back to the cave, where the Sword Emperor is yelling at our guy for being the most unmotivated successor in human history. Yeonho just wants to decline all challenges to save energy. Muhan is literally throwing glowing pink boulders at his head, screaming at him to show some respect for the art he spent 5 years learning. He makes Yeonho repeat the core oath of their style, which is to do whatever he wants, unless someone insults their swordsmanship. If someone dares to challenge their style, he is required to leave them in a state where they can never disrespect it again. Back in the present, Yeonho steps forward, his eyes completely locked onto Gong Mujin. The blue dragon aura continues to swirl around him, matching the intense pink energy coming off the Manhwa elder. The spirit of Baek Muhan stands tall behind his disciple, ready to watch him cook. Yeonho smiles, thinking that while he might be a lazy slacker, he is still a good disciple who listens to his master's final wishes. Mujin is thrilled to see the kid finally showing some spine, drawing his own sword as the tension reaches a boiling point. Yeonho holds his wrapped scabbard casually, letting him know he accepts the challenge. Mujin laughs, stating he never expected to be challenging someone young enough to be his grandson, but he won't hold back. He asks for his name once more, and Yeonho finally delivers, Wi Yeonho of the Guangdong Wi clan. Mujin's eyes widen. He recognizes the clan, realizing this kid is the son of the legendary Sword of Justice. He reveals he always wanted to fight his father. He thinks defeating the son will draw the father out, but Yeonho holds up 2 fingers to let him know he is mistaken about a couple of things. First, he doesn't use his family's sword style, so defeating him proves nothing. Second, if he loses, his dad will probably just laugh at him instead of seeking revenge. He slowly walks forward, his grip tightening on his blade as the distance between them closes. He lets Mujin know that while there are countless sword styles under the heavens, only the Radiant style is truly valid. He warns the elder to be careful, because while he might be lazy, his sword definitely isn't. Mujin lunges forward at high speed, his blade tracing a sharp path through the air. Steel meets steel with a violent impact, sending a shower of bright orange sparks flying into the trees. Mujin instantly utilizes his advanced movement, his physical form splitting into multiple pink afterimages to surround our guy. Yeonho parries the strikes effortlessly, realizing the elder is actually fast, but his movements are still incredibly predictable. He easily deflects another heavy downward slash, pushing Mujin back with a simple flick of his wrist. He begins to realize just how monstrous his master Muhan actually was, if a high-ranking Mount Hoa elder feels this easy to handle. Another massive clash shakes the ground, but Yeonho doesn't give an inch, standing completely solid against the impact. Mujin backs off, sweating slightly, admitting that he hasn't seen anyone this skilled at such a young age in a very long time. Yeonho just deadpans that the elder is pretty good too, which is the ultimate emotional damage for a proud master. Mujin is completely triggered, his pink aura expanding into a massive vortex of energy as he decides to show him the true scale of the Murim. Yeonho just stands there, his hair blowing in the wind, completely unimpressed by the theatrical display. Mujin leaps into the air, spinning his blade at high velocity. He unleashes the legendary 24 forms plum blossom sword technique, creating a massive storm of pink floral energy. Seolwa gasps, recognizing her master's signature move, knowing how destructive it is to anyone caught inside the radius. Mujin's face is completely focused as he drives the massive storm of pink petals directly toward our guy. The pink vortexes descend like a swarm of angry hornets, shredding the grass and branches beneath them. Yeonho stands his ground, his blue chi starting to gather around his feet as the pink storm closes in. A series of massive explosions shake the forest as the pink sword energy impacts, completely obscuring Yeonho from view. But inside the smoke, Yeonho's eyes are glowing with a brilliant blue light. He unleashes a single, clean upward slash, projecting a massive wave of blue chi that completely splits the pink vortexes in half. Mujin's eyes widen in absolute horror as his ultimate technique is neutralized in a fraction of a second. The blue energy slices right past his face, shattering the residual pink petals into harmless dust. Yeonho moves like fluid water, appearing directly above the elder with his blade raised. Mujin is completely frozen, unable to comprehend how a teenager just bypassed his life's work. Yeonho brings his blade down with a massive blinding flash of blue radiance energy. Mujin tries to block, desperate to stop the incoming strike. The bright blue light completely consumes the panel, blinding everyone in the area. The smoke slowly clears, revealing Mujin kneeling on the ground, his sword trembling in his hand. He is breathing heavily, his face pale as he realizes the sheer gap in their power. He touches his chest, completely shocked to find he doesn't have a single scratch on him. Seolwa and Daeon run forward, screaming for their master, expecting the worst. But Yeonho is already standing behind him, his sharp silver blade resting gently against the side of Mujin's neck. He could have easily ended him, but he chose to spare his life, showing absolute control over his power. Meanwhile, we transition to the grand towers of the Orthodox Murim Alliance's General Strategist Hall. The divine strategist, Jo Hyun, is stroking his white beard, looking extremely concerned about some recent intelligence reports. He is looking at a map of the provinces with his assistant, discussing the sudden discovery of the Sword Emperor's long-lost grave. He suspects the timing is far too convenient, wondering if someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. His eyes narrow as he analyzes the details, realizing the potential chaos this could bring to the Murim. He asks what the Beggar sect and Hao sect are doing, and his assistant reveals they are all converging on Xinjiang. He realizes whoever spread the rumor used the Sword Emperor's name to create a massive gap in their intelligence network. Jaegal Cheonggi suggests simply warning the other sects about the potential trap, but Jo Hyun points out that the world is far too greedy to believe a warning when legendary martial texts are on the line. He orders his men to keep a keen watch on the areas where their agents are currently absent, hoping he is just paranoid. Back in the forest, the carriage is slowly moving along the road, with Daeon and Seolwa sitting up front. Yeonho is lying down inside, trying to get some much-needed sleep after his morning workout, but Gong Mujin is walking right next to the carriage, completely refusing to leave. He is delivering a massive, non-stop lecture about how a young martial artist shouldn't waste his youth sleeping, demanding another duel to redeem his honor. Yeonho is screaming internally, holding his head in agony, wishing he could just throw a rock at him, but his father knows this guy, so he has to behave. Suddenly, a loud voice from up front asks them to stop the carriage. A group of 5 young martial artists in matching uniforms blocks their path. They stand in a perfect, disciplined formation, looking extremely serious. Daeon immediately recognizes them, asking what the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall is doing all the way out here. The leader, Song Guanhong, steps forward and politely greets her, identifying himself. Daeon notes his title as the Sword Dragon, which is one of the top prodigies of their generation. She asks why they are outside the academy grounds without permission. Guanhong explains that the situation near Mount Na is deteriorating rapidly, and they were sent as reinforcements because the main sects were too slow. Daeon is impressed, noting that they must be part of the elite 3 Dragons 2 Phoenixes group. She asks if their hallmaster is doing well, and Guanhong smiles, saying he still enjoys torturing the trainees. But his smile fades as he admits they are always being compared to the legendary graduates who came before them. Daeon sighs, admitting she was also constantly compared to the previous generation when she was in training. And we get a brief flashback of Sanho, the Demon Slayer's sword, looking absolutely majestic with his dark hair and sharp profile. Guanhong admits Sanho is the absolute best the Academy has ever produced. His eyes flare with intense competition, declaring that while he might not be as strong as Sanho right now, he will definitely surpass him one day. Daeon smiles, wishing him luck, but a very loud, disrespectful scoff echoes from inside the carriage. Daeon's smile instantly freezes as she realizes who just made that sound. Guanhong's face turns completely dark, his veins popping as he glares at the carriage, demanding to know who just dared to laugh at his ambition. So, we pick up right where we left off, with Guanhong staring off into the distance like he's the main character of a dramatic training arc. He's fully convinced that he is destined to surpass the legend himself, Wi Yeonho. Look at those eyes. That is the face of a guy who definitely has a poster of his rival on his bedroom wall for motivation. But before he can finish his speech, a massive, echoing laugh from inside the carriage completely ruins the vibe. Daeon's face says it all. She knows exactly who just scoffed, and she is currently praying for the ground to swallow her whole. Guanhong's eye is literally twitching. His ego just took a critical hit from a nameless passenger. He immediately demands to know who is hiding inside the wagon. Daeon frantically waves her hands, trying to deflect the attention by asking how Guanhong's grandfather is doing. Guanhong is completely thrown off by the sudden pivot, wondering how this random alliance investigator knows his family. Daeon takes a massive sigh of relief. That was a close one. If Guanhong finds out who is sleeping in there, this road trip is going to turn into a crime scene. She looks back at the group, thinking about how wild it is that these legendary prodigies are gathered here. These are the absolute elite, the 3 Dragons 2 Phoenixes of the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall. Any other day, Daeon would be completely intimidated by their presence, but right now, she just thinks they look kind of cute. And she knows exactly why they look so harmless to her, because she knows the absolute monster currently drooling on a wooden bench inside that carriage. Next thing we know, the entire crew is sitting down at a local tavern, packing away a massive feast. Gong Mujin is in full politician mode, praising the young prodigies and telling them how honored he is to see the future of the alliance. Guanhong looks over at the carriage, politely suggesting they should probably wake up their sleeping companion so he can eat. Mujin and Daeon scream in unison to leave him alone. They look like they've just been told there's a bomb under the table. Guanhong is completely bewildered. He's starting to think this mysterious carriage passenger is some sort of retired, psychotic elder with anger issues. But before he can press the issue, the young girl next to him stands up with an incredibly intense look on her face. This is Jong Miryu, the martial phoenix, and she looks like she didn't come here just to eat dumplings. Mujin notices her standing and asks if there's something she wants to say. She states that she's heard Mount Hua's sword style is completely unrivaled under heaven, and she wants to witness it firsthand. Mujin tries to be the mature adult here, pointing out that Seolhwa is still recovering from her injuries, so a duel isn't a good idea. Miryu doesn't blink. She clarifies that she wasn't talking about fighting his disciple, she is talking about fighting him. The entire tavern goes dead silent. You can practically hear the crickets chirping. Even the tough guys in the back are sweating. Challenging a Mount Hua elder to a duel over lunch is a tier 1 speedrun to the afterlife. Mujin is so stunned, he just laughs. He spent his whole life fighting legendary warriors, and now a teenager is asking him for smoke. Guanhong tries to pull her back, whispering that she's completely out of her mind, but she ignores him. Mujin stands up, his shadow completely covering the table. He asks her if she is truly prepared to die for this lesson. She bows deeply, stating that there is no better way for a true martial artist to fall than while seeking a higher path. Mujin accepts, telling her to follow him to a clearing so he has enough room to show her how scary Mount Hua's sword really is. They square off in the dirt. The rest of the trainees watch from the sidelines, looking like they're waiting for an execution. Miryu draws her blade. She might be young, but the stance she takes is absolutely flawless. Seolhwa asks Daeon if they should stop them, noting that her master looks genuinely serious about this. Daeon knows Mujin is only pretending to be a good guy because he's terrified of waking Yeonho, but his prideful core hasn't changed. Guanhong tells them to save their breath. Once Miryu locks her eyes on a martial breakthrough, absolutely nothing can stop her. Mujin holds up 3 fingers, generously offering to let her have 3 free moves before he starts fighting. She looks at his hand, then at her sword. And then, she literally swings her sword at the empty air 3 times in a row, creating 3 quick swooshes. Mujin's brain has completely stopped working. He just stands there, staring at her like she's playing a different game. She tells him she's done. She used up all 3 moves. That is peak malicious compliance. Mujin's veins are practically popping out of his neck. He realizes this kid is completely trolling his generosity. His pink-purple aura erupts with terrifying force. He decides it's time to show this brat why you don't disrespect an elder. Seolhwa panics, screaming at him not to use his high-tier purple mist energy on a trainee. She looks back at the carriage, realizing there is only one human being on the planet who can de-escalate this. She screams at the top of her lungs, pleading for everyone to quiet down. The carriage door is violently kicked open, and Yeonho steps out, looking like a sleep-deprived gremlin who just lost his favorite blanket. Mujin's terrifying aura instantly vanishes into thin air. He shears his sword and bows politely, asking if he slept well. Guanhong is having an absolute crisis. He's watching a legendary Mount Hua master refer to a lazy teenager as Sir. Miryu looks over at Yeonho, her eyes widening as she takes in his face. Meanwhile, we cut back to the clinic, where Yeon is explaining that Mother Sang-ah needs at least 3 days of absolute rest. She bows politely and excuses herself to tend to other patients. Mother Sang-ah watches her walk away, her eyes practically sparkling. She nudges her husband, asking him if Yeon isn't the prettiest girl he's ever seen. Father immediately says no one is prettier than his wife. That is the survival instinct of a married man. Mother Sang-ah hits him, clarifying that she wants her as a daughter-in-law, not for him. She sighs, worrying about how a sweet, beautiful girl like Yeon is managing to run a clinic alone in this dangerous area. Father tells her not to worry, revealing that the Hao sect has been secretly protecting her because Yeonho requested it. Mother Sang-ah's jaw drops. She is absolutely thrilled, convinced that her lazy piece of a son is finally showing interest in a woman. Father tells her to have some conscience, looking incredibly guilty. He points out that Yeonho is a lazy slacker, and pairing him with a saint like Yeon is basically like throwing mud on a pristine white jade marble. Back at the clearing, Mujin is desperately trying to explain that the duel was entirely Miryu's idea. Yeonho walks closer, staring at Miryu with a completely deadpan expression. He asks Mujin if he's the president of some beat-up kids club, pointing out that he's always trying to fight people young enough to be his grandkids. Daeon nods in agreement, while Mujin looks like he's about to cry from the sheer injustice of being called a child abuser. Miryu's hand trembles, and her sword slips from her fingers, clattering loudly onto the stone floor. The entire group turns to look at her, completely confused by her sudden reaction. Yeonho is sweating slightly, wondering why this random girl is staring at him like she's seen a ghost. She slowly takes a step forward, her eyes locked onto his face. She asks him if his name is perhaps Wi Yeonho. Yeonho blinks, confirming that he is indeed Wi Yeonho. And then, she winds up her arm and delivers a massive, earth-shattering slap directly to his face. Our guy is sent spinning through the air in a perfect horizontal spiral, completely defying gravity. He faceplants hard into the dirt. The author really decided that the best way to resolve an intense family reunion was a slapstick assault on our guy's jawline. Mujin, Seolwa, and Daeon are completely frozen, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Yeonho leaps up, clutching his red cheek, screaming at her for being an absolute maniac. She just stands there, her hands shaking, staring at him as tears start to well up in her eyes. She starts sobbing loudly, asking him where he has been all this time while they were searching for him. Mujin bursts out laughing, claiming a man should always take responsibility for his past relationships, while Daeon looks at Yeonho with absolute disgust. Yeonho is desperately waving his hands, screaming that he has never seen this girl before in his entire life. She cries out "Brother" at the top of her lungs, her tears flying through the air. Yeonho freezes. The word echoes in his mind. He looks at her crying face, and a memory flashes in his mind of a tiny little girl weeping as he left the estate. He looks closely at the beauty mark under her right eye, and his vision starts to connect the dots. She literally leaps into the air, turning completely upside down as she dives toward him. She slams into his chest, wrapping her arms around his neck, as he mutters her real name, Wi Yeonho. She buries her face in his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, pounding her fists against his back for making them think he was dead. And after 5 long years of separation, our lazy protagonist is finally reunited with his family, though his ribs are currently paying the price. So, the emotional dust has settled, and Yeonho is still looking at his sister like he's trying to solve a high-level math equation. She hits him again, completely offended that he didn't recognize his own flesh and blood. He points out that it's been 5 years, and she went from being the height of his belt to matching his chin. He asks her why she's traveling under a fake name like she's in a witness protection program. She explains that Sanho made her do it, claiming her connection to the legendary Demon Slayer's sword would bring too much unwanted attention. Yeonho gets a physical chill down his spine, picturing Sanho's terrifying overprotective aura. That tracks. She pinches his arm again, demanding to know what he's been doing for the last 5 years while they were mourning him. He just smiles, casually letting her know that he met a ghost and spent half a decade in a cave. She doesn't believe a single word, slapping his arm and dragging him back inside the tavern to get some answers. Gwanhong and the other trainees are standing outside, completely dumbfounded by her sudden transformation. He repeats her name, realizing she is the younger sister of the legendary Wi Yeonho. Suddenly, her insane strength and martial arts talent make perfect sense to him. But then, he looks at Yeonho, wondering why he's never heard of Sanho having a brother. Back at the tavern table, Suryeon is piling food onto Yeonho's plate, ordering him to eat everything. She complains that he's gotten way too skinny, recalling how he used to look like a little round pig back in the day. Mujin is staring at the siblings, wondering if the Wi clan secretly has some legendary cheat codes growing in their backyard to produce 3 absolute monsters. He notes that while the patriarch is talented, this generation of the Wi family is about to completely rewrite the power balance of the entire Murim. Suryeon laughs, telling him not to expect much from Yeonho, because he is the laziest creature alive and never leaves his room. Mujin looks at Yeonho, asking why a slacker of his caliber is traveling so far from home. Yeonho just sighs, saying his master forced him. He explains that his master taught him that true martial mastery can only be completed through real-world experience. Mujin stares at him, the words echoing in his mind like a physical blow. He realizes that isolating himself on Mount Hua has only limited his growth, and that true enlightenment requires experiencing the world. And right there, in the middle of a busy tavern, Gong Mujin enters a deep meditative state. Gwanhong notices the sudden shift in his aura and panics, ordering the trainees to form a protective perimeter around the elder. They jump into defensive stances, blocking the table from any potential disturbances. Suryeon and Yeonho casually walk away from the table, letting them know the elder is just going through a standard breakthrough. Pink plum blossoms start to physically manifest and swirl around Mujin as his internal energy begins to refine itself. His eyes snap open, glowing with a brilliant, pure white light. A massive shockwave of energy expands from his body, blowing the dust off the tavern rafters as he successfully breaks through his bottleneck. He takes a deep breath, his face looking completely refreshed. The trainees immediately bow, congratulating their senior on his sudden breakthrough. He thanks them, but his eyes immediately wander over to our guy. He walks over to Yeonho and bows deeply, thanking him for delivering the key that allowed him to shatter his limits. Gwanhong is hyped, claiming that with this breakthrough, Mujin will soon be feared as the absolute best swordsman in Zhongwan. Mujin sweat drops, thinking to himself that there is no way he can claim that title when he can't even defeat the lazy teenager standing in front of him. He tries to play it cool, telling Yeonho that time is fair and they will both continue to grow stronger. Suryeon is completely ignoring the high-level martial arts philosophy, stuffing a giant piece of meat into Yeonho's mouth. Yeonho chews happily, complaining that sleeping on the wooden floor has been hurting his back because he doesn't have enough fat to cushion his bones. Suryeon clutches her mouth, tearfully believing her brother has suffered immense hardships, while Gwanhong just looks at him like he's a pathological liar. She asks him what he's going to do once Sanho finds out he's alive. She warns him that Sanho's version of a happy reunion is definitely going to involve a massive physical beating. Yeonho sweat drops, wondering why violence is the only form of affection his family is capable of. But he casually shrugs, letting her know he won't get beaten up because he'll just beat Sanho instead. He looks at her with an incredibly smug smile, letting her know he's actually pretty strong now. He points at Mujin, casually mentioning that the Manhwa elder was a complete walk in the park. Mujin's soul is currently crying in the background. Yeonho thinks to himself that his master Muhan wasn't lying. The radiant style truly transcends the limitations of conventional training. Suryeon looks at him, completely skeptical, asking if he's seriously claiming he can defeat Sanho. He nods casually, and Gwanhong's entire world just shattered. She starts hitting him again, telling him to get it together because his brain has clearly rotted after 5 years in a cave. Yeonho just takes the hits, wondering why his body's passive defense techniques didn't react to her strikes. But Gwanhong has officially heard enough. He steps forward, his face dark with rage. He points out that the Demon Slayer's sword is considered the pinnacle of their generation. If Yeonho is claiming he can defeat Sanho, then he is essentially saying that none of the Elite Alliance trainees are even worth his time. Yeonho turns around, looking at him with the most punchable blank face in history. Yeah. So? That is it. The entire trainee squad is currently experiencing a level of collective rage that shouldn't be humanly possible. Gwanhong demands to know how he can make such a claim without ever testing his skills against them. Yeonho just sighs, letting him know he can tell just by looking at him. Suryeon starts hitting Yeonho again, yelling at him to apologize because he clearly doesn't know how the world works. Gwanhong draws his sword, demanding a formal duel to prove his words. And Yeonho makes a face so sour, it looks like he's just swallowed a whole lemon. I don't wanna. Gwanhong warns him that turning down a duel will ruin his family's reputation, but Yeonho just smiles, letting him know Sanho can fix the family rep. Gwanhong asks him if he's openly admitting to being a coward. Yeonho and Suryeon nod in perfect synchronization, agreeing that being a coward is the key to a long, healthy life. Gwanhong and the other trainees are literally shaking with frustration. Mujin steps in, reminding Yeonho that he previously swore to accept any challenge directed at his sword. Yeonho points out that's only when his master's sword is challenged. This is clan business, so he doesn't care. Gwanhong takes a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he finds the loophole. He points his finger directly at Yeonho, declaring that he isn't challenging the Guangdong Wi clan. He is challenging him personally. Suryeon tries to step in, offering to fight in his stead to settle the dispute. Gwanhong tells her to stay out of it, realizing she just wants an excuse to fight. Yeonho pushes her back, his lazy expression turning surprisingly sharp. He stands in the dirt clearing, letting Gwanhong know he accepts the challenge. Gwanhong takes a formal stance, introducing himself with absolute pride. Yeonho just stretches his neck, looking like he's trying to finish a chore before his favorite show starts. Gwanhong warns him to be careful, claiming his sword is truly terrifying when he goes all out. Yeonho holds up a finger, telling him to shut up because swordsmen don't need words when they have steel in their hands. He gestures for him to bring it, wanting to get this over with as fast as possible. Gwanhong charges, his feet kicking up dust as he channels his full power. Yeonho draws his blade in a fraction of a second, his stance dropping low. Gwanhong's eyes widen as our guy disappears from his vision, moving at a speed that completely defies his comprehension. He frantically tries to raise his guard to block the incoming strike, but he realizes too late that Yeonho's trajectory isn't aimed at his sword. Our guy lands a brutal, high-speed kick directly between Gwanhong's legs, delivering a critical strike to the worst possible coordinates. A moment of absolute silence falls over the forest as the sound of 2 walnuts cracking echoes through the clearing. Gwanhong releases a scream so high-pitched it could shatter glass, as the elite trainees watch in absolute, horrified disbelief. We pick up right in the middle of Gwanhong's worst nightmare, as he realizes his reflexes are about 3 business days too slow to dodge the incoming projectile foot aimed directly at his lower gears. And impact. If you look closely, you can actually see his soul leaving his body. The trainees' faces are a perfect mix of pure horror and secondhand phantom pain. Our guy didn't just win the duel, he officially ended Guanhong's entire lineage with a single kick. The boys in the back are instinctively covering their own coordinates, praying they never make eye contact with him. Even Gong Mujin is covering his mouth, mourning the tragic end of the Sang clan bloodline. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, we see a pair of shears casually pruning a bonsai tree. This scarred old mastermind is currently getting an update on the fake treasure map plan. His underling explains that all the major players are gathering at Mount Luo, exactly as they planned. The old mastermind grins, snipping off another branch like he's playing a high-stakes strategy game. He points out that the Jianggu is like a garden. If you don't actively prune it, the weeds will take over and make everything look ugly. So, to keep their garden neat and clean, they are going to start cutting down the weeds with a very sharp, very hidden blade. Back on the road, Yeonho steps out of the wagon, stretching his arms and looking like he needs another 12 hours of sleep. Daeon is currently helping Guanhong walk, since his legs are still functioning on emergency power. Yeonho looks up, spotting Seo Juok still tied to the carriage roof, like a tarantula cocoon. Suddenly, Seolwa runs up carrying a massive bundle of soft, fluffy blankets, and without a single shred of hesitation, she literally kicks the tied-up villain off the roof like a sack of garbage. She proceeds to lay out the mattress and blankets, creating a 5-star premium sleeping setup right on top of the wagon. She pats it down, making sure it's absolutely perfect. She smiles and proudly lets Yeonho know his royal bed is officially prepared. Yeonho is in absolute heaven, immediately diving into the blankets and declaring the carriage roof to be the greatest place in the world. Mujin walks up, looking completely abandoned, asking his disciple where his bed is. She just walks past him, without saying a word. Mujin's face is a masterpiece of pure defeat. He is seriously questioning every life decision that brought him to this point. Night falls, and the convoy continues through the deep forest, with Yeonho snug as a bug on his roof bed. Mujin is riding his horse in the back, grumbling about how a master of his caliber has been relegated to rear-guard duty. Suddenly, his instincts flare up. He stops his horse, his eyes locking onto the dark path ahead. 2 shadowy figures are casually walking toward them through the moonlight. Mujin's brow furrows as he senses their aura. It's thick, heavy, and smells like old blood. He instantly realizes these 2 aren't just random travelers. They are high-level martial masters. He takes a breath, thinking it's fine since he's got Yeonho with him. If things go bad, they can just unleash the slacker. He looks up at the roof, only to see our guy snoring with a string of drool hanging from his lip. Classic. The 2 figures get closer, and Mujin prepares himself for a potential clash. It's an old silver-haired man with tattered robes, and a shorter old man carrying heavy iron blades. Mujin steps forward to block their path, his hand resting on his sword hilt. The tall old man laughs, noting the Manhwa emblem on Mujin's robe. Mujin keeps it respectful, asking for their names since they are clearly senior figures of the Jianghu. The tall old man looks at his short partner, looking highly amused. He chuckles, saying it's funny to be called elders by Manhwa, and decides to let them go without starting trouble. They walk past, but Mujin's instincts are screaming at him that something is deeply wrong with these 2. Suddenly, Yeonho sits up on the roof, yawning and asking the old men if he can ask them a quick question. The 2 elders stop in their tracks, turning back with cold, lifeless eyes. Yeonho asks if anything happened in the area they just came from. They claim there was only a small empty village with some wild beasts. Yeonho hops down from the roof, landing silently, questioning why a village would be completely empty of people. His sleepy eyes suddenly turn sharp as he looks closer at the tall elder. He points at the dark dried stains on the old man's sleeves, asking if he got those bloodstains from killing beasts. The tall old man grins, realizing he just made a massive slip-up because he hasn't been active in the Jianggu for too long. Mujin's face goes completely pale as the pieces click together. There's no way a village has beasts but no people, meaning these monsters just slaughtered everyone. He draws his sword, demanding their real names once more, and this time, he isn't asking politely. The 2 old men release their internal energy, green and purple flames erupting from their bodies as they realize they have to clean up witnesses. The tall one introduces himself as Gong Qi, the ghost demon, and the short one is Biob Hang, the blade demon. Mujin's heart literally skips a beat. He recognizes them. The infamous ghost blade demon duo from the old generation are back. They casually admit they slaughtered the entire village, simply because the peasants were in their way. Mujin is furious, declaring they deserve immediate punishment for their crimes. The ghost demon just laughs, challenging him to try and deliver it. Mujin takes a combat stance, but he is internally sweating. These 2 are legendary killers. Suddenly, the trainees and Seolwa step up behind him, drawing their swords in unison. Mujin looks back, surprised by their courage. They yell that they cannot stand by and do nothing in the face of such evil, refusing to back down. Mujin smiles. With the young generation standing with him, justice still has a fighting chance. And then we see Yeonho, who is currently stretching and complaining that he is too lazy to even stand upright. The ghost demon moves, his hand turning into a giant glowing green claw of pure toxic energy. He leaps into the air and strikes downward with crushing force. Mujin counters with his signature plum blossom sword techniques, creating a flurry of pink strikes. But the ghost demon just grins, completely unimpressed by the display. He easily weaves through the sword slashes, closing the distance at warp speed. He swipes his massive green claw directly at Mujin's throat. The trainees and Seolwa leap in to block, their blades clashing against the toxic green claws. The ghost demon laughs maniacally, his eyes glowing red as he releases his ultimate movement. He spins through the air like a top, parrying all of their blades simultaneously and sending them flying. The entire group is blown back, crashing onto the dirt, completely overwhelmed by his power. The ghost demon licks his glowing green nails, telling them he is going to taste their blood one by one. Mujin is gritting his teeth, realizing the situation is extremely dire. They couldn't even scratch the ghost demon, and the blade demon is still standing in the back, waiting his turn. He looks over at Yeonho, screaming at him to stop standing there like a statue and do something. He asks if his master taught him any rules for dealing with absolute monsters like this. Yeonho just sighs, saying his master told him to mind his own business and let the imperial courts handle the morality of the world. He slowly places his hand on his sword hilt, clicking the guard open. But he adds that his master also said drawing a sword is entirely up to his mood. And right now, looking at these mass-murdering monsters, he feels like absolute garbage. The ghost demon scoffs at the kid, thinking he's just another arrogant brat who needs to be taught a lesson in fear. Yeonho ignores the trash talk, telling them to stop flapping their jaws and start fighting. The ghost demon points his green claw at him, asking if the kid even knows who he is dealing with. He steps forward, but suddenly, his instincts scream at him that something is wrong. Yeonho makes a single, high-speed drawing motion with his sword, the blade flashing with blue light. The ghost demon thinks the kid just sliced the empty air like a fool, but a split second later, his vision blurs, and his entire hand, along with his fingers, is cleanly sliced into perfect bleeding segments before they fall to the dirt. He screams in absolute agony, staring at his bleeding stump in total disbelief. Yeonho slowly sheathes his glowing blade, muttering that he missed his target slightly, but decides it's actually better this way. His eyes glow with a cold, terrifying blue light as he lets the monster know he can't have him dying too quickly. And just in case you missed that masterpiece from last chapter, let's watch the replay of his eyes zooming in, as the green-clawed fingers of the legendary killer fall through the air like chopped celery. The blood sprays onto the dirt as the ghost demon's stump drizzles. He releases another high-pitched shriek of absolute, unfiltered agony. Yeonho holds his glowing blue sword, casually complaining that his aim is a bit off today. But he looks down at the screaming old monster, letting him know that a quick death would be far too merciful for a village butcher. The ghost demon stumbles back, clutching his arm, while his short partner is currently losing his composure in the back. The blade demon yells at him to get a grip, warning him that this lazy kid is a master of the absolute highest level. The ghost demon grits his teeth, demanding to know what kind of entity our guy actually is. Yeonho just stares back with cold, vacant eyes, asking if knowing his name is going to change his fate. He explains that he doesn't care about justice, chivalry, or playing the hero of the Janggu, but seeing how these monsters killed innocent people for fun has made his blood boil, so he's going to use them as stress relief. The ghost demon is absolutely insulted, screaming that using a legendary duo as playthings is the ultimate disrespect. He charges forward, releasing his ultimate green demon serpent strike. Yeonho casually ducks under the giant green energy snake, the attack passing harmlessly over his head. He moves like fluid water, his body spinning as his sword traces a perfect blue arc through the moonlight. The ghost demon's eyes widen as he registers the blade's trajectory, but his reflexes are completely useless against the sheer speed of the radiant style. And with another clean slash, his remaining arm is severed, sending more blood spraying onto the grass. He screams again, completely helpless, while the blade demon watches his partner get dismantled like a training dummy. Yeonho's expression remains completely frozen as he whispers that humans who lose their humanity and murder the weak need to be taught their place. The ghost demon releases one final, desperate shriek. Yeonho performs a perfect, gravity-defying flip over the old monster's head. He brings his blade down in a clean, vertical bisection. A single line of blood appears down the middle of the ghost demon's tattered robes, and the legendary killer of the old generation collapses to the dirt, completely dead before his body even hits the floor. Yeonho stands over the corpse, noting that even the most evil villains usually have some sort of pathetic excuse for their crimes. But slaughtering an entire village of innocent peasants just because they were in the way? That level of cruelty earns you a slow, painful trip to the afterlife. He turns his attention to the Blade Demon, who is currently trembling with a mix of pure rage and survival panic. Yeonho slowly walks toward him, his glowing blade leaving a trail of blue light in the dark forest. The Blade Demon clutches his heavy iron cleavers, his breath catching in his throat. Yeonho asks if he is grieving for his dead partner, pointing out that the families of the villagers he slaughtered felt the exact same way. The Blade Demon screams, demanding how a snot-nosed kid could ever understand the struggles of a true martial master. Yeonho keeps walking, his boots crunching softly on the grass, letting him know he has zero interest in his life story. He promises to send him directly to the afterlife so he can reunite with his partner and apologize to the villagers together. The Blade Demon panics, begging for just a little bit of time because he isn't ready to die yet. Yeonho tells him that stalling won't change the final outcome of this night. The Blade Demon claims he isn't stalling, yelling that he simply wants to give his absolute best as a proud martial artist before he falls. Yeonho stops, tilting his head slightly, repeating the words martial artist with pure disgust. The Blade Demon lunges, swinging his heavy iron cleavers in a massive dual-slash attack. The air splits as the heavy blades slice through the darkness. But Yeonho easily sidetracks the heavy momentum, his movements looking incredibly graceful. He parries both cleavers with a single, blue-tinted block, sending a shockwave of sparks into the trees. The impact is so dense, it shatters the Blade Demon's grip, forcing him to stumble backward. He screams in frustration, trying to swing his remaining cleaver with all his might. Yeonho easily catches the blade with his sword guard, locking their weapons in a tight struggle. The Blade Demon tries to use his physical mass to push him back, gritting his teeth. But Yeonho utilizing his advanced movement, his form shifting instantly to appear directly behind his opponent. The Blade Demon's cleaver strikes empty air. He gasps as he feels the freezing cold temperature of Yeonho's aura behind his neck. Yeonho asks him how a piece of tattered trash who slaughters defenseless children dares to call himself a martial artist. The Blade Demon's face turns bright red with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he realizes he has been completely exposed. He releases a desperate wild swing to force Yeonho back. Yeonho casually bends backward, the massive blade passing inches from his nose. He counters with a swift kick to the chest, sending the heavy old man flying back through the air. The Blade Demon skids across the dirt, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood as the impact shakes his internal organs. Yeonho stands tall, his voice echoing through the dark forest, telling him that a mass-murdering butcher doesn't deserve to speak such noble words. The Blade Demon tries to block with his cleavers, but Yeonho's high-speed sword strikes are completely overwhelming him. He is absolutely terrified, realizing that even while unleashing sword strikes of this level, the kid's face remains completely relaxed. He screams in pure terror, realizing he is dealing with a level of power that shouldn't belong to a teenager. He gathers all his remaining purple energy into his heavy cleaver, preparing for one final, desperate charge. He leaps into the air, screaming "Die!" as he drives his blade down with crushing force. Yeonho takes a classic low-slung sword stance, his blue energy gathering into a silent vortex around his blade. The Blade Demon's cleaver descends, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. But Yeonho whispers that the only thing a butcher has in common with a true martial artist is his final destination. And with a blinding flash of pure blue radiance energy, he releases the legendary Thousand Swords technique. The entire forest is illuminated by a massive cross-slash of energy that completely disintegrates the Blade Demon's physical form. The old monster's mind goes completely blank as he finally realizes what he is witnessing. The legendary sword technique of the Sword Emperor, Baek Muhan, is the last thing he sees before his consciousness fades. The bright blue light explodes outward, completely purging the lingering dark energy from the forest clearing. Suryeon, Seolwa, and the trainees just stand there, their eyes wide and their mouths open in absolute, stunned silence. Mujin is shivering, staring at the lazy slacker, realizing the boy has reached a level of power that he can't even dream of touching. Yeonho sheathes his sword with a clean click, telling the empty space that since they didn't live like martial artists, they should at least die like ones. Only the heavy iron cleaver remains, clattering onto the silent, grass-covered floor. Meanwhile, we transition back to the dark chambers of the Blue Moon faction's headquarters. The underling reports that the search for the Sword Emperor's secret manual is proceeding smoothly, with Shaolin and Wudong joining the hunt. The white-haired leader grins, ordering his men to ensure the manual falls into the hands of the absolute strongest candidate to maximize the chaos. The underling bows, but adds that they have identified a major problem. The person who interfered with their operations in Wuhan and Guangdong is the exact same individual. The leader's eyes narrow, interested by the report. The underling reveals the name, Wi Yeonho, the second son of the Wi clan, who is apparently a master of the supreme level, but is known as the laziest creature under heaven. The leader stands up, highly amused, asking if one lazy slacker is truly the reason all of their elaborate plans keep going up in smoke. The underling sweat drops, admitting it's true, and notes that the manual's current path is heading directly toward the slacker's coordinates. The leader strokes his chin, chuckling that it almost feels like heaven has sent down a specific obstacle to challenge their grand plans. He decides to wait and see how the lazy second son handles the incoming storm of greedy masters who are seeking the manual. He asks where his father, the true patriarch of their faction, is currently resting. The underling explains he is in the garden, looking at flowers to calm his mind and gain new martial insights. The white-haired mastermind grins, whispering Yeonho's name to himself. And as we look at our lazy protagonist sheathing his sword under the moonlight, we have to wonder, will the laziest person under heaven become the ultimate variable that destroys their grand plans for the Jianggu? We'll find out next time, as Gong Mujin and the trainees stare at the severed remains of the legendary killers. Mujin is internally having a crisis, realizing this kid just casual clapped a high-tier threat while complaining his back is sore from sitting down too much. The carriage doors slide open, and Guanhong crawls out, looking like he's trying to recover from a critical blow to his lineage. He looks at his friends, who are standing there looking completely dead inside. Even the tough guys in the back are currently questioning the meaning of existence. Guanhong is completely confused, wondering why everyone is acting like they're at a funeral. Daeon tells him to just be glad he's still alive to ask questions, while Yeonho is already back on the roof, snoring like a chainsaw. Look at him. He literally just reshaped the provincial power balance and went straight back to sleep. Mujin sighs, thinking the future of the entire Murim is completely doomed if the strongest master of the new generation is a lazy vagrant. Seolhwa climbs onto the roof, politely offering Yeonho a candied hawthorn stick because she's worried his blood sugar dropped. Mujin watches her happily feed the slacker and realizes the future of his own disciple is looking pretty bleak too. The next morning, the carriage continues its slow journey through the forest. Mujin rides next to the wagon, loudly complaining that all Yeonho does is eat and sleep like a premium domestic house cat. Yeonho just munches on his snack, asking if a great master like Mujin doesn't need to eat or sleep either. Mujin is instantly silenced, internally crying because he's been eating nothing but dry traveler rations for the last 4 days. Yeonho leans over the edge, asking Daeon how much longer until they reach Luoyang. She sighs, letting him know it's still about 3 days away, and reminds him this entire delays is his fault for getting into duels. But she steals a quick glance at him, silently admitting that his swordplay yesterday was the most impressive thing she's ever witnessed. She asks if she should drive the horses faster to make up for lost time. The wagon violently jolts over a rock, and Yeonho quickly tells her to keep it slow and steady because there is a fragile child on board. Mujin asks him if he ever actually practices, warning him that slacking off will completely halt his growth. Yeonho just lies back, thinking that if he told them his actual training involves getting beat up by the ghost of a sword god in his dreams every night, they would put him in an asylum. Up ahead, they finally spot a local roadside inn. Yeonho sits up, excited for real food, but Suryeon points out he's gotten surprisingly picky about his meals. He explains that after spending 5 years scraping moss off cave walls, he realized mother's cooking is the absolute best. Suryeon looks at him like he's lost his mind, pointing out that their mother has never cooked a single meal in her life, and if he actually ate her cooking, he would start missing the taste of moss. Yeonho's life flashes before his eyes. Meanwhile, we cut to another carriage moving through a dusty highway. Sanho is sitting inside, crossing his arms and asking Jang Il if they are truly on the right path. Jang Il insists he is sure, but wonders why the roads are completely empty of common travelers. Sanho explains that the locals are hiding because a bunch of crazy martial artists are currently chasing a legendary secret manual. Jang Il tells him not to worry, since the world is huge and the chances of his siblings getting dragged into that mess are slim. Sanho shakes his head, letting him know his younger sister possesses a very specific, god-tier talent. A talent for attracting absolute, world-ending disasters like a physical magnet. Father Jeonghan peeks out from the corner of the carriage, completely agreeing with the assessment. Jang Il is skeptical, wondering if someone like that actually exists. Sanho just looks dead inside, confirming that yes, both his sister and his father are literal walking magnets for trouble. And right on cue, we see a heavily injured martial artist sprinting through the forest at top speed. This is Guak's son, the fast-handed, and he is currently coughing up buckets of blood. He is clutching a green book to his chest, whispering that he cannot stop running or he will die. His chi is completely drained, and his dantian feels like it's being stabbed by 1,000 needles. But he grins maniacally, convinced that if he can just escape with this manual, he will become the strongest master in the world. His vision starts to blur, turning dark around the edges. Through the haze, he spots a silhouette walking down the path. He assumes it's a pursuer trying to steal his precious manual, and draws his sword, swearing to kill them to protect his treasure. But before he can even take a step, his body completely gives out, and he collapses face first into the dirt right in front of Yeonho. Yeonho just stands there, looking down at the bloody mess, and asks if he's doing alright. Goksun stares up at him, coughing up more blood, wondering if this casual teenager is a literal hallucination. He clutches the book, whispering that he won't give it up. Yeonho sighs, thinking it's pathetic to die while clinging to so much greed and hatred. He bends down and gently pats his back, telling him to calm down. He reassures the dying man that no one is going to take his book, so he can rest in peace. Goksun looks at him, completely stunned by the kindness, repeating the words, "No one will take it." And with a final sigh, his body goes completely limp, and he dies right there in the dirt. Yeonho panic checks the body, realizing the guy actually just died on him. He groans, thinking it's bad luck to leave a corpse lying in the middle of the road. So, he hoists the dead body onto his shoulder, muttering that the guy shouldn't expect him to host a formal funeral. The green book slips from the dead man's grip, falling onto the grass. Yeonho picks it up, complaining that if rewards are going to fall from the sky, he'd prefer a chest of gold over a dusty old book. He casually tucks the book into his belt and continues walking. Suddenly, Suryeon runs up, spotting her brother carrying a bloody body. Her jaw drops as she takes in the scene. She screams at the top of her lungs, asking if he just murdered a random traveler. Yeonho calmly tells her that a polite sister should ask, "Is he okay?" first, but she just repeats the question. He drops the body, loudly explaining that the guy literally just walked up, coughed blood, and died on his own. Mujin and the trainees run over, crowding around the corpse with serious expressions. Mujin tells the kids to look closely, claiming this is the brutal, unforgiving reality of the Murim, where the strong do whatever they want. Yeonho waves the green book, frantically repeating that the dead guy was the one who brought this manual. Mujin looks at the book, his eyes instantly widening in absolute shock. His hand starts to tremble as he reads the characters written on the cover. It's the genuine, long-lost Sword Emperor's Legacy Manual. He panics, screaming at Yeonho to throw it away immediately, because this book is a literal magnet for death, and every wolf in the province will hunt them down. He demands he discard it, but Yeonho just smiles, holding the book close. Our guy grins greedily, letting him know that since it fell into his hands, it's officially his property. Mujin is having an absolute fit, screaming at him to stop making that terrifyingly greedy face. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of dust and wind erupts from the forest hithers. 3 powerful, gray-haired martial artists land in the clearing, their faces cold and tensed. They look down at Goksun's body, surrounded by a pool of dark blood. The lead elder notes that the fast-handed has finally died because his greed exceeded his capabilities. One of the underlings points toward Yeonho's waist, and their eyes lock onto the green manual tucked into his belt. The elder steps forward, ordering the kid to hand over the secret manual if he wants to leave this forest with his limbs intact. Yeonho holds the book up, asking if he's talking about this specific manual. The elder confirms it, but Yeonho just smiles, asking why he should give up something that belongs to him. His eyes turn incredibly sharp as he lets them know that if they want the book, they are going to have to take it by force. With a bunch of random mercenaries and bounty hunters leaping onto the trees and rooftops, completely surrounding the clearing like a pack of vultures. The lead elder is pissed, realizing a massive crowd of competitors has already tracked them down. A massive, scarred giant with 2 swords on his back laughs, asking the elder if he honestly thought the manual belonged to him. The crowd of martial artists starts to mutter, the tension in the clearing reaching a boiling point. Mujin is sweating, realizing an earth-shattering battle is about to start and protecting Seolwa in this chaos is going to be incredibly difficult. He prepares for bloodshed, looking over to check on Yeonho, only to find our guy has casually sat down on the dirt and is currently flipping through the pages of the manual. Mujin's brain has completely stopped working. He screams, asking what he's doing, and Yeonho just deadpans that he's reading. Mujin is having an absolute crisis, wondering why the terrifying killers surrounding them haven't grabbed the kid and ended him. He yells at Yeonho, asking if he has the nerve to read a book while 100 swords are pointed at his neck. Yeonho just flips the page, letting him know that's exactly why he has to make good use of this time to see what's so special about the book. He tells Mujin to relax because his neck is extremely tough and won't be easy to cut anyway. Mujin just facepalms. The Mohawk giant steps forward, introducing himself as Jua Jiol, the 9 Flashes Blade of Henan. He addresses the crowd, pointing out that fighting amongst themselves will only lead to pointless deaths, suggesting the strongest masters team up and share the secrets. The lead elder strokes his chin, admitting that forming a coalition of the strong isn't a bad idea. Zhuo calls out his fellow elite masters, ordering them to step down from the trees. A massive, scarred giant covered in iron chains hops down, holding a giant battle axe. They gather around Yeonho, looking down at him like he's a minor inconvenience. Zhuo demands Yeonho hand over the book if he wants to survive this night. Yeonho doesn't even look up from his page, completely ignoring the threat. Zhuo turns to Mujin, asking him to convince the kid, but Mujin just tells them to try and take it themselves if they think they can. Zhuo is confused, but Mujin screams at him, letting him know that once this slacker gets his hands on something, he never lets go. Zhuo reaches for his sword, furious at the disrespect. But as Mujin steps into the light, Zhuo's eyes lock on to the plum blossom seal on his pink robe. Mujin stands tall, his pink aura blooming, introducing himself as the plum blossom sword ghost of Manhwa. The entire mob of martial artists takes a massive step back, whispers of pure panic spreading through the crowd. Yeonho looks up, asking Sholwa if that ordinary old man is actually supposed to be scary. She proudly tells him her master's reputation is known across the entire continent, but Yeonho still thinks he looks like a regular senior citizen. Mujin coughs, screaming internally for the kid to stop calling him weak. Zhuo immediately bows, apologizing for his earlier disrespect, and asks if Mount Hua is also seeking the manual. Mujin waves his hand, letting him know they are just passing through and have zero interest in the book. Zhuo is thrilled, asking if they can finish their business with Yeonho without his interference. Mujin tells him to do whatever he wants, swearing on his name that he won't step in even if someone's head rolls. But he glares at Zhuo, thinking to himself that the head rolling tonight is definitely going to be his. Zhuo grins, turning back to Yeonho, letting him know his protector has officially abandoned him. Yeonho just flips another page, pointing out that he never expected the old man to help him anyway. Zhuo's patience finally snaps, but before he can draw his blade, Yeonho slams the book shut, screaming that he already said no and asking why they can't understand simple words. He stands up, shouting at the top of his lungs that he is absolutely not handing the manual over. Zhuo's face turns completely dark with rage. He draws his massive sword, swinging it down in a powerful arc to end the kid's life. The blade slices down, but Yeonho's face remains completely relaxed as he easily shifts his head. The spectators are already celebrating, convinced the kid's miserable life is about to end. But the blade strikes empty air as Yeonho slips underneath the guard, his fist clenching tightly. He grins wildly, letting the giant know he was the one who started this, and he delivers a massive punch directly into Zhuo's jaw. The sheer impact sends the massive giant spinning into the sky like a rocket, his sword flying from his hand. He crashes back down, cratering the dirt with a violent impact that shatters the stone pathway. He rolls on the ground, clutching his broken jaw and groaning in absolute agony. Yeonho stands over him, cracking his knuckles, asking how he dares to point a sword at him. He begins absolutely beating the brakes off the giant, screaming about what would have happened if he hadn't dodged in time. He lands punch after punch, completely dismantling the local master. The spectators are sweating buckets, realizing this teenager just casual clapped the 9 Flashes blade of Henan. Mujin is shivering in the back, realizing that if he hadn't held back during their initial duel, his face would look exactly like Zhuo's right now. He resolves to bow and greet Yeonho properly from now on. He steps forward, nervously suggesting Yeonho can stop now before he actually kills the guy. Yeonho looks back, yelling that if he was a little bit weaker, he would have lost his head, so there's no such thing as going too far. He delivers a massive kick, sending the giant sailing through the air and crashing into the tree line. Get lost! He opens the book again, grumbling about why people can't let a guy quietly read his book in peace. The entire mob of martial artists is completely frozen, staring at him in absolute, terrified silence. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoes from the crowd. Out steps Yi Rang, the ghost demonic hand, looking extremely smug with his silver claws and crimson hair. He sneers, claiming the kid clearly doesn't recognize his name, but Yeonho just looks at him with a blank expression. Yeonho gestures for him to come closer, saying he has some helpful advice for him. Yi Rang leans in, asking what it is, and Yeonho delivers a massive punch straight into his face. Get out of my face. The demonic claw master is sent spinning into the sky, his crimson hair flying. Mujin is completely flabbergasted, asking why he hit him when the guy hadn't even started his attack. Yeonho just flips a page, letting him know that just by looking at his punchable face, he could tell he was going to try some cheap tricks. Mujin sweat drops, internally admitting that he actually finds that logic completely reasonable. Yeonho looks over at the massive, bald giant covered in chains. This is Seok-il, the blood-soaked fortress of the mountain. Yeonho points his finger at him, asking if he's also looking for a physical beatdown. The massive giant's tough guy persona instantly evaporates. He waves his hands in panic, sweating profusely, claiming he is just an ordinary, innocent citizen who is passing by to enjoy the scenery. Yeonho just stares at his giant battle axe and heavy chains, completely unimpressed by the civilian disguise. Seok-il scratches his head, nervously claiming his scary face always causes misunderstandings and makes him feel very sad. That is the survival instinct of a gigachad. Yeonho sighs, looking at the remaining crowd of martial artists. He lets them know he is officially sick and tired of their non-stop interruptions. He pockets the secret manual, letting the crowd know that whoever is still thinking of taking it by force should step forward right now. He cracks his neck and knuckles, his eyes turning cold and sharp, ready to settle this entire crowd at once. And things are about to get real ugly for the local martial arts community. So, we are back on the highway, and our guy is currently surrounded by a mob of greedy martial artists who want to take the Sword Emperor's legacy book from him. You would think he is preparing for a legendary battle or a high-speed getaway, but you know exactly what this man is like by now. He slowly slips the highly coveted manual into his robes and looks the crowd dead in the eye. He tells them if they want it, they are welcome to step up and try to take it. He cracks his knuckles, looks absolutely magnificent, and tells them he is honestly just too lazy to deal with this, so he wants to wrap this up as fast as possible. The entire crowd freezes. Nobody wants to be the first one to get turned into a crater. He waits. Still nothing. The absolute silence in the middle of a massive standoff is peak main character energy. Since nobody is moving, he just casually plops back down on the dirt. He is just going to keep reading his book. Lee Seolwa then steps up and offers him some sweets. He opens his mouth like a spoiled king, and there he is, the legendary descendant of the Sword Emperor, munching on a snack while 100 tensed-up warriors watch him read. Even Seomundaeon is standing there thinking that there is absolutely nothing anyone can do against a guy this absurdly strong. Suddenly, Yeonho slams the book shut. Gong Mujin walks over, looking highly stressed, and asks if the manual was too complex for him to comprehend. Our guy looks at him, strokes his chin, and says he is struggling with a highly complex problem. Mujin expects some deep spiritual revelation about the nature of sword chi, but Yeonho just says the problem is the price. Mujin is completely lost. Price? What does price have to do with ancient martial arts secrets? Then, Yeonho drops his true plan with a smile that belongs on a Disney villain. He says now that he has memorized the entire thing, he is going to sell copies of it for 2 golden yangs a pop. Mujin's face completely breaks. He asks if he has officially lost his mind. He is selling the legendary secrets of the Sword Emperor for the price of a decent dinner, but Yeonho is already holding up the manual like a street vendor. First come, first serve. And just like that, the terrifying standoff turns into a Black Friday sale. The entire mob of elite warriors instantly loses their composure and starts throwing money at him. Meanwhile, down the road, a massive squad of Shaolin monks is sprinting toward them at warp speed. This is Master Gong Ryong, a venerable elder of the Shaolin Temple. He has heard about the manual and is rushing to prevent what he assumes is a brutal bloodbath. He has brought the entire 18 Arhat formation to stop the slaughter. He tells himself he must intervene before the Jianghu descends into chaos. He is fully prepared to get blood on his hands if it means saving the world. Truly a noble spiritual leader. He leaps onto a rock, strikes a dramatic pose, and yells at the foolish martial artists to halt their violence. He prepares to face the horror, and then he looks down, and he sees a giant outdoor study hall. Everyone is sitting neatly in rows, quietly writing on parchment. The Grandmaster is completely speechless. The terrifying battle royale he expected is currently looking like a high school entrance exam. Gong Mujin walks up to him and offers a highly polite greeting. He introduces himself, keeping things extremely respectful because this is a literal living legend standing in front of him. The Grandmaster looks around, his eyebrows twitching, and asks what in the world is happening here. Mujin casually explains that they are all just copying down the Sword Emperor's manual. The elder's face goes fully distorted. He asks how anyone could just copy the most sacred martial treasure in the world. Mujin tells him the owner is letting them do it in exchange for a small fee. Gong Ryong demands to know who this legendary owner is. Mujin leans in and warns him to never, under any circumstances, talk to that absolute bum. He describes Yeonho as a literal demon sent to tempt human minds, but Gong Ryong is a holy man. He says his duty is to save lost souls, so he must meet this young man. Mujin reluctantly leads him to the carriage and knocks on the door, telling Yeonho that a highly respected elder of Shaolin is here to see him. When there is no answer, Mujin starts slamming his fist, telling him to show some basic respect to a senior. The carriage roof suddenly explodes as Yeonho kicks his way out, wrapped in a white bedsheet like a very annoyed ghost. He drops down to the ground. He bows lazily and introduces himself as Wi Yeonho, the second son of the Guangdong Wi clan. Gong Ryong immediately goes into full saint mode. He praises Yeonho's incredibly pure Buddhist mindset for sharing such a treasure without greed. He calls down blessings, looking like a literal angel of peace. And then the classic corporate tax-exempt pitch comes. He gently suggests that since the book will cause chaos if bad people read it, Yeonho should just hand the original over to Shaolin for safekeeping. Yeonho looks at him, totally unfazed, and says it is his book, so what he does with it is his business. And besides, it is definitely not free. He repeats that it is 2 golden yangs to make a copy. Right on cue, a poor-looking martial artist approaches, scratching his head. He says he wants to copy the manual, but he is completely broke. Yeonho's eyes light up. He points the man toward a tent in the distance and tells him he has come to the exact right place. And standing there is Huang Chong, running a temporary branch of the Silver River Exchange. He welcomes the customer with a massive, friendly smile. He recognizes the broke warrior as a famous grandmaster from Shaanxi. He tells him this is a legendary opportunity, and they are offering a very friendly interest rate of 50% per year. The warrior slams his hands on the desk, yelling that 50% is literal robbery. But Huang Chong points to the crowd of people happily writing. He asks if he really wants to be the only one left behind, while all his rivals get 50% stronger. The psychological damage is instant. The warrior starts crying, realizing he cannot let his rivals pass him. He signs the paper and stamps it with his thumb. Daeon then steps in to guide him to the next step. She hands him a highly official contract, stating that sharing or reselling the contents of the book is strictly prohibited. The warrior reads the tiny print. It says if he violates the terms, the owner will personally track him down and end him. He asks if he is really not even allowed to show it to his own kids. Daeon explains that direct family is fine, but uncles and cousins are a one-way ticket to a very painful beating. The warrior walks away, grumbling, and Huang Chong happily counts the heavy gold coins. Gong Ryong is watching this entire transaction unfold from the bushes, his face going completely pale. He watches the gold slide into Yeonho's hands. He walks over to Huang Chong and whispers, asking why they charged 3 yangs instead of 2. Huang Chong happily explains that 1 yang is a customer acquisition fee. The Grandmaster is confused. He says this seems incredibly risky. Does Huang Chong really believe these broke martial artists can repay such a massive loan with 50% interest in a year? Huang Chong's smile goes completely dark. He explains that the real business only begins when they fail to pay. The interest will compound, and eventually, they will have to sell their very souls. Gong Ryong takes a step back, muttering holy prayers. He looks at Yeonho and Huang Chong, who are currently laughing like 2 actual demons, plotting a corporate takeover. Yeonho turns to him, his eyes glowing red, and tells him to go back to work. The Grandmaster asks how many people have already copied the book. Yeonho casually tells him they are already at about 100. The elder does the quick math in his head. 100 people, plus 30 more in line, at 3 yangs each. That is nearly 400 golden yangs in a single afternoon. He sweats profusely, realizing that Shaolin's entire annual donation budget is less than 300 gold. This teenager is literally going to build a palace of solid gold at this rate. Gong Ryong tries to appeal to his morality. He warns that if this legendary technique falls into evil hands, it will cause a catastrophic bloodbath. Yeonho looks at him with a very smug grin. He tells the Grandmaster that if bad guys try to use it for evil, a highly respected noble warrior will surely step up to stop them. He looks directly at Gong Ryong. The Grandmaster is forced to cough and agree that yes, of course, Shaolin would intervene. Yeonho then explains that by selling it to everyone, he has actually prevented a bloodbath. If only one person had it, everyone would be fighting to the death to steal it. But since literally everyone can just buy a copy for 2 yangs, there is no monopoly, and therefore, total peace. The elder stares at him, completely dazed. He actually starts to believe this absolute nonsense. Mujin is standing in the back, his face covered in sweat, realizing that Yeonho has somehow managed to financially gaslight the supreme leader of the Shaolin Temple. Mujin asks, what happens if some high-level boss decides to just take the book by force instead of signing a predatory loan? A random copyist on the floor laughs and asks why anyone would bother fighting a literal monster when they can just borrow money at 50% interest. Yeonho agrees, saying that is just how the modern economy works. And besides, he is planning on packing up and heading to Luoyang next. Gong Ryong asks if he is going to the imperial capital to hide from the incoming storm of greedy masters. Yeonho looks at him like he just said the stupidest thing on earth. Why would he hide? The elder is confused. Yeonho strikes a dramatic pose and declares that a bigger city means a much larger customer base. He is going to run the exact same pyramid scheme in the middle of the most populated city in the empire. Gong Ryong's mind completely shattered. He is actually going to sell a legendary martial treasure like street food in the capital. Mujin's warning echoes in his mind. The kid is not a martial artist. He is a literal demon. And as Chi 41 ends, we see Yeonho's legendary gremlin face. He is not here to cultivate. He is here to get absolutely filthy rich. We open Chi 42 with Yeonho reiterating his master plan. He has zero intention of hiding. Gong Ryong is still standing there, his brain completely short-circuiting. Our guy is fully energized now, shouting that more citizens mean infinite potential customers. He is looking incredibly happy, his eyes shining with the pure joy of unregulated capitalism. The Grand Master is trembling, realizing the sheer scale of the incoming financial disaster. Yeonho politely thanks him for his concern, but says he will take care of the sales himself, so Shaolin does not need to worry. The elder stares at his retreating back, thinking that this kid is a walking, breathing embodiment of absolute greed. He looks over at the massive line of proud warriors, meekly waiting to sign away their souls. They are all standing in a perfect, orderly line, looking like they are waiting for a new iPhone drop. Gong Ryong realizes that not even Gong Mujin's terrifying reputation was enough to keep these greedy warriors calm. Yeonho managed to tame them with pure debt. He turns to Mujin and asks him point blank who this Wi Yeonho really is. He rephrases his question, asking how Yeonho's actual martial arts strength compares to his own legendary power. Mujin immediately goes completely quiet. He closes his eyes and sweat drops. The elder's eyes widen. He realizes that Mujin's hesitation means the truth is so terrifyingly disrespectful to Shaolin that he cannot even say it out loud. He looks over at the young monster, and he sees Yeonho, completely passed out on a wooden bench, snoring loud enough to wake the dead and drooling all over his sleeve. Truly, a terrifying master of the martial path. The Grand Master decides he has seen enough. He politely tells Mujin he is leaving. As the sun starts to set over the Golden Forest, the Shaolin squad prepares to march back. But before they go, Gong Ryong stops his young muscular disciple, Musan, and tells him he must stay behind. He explains that staying cooped up in the temple will never teach him how the real world works. If he wants to grow, he needs to experience the harsh reality of life. And the best way to do that is to follow Wi Yeonho around and observe his every move. Musan is incredibly moved. He cries out in gratitude, thanking his master for being so incredibly considerate of his growth. But then, the Grand Master says there is one small, highly specific task he needs him to perform. He leans in close and whispers the true plan into his ear. Musan's face instantly goes completely blank. He asks his master to repeat that. And the next thing we see is Huang Chong at his loan desk, looking highly amused. Musan is standing there, sweating, trying to explain that lending money to a holy monk is a bit unusual, but he desperately needs the cash and promises Shaolin will repay him. Huang Chong thinks to himself that the temple might be rich, but the individual monks are always completely broke. And we see the flashback of what the Grand Master actually whispered. He told Musan that Shaolin desperately needs the manual, but since they have no official budget for it, Musan needs to take out a high-interest loan in his own name. The temple will surely reimburse him later, probably. Musan realizes he is being completely sold out by his own spiritual guide. Huang Chong smiles warmly and asks him to step into the private office to discuss the terms. Yeonho appears, looking incredibly smug. He asks if Musan really expects to get a legendary manual now and pay him back whenever he feels like it. The entire group is standing there, watching the poor kid get cornered. Yeonho points a finger at his shiny head and asks if he is bald because he loves getting free things so much. Mujin is completely outraged, screaming at Yeonho for showing such disrespect to a monk. Yeonho just shouts back that he is literally bald. Mujin explains that it is a shaved head for religious reasons, while Yeonho grumbles that monks get free food, free training, and high respect, so they are living the absolute dream life. He tells Musan to write up an affidavit of private possessions. He holds up a blank contract. Musan drops to his knees, sweating, and says holy monks are not allowed to have any personal possessions. Yeonho's smile goes completely dark. He says if Musan wants to share the debt with the entire Shaolin Temple instead of listing personal assets, the price is now 500 golden yangs. Musan screams in terror. 500 yangs is enough to buy a small town. Yeonho explains that normal customers only pay 2 yangs because if they die, their families inherit the debt. Musan argues that everyone in Shaolin is his family. Yeonho looks at him like he is a scammer and asks who has a family of 500 people. But he is generous, so he will drop the price to a very reasonable 300 yangs. Musan is in despair, knowing no monk could ever possess that much money. Yeonho's smile returns. He tells him if he has no gold, he can just pay with his body. He holds up a promissory note, stating that Musan will become Yeonho's official subordinate until the entire debt is cleared. The kid panics, saying he cannot make such a massive decision without asking his master. Yeonho doesn't even answer. He just moves. He vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving the young monk spinning around in confusion. Another blur of movement. And Yeonho is suddenly standing right in front of him, casually handing him a piece of paper. Musan is terrified, realizing this lazy slacker is fast enough to make horses look slow. He opens the letter. It is a direct note from his master, telling him to stop complaining, sign the slave contract, and send the copy back to the temple. Good luck. Signed, Gong Ryong. The young monk crumbles the letter, his face twisting in absolute betrayal. And as the moon rises, the carriage begins to move toward the capital, with Musan officially joining the party. He is walking behind the carriage, tears streaming down his face, clutching his copy of the manual. He asks himself if his master really just abandoned him. Mujin rides alongside him, looking incredibly sympathetic. He tells him there is no way around it. Mujin looks over at the carriage, thinking that the master took the book, but the disciple got stuck with 300 nyangs of debt. He mutters that Yeonho is a truly terrifying monster. And on top of the carriage roof, Suryeon is happily feeding Yeonho sweets. Our guy is living his absolute best life, mouth open, getting pampered by two beautiful girls. Mujin watches this, his sweat drop growing larger, thinking that his own disciple is currently serving as a maid for this absolute slacker. We see a quick flashback to 2 hours ago, where Yeonho was lounging on the carriage, demanding sweets from his new slave. Musan asked where he could possibly find sweets in the middle of a forest at midnight. Yeonho told him to either find sweets or pay back the 300 gold. The kid sprinted into the woods at warp speed, crying. Yeonho casually noted that he is a very good runner. And back in the present, Yeonho is happily chewing, thinking that a slave faster than a horse is definitely worth every penny of that 300 nyang debt. Suryeon asks him how much money they officially earned today. Yeonho's face goes dead serious, and he asks her who Wi is. She quickly corrects herself, and Yeonho happily reveals they made 800 golden yangs, including the promissory notes. Suryeon's tongue pops out in pure shock. Yeonho sighs, complaining about how hard he had to work at the clinic just to make 100. Suryeon asks if this means they can eat whatever they want now. Yeonho tells her she needs to learn some yoga because he is going to feed her so much she might lose her figure. Lee Seolawa then offers him a piece of dried beef. He happily accepts, and the girls just sit there on the roof, watching him eat with very warm expressions. Suryeon looks over at Seolawa, who is blushing slightly. She thinks to herself that the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost is incredibly pretty and comes from a very prestigious family. She looks at her brother, thinking that despite his extreme laziness, he is actually very good looking and a martial arts god. She smiles, thinking that Seolawa would be an absolute jackpot for a sister-in-law. She asks Seolawa if she wants to feed him next. The two girls nod at each other, sharing a highly silent, highly dangerous agreement. Yeonho suddenly feels a chill down his spine, realizing he might be the one getting managed here. But their peaceful night is instantly ruined as a massive sea of torches appears on the road ahead, blocking the gates of Luoyang. Mujin's face goes completely serious as he looks at the massive blockade. Yeonho leaps down from the roof. Mujin asks what is happening, and Yeonho casually notes that there are a lot of animals using fire tonight. Musan blocks his eyes from the glare. They realize this massive army is waiting specifically for them. Mujin warns that these greedy warriors are definitely here to steal the manual by force. He tells Yeonho to stay alert. Daeon asks if they should turn back and find a different route. Yeonho looks at the massive city gate, just a few hundred yards away. He says the city is right there, so turning back is way too much effort. He is just going to walk straight through them. Musan looks at the massive crowd of debtors walking with them, wondering if this is really going to be okay. The leader of the blockade steps forward. He is a massive, muscular man with long hair, a thick beard, and a very arrogant posture. Mujin rides up, looking incredibly imposing, and introduces himself as the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost of Manhwa. The leader doesn't even blink. Waving a hand dismissively, he screams at them to shut up and bring out the actual owner of the treasure. He tells his men to prepare to attack. He points a finger at Mujin, shouting that he has no interest in talking to a useless, good-for-nothing. The camera zooms in on Mujin's face, and oh boy, his expression is terrifying. His eyes are wide, his veins are popping, and his ego has just been completely annihilated. A high-ranking elder of Mount Hua, called a good-for-nothing by a local thug. He starts screaming, trying to draw his sword to vaporize the entire army, while Seolwa desperately tries to hold him back. Yeonho casually raises a hand, stepping in front of him. He tells the mob that the big guy has arrived. Musan quickly leaps forward and covers Mujin's mouth, desperately begging him to not make a scene and ruin their cover. The bearded leader points his torch at Yeonho, demanding he hand over the manual if he wants to leave this place alive. Yeonho looks at him, totally bored, and says he already gave them all a very generous offer. It is only 2 golden yangs to make a copy. The leader laughs maniacally, shouting that nobody in their right mind would ever pay such an absurd price for a book. Yeonho's eyes flash. He slowly turns around to face the massive crowd of debtors standing behind his carriage. He points at the blockade and asks his customers if they heard that. He says this arrogant thug is calling them all complete idiots for paying 2 yangs and taking out 50% interest loans to get stronger. The crowd of debtors instantly goes completely quiet. Their faces twist in absolute raw fury. They didn't sign away their souls to be mocked by a random highway robber. The bearded leader realizes he has made a catastrophic mistake. He desperately waves his hands, screaming that he wasn't talking to them. But it is too late. The massive crowd of angry, debt-ridden warriors charges forward like a literal zombie horde, screaming that they will uphold the morals of the Jianggu by tearing these thieves apart. We see Yeonho's legendary gremlin face. The manipulation is a total success. He didn't even have to draw his sword. He just let the free market handle the threat. But what happens when they actually enter the capital? Will his pyramid scheme survive the massive factions of Luoyang? You'll have to find out in the next batch. Our guy looks at the blockade and decides that physical violence is way too much work. He turns to his massive crowd of debt-ridden customers, pointing at the thugs blocking the road. He tells them that these freeloaders want the legendary manual for free, while his customers had to take out 50% compound interest loans to copy it. The manipulation is instant and absolute. The blockade leader panics, desperately trying to explain that he was not talking to the crowd. But Yeonho keeps pouring gasoline on the fire, pointing out that if you don't pay and you don't want debt, the only option left is robbery. The copyists are completely triggered, screaming that they did not ruin their credit scores just to watch some random highway thugs get the manual for free. Yeonho leaps into action, telling his squad to charge ahead because these guys are trying to steal their investment. The massive gate of Luoyang is right in front of them, completely closed for the night, but Yeonho tells them to leave the gates to him. He draws his wrapped blade, looking incredibly cool for someone who is about to cause a massive international incident. Daeon is holding the reins of the carriage, wondering if joining this circus was a massive career mistake. The mob of angry debtors charges the blockade like a literal horde of Black Friday shoppers. The webtoon even labels them the Crazy Debtors Group. The blockade leader looks at the incoming stampede of angry taxpayers and realizes he is completely cooked. His subordinate panics, pointing out that the madmen are coming to run them over. The carriage crashes straight through the front lines. Yeonho stands on top of the horse, laughing like a literal cartoon villain. Daeon screams at him to stop laughing because they are highly likely to die in this stampede. Our guy just says this is significantly more fun when he is the one driving the stampede instead of being chased by it. The blockade leader braces himself as the carriage closes the distance. Yeonho casually tells them he has eyes, raising his wrapped blade into the air. The weapon begins to glow with a blinding blue light. The thugs look up, realizing that this lazy kid is holding a literal tactical nuke. He swings. The strike splits the air. A massive explosion of blue energy craters the earth, sending dirt and bodies flying in every direction. The blockade leader can barely keep his eyes open through the shockwave. When the dust settles, a massive cross-shaped fissure is carved into the solid stone road. He stares at the crater, sweating, wondering if the kid who just did this is actually a human being. Yeonho rides straight through the gap, still laughing. He tells the remaining thugs to politely get out of his way. He launches a casual energy wave that sends the leader flying into the sky. The rest of the army tries to surround the carriage, but Yeonho's squad is fully synchronized now. He spins his blade, deflecting arrows and spears like he is playing a rhythm game on easy mode. He mutters that these scoundrels are trying to ruin his profit margin, and he takes that highly personally. The thugs shout that they have the numbers, charging from all sides. They try to swarm the carriage roof. Yeonho blocks them, shouting that nobody gets a free ride. Daeon screams at him, asking why he is still talking about retail prices in the middle of a massive riot. Yeonho tells her that precisely because of this situation, he has to protect his intellectual property from these freeloaders. Musan then leaps from the carriage, his face going dark. He mutters that he is definitely going to list this lazy madman as a target of extermination once he pays off his debt. But for now, he has to work off his 300 gold nyang, so he unleashes the great power of supreme wisdom. A massive golden shield of light erupts from his body, pushing the attackers back. He stands like a golden statue, telling them that stealing without paying is not the path of morality. A thug in the back gets pushed, yelling at the bald man to get out of the way. Musan's face immediately twitches. He stops his prayer, his veins popping, and whispers that he is not bald, he just shaved his head. The thug runs at him with a sword, telling the bald monk to shut up and die. And that is the exact moment Musan officially loses his mind. He unleashes a high-speed barrage of golden fist strikes, completely obliterating the attacker's guard. The thug is sent flying into the upper atmosphere. Musan immediately puts his hands together, sweating, begging for forgiveness because the demon inside him briefly took over. The remaining thugs back away in terror, screaming that the bald monk is a literal madman who is beating people to death. The webtoon notes that in the future, the legend of the terrifying blood Arhat began exactly like this. Meanwhile, Gongmujin is running through the crowd, slicing swords in half with a pink plum blossom aura. He screams at them to have a taste of a Manhwa elder's blade. He is completely in his element, spinning and cutting through the mob like a blender. He has a massive, slightly unhinged smile, officially earning the title of the Demon of the Plum Blossom Flower Sword. A creepy thug in the back spots Lee Seolwa and licks his lips, calling her a pretty girl. Mujin instantly teleports in front of him, his eyes glowing pink with absolute rage, telling him to get his eyes off his disciple. The thug gets sliced, thinking to himself that she was indeed beautiful, before he passes out. Yeonho is also fighting, punching a guy in the face while wondering why the hell they are even fighting in the first place. The other trainee tells him to stop complaining and hit another one, because they are officially stuck on Yeonho's wild ride now. The carriage continues to rumble forward. The carriage door slowly creaks open, and Seo Juak, who has been tied up inside this entire time, peeks out looking incredibly green, begging them to drive slower, because he is about to throw up. The two trainees look at him and their faces immediately flush pink. They realize they just had a highly awkward romantic reaction to a tied-up, middle-aged villain. They scream in terror, turning back to the fight to punch more thugs to forget what just happened. The carriage is currently leading a massive convoy of angry copyists, charging straight toward the massive city wall of Luoyang. Suryeon looks back, pointing out that the mob is sticking right behind them. She yells at Daeon that things are getting highly dangerous and they need to go faster. Daeon screams back that she is driving a horse, not a sports car, and the closed city gate is right in front of them. Suryeon panics, pointing out that the guards will never open the gate at night. Daeon asks Yeonho if his promise to handle the gate was a complete lie. Yeonho stands on the horse, striking a highly dramatic pose, telling them to trust his leadership. Daeon asks what he is planning. He just grins, saying he has always wanted to try this at least once. He reaches into his robes, looking like he is about to draw a legendary mystical sword. On top of the wall, the city guards are watching the massive approaching riot of torches, wondering why these crazy martial artists are bringing their fight to the city. They yell at them to stop. The guard captain looks closer, his face turning completely pale. Yeonho stands tall, raising a highly glowing golden badge into the sky. The golden blade of the royal inspector shines with a bright, divine light. He screams at the top of his lungs that the supreme representative of the emperor is here. Gongmujin just looks at him, completely dead inside, quietly begging him to stop making a scene for once in his life. The guard captain on top of the wall looks down, squinting his eyes through the dust. He watches the massive convoy of horse carriages and screaming warriors charging straight at him. His subordinate asks if they should open up, but the captain screams that they cannot open the city gates at night for anyone, not even the king, without checking their identity. And then, Yeonho raises the golden badge again. The bright golden light of the imperial seal reflects off the captain's face. It is the official golden sword of the royal inspector. The captain's eyes go wide as he realizes what that badge represents. Yeonho is still standing on the horse, yelling that the imperial authority has arrived. The captain instantly loses his mind, screaming at his men to open the gates immediately. He yells that the kid is holding the supreme golden sword of the royal inspectors. The guards grab the massive wooden crank, spinning it as fast as they can, shouting that they will all be executed if they are too slow. The massive iron gates slowly begin to creak open. The carriage crashes through the opening gap, sending a massive shockwave of wind that knocks the guards off their feet. Yeonho lands back on the carriage, holding his golden badge like a trophy. He laughs maniacally, telling Daeon to push the horse to its absolute limits. Daeon screams back, asking where the hell they are supposed to go now. Yeonho yells that they are heading straight to the Orthodox Murim Alliance headquarters. Mujin is running alongside, screaming at him to shut up and keep his voice down. The massive mob of copyists pours through the open city gates right behind them, chasing the carriage like a parade. Daeon spots the massive fortress of the Orthodox Alliance ahead, but she points out that the front gates are completely closed. They need to find a side entrance. Yeonho looks at the massive stone wall and tells her to keep driving straight ahead. Daeon screams at him to not do whatever crazy thing he is currently planning. Yeonho raises his glowing wrapped blade, quoting the classic philosophical proverb that the great path has no gate. He smiles, saying if there isn't a gate, they will just make one. Mujin's face completely breaks as he screams that is definitely not what that proverb means. Yeonho swings his blade. Mujin watches in slow motion horror as the strike approaches the ancient wall. A massive explosion of blue energy completely vaporizes the stone wall, sending a shower of boulders and dust into the courtyard. Mujin is literally crying, thinking to himself that these walls have stood for centuries without falling, and they were just destroyed by a lazy teenager who didn't want to drive around the corner. Yeonho points at the smoking hole, shouting that the path is officially open. Daeon is holding the reins, her face pale. She steers the carriage straight through the wreckage of the wall, drifting into the sacred courtyard of the Murim Alliance. Inside the fortress, the Alliance disciples wake up, screaming that a massive earthquake or an invasion is happening. Two high-level disciples run out in their training robes, holding their swords, and they are greeted by a horse carriage flying through the air, crashing onto the pristine stone courtyard. The carriage stops, and Yeonho is standing on top of it with his arms crossed, looking incredibly smug. Daeon quickly leaps off, screaming that she is Seomun Daeon of the Alliance's secret pavilion, and telling them to stand down. Yeonhyo also screams his prestigious family name, begging the disciples to help them. The Alliance guards recognize the names, immediately lowering their weapons and pointing the carriage toward the inner courtyard. The carriage drifts to a halt, leaving a massive trail of burning dust. The massive mob of copyists stops right at the edge of the broken wall. Yeonho slowly steps down from the carriage, turning around to face them. He stands on top of the rubble, looking down at the crowd. The mob is completely frozen, staring at the ruined wall. Nobody is willing to take a single step forward. The copyists sweat, realizing that beyond this broken wall lies the official headquarters of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. If they step foot inside as unauthorized outsiders, they will be classified as hostile invaders and executed on the spot. Yeonho chuckles, waving his hand mockingly. He smiles, telling them it is a massive shame because they were so close to catching him. The copyist leader is trembling with rage, screaming that he is going to kill him, but his subordinates are physically holding him back. They yell at him to calm down, because they are all dead if they take one step across that boundary. Yeonho waves them goodbye, telling them to try harder next time. Suddenly, a massive, thunderous sound of footsteps echoes behind the mob. The copyists look back, their faces turning completely pale. A massive army of heavily armored soldiers on horseback is approaching at warp speed. This is the official Luoyang Defense Army, and they have surrounded the entire area. Yeonho looks at the trapped mob, asking why they look so shocked. He asks if they really believed they could cause a massive riot in the capital and just walk away. The copyist leader looks like he is about to throw up, screaming that Yeonho is the one who caused this entire mess. The commander of the defense army steps forward, his face dark, telling everyone to not move a single inch. He warns them that resisting will be treated as picking a fight with the imperial government. He walks through the crowd of terrified copyists, looking incredibly imposing. At the same time, another elite squad of martial artists runs out from the Alliance fortress. This is the Great Heaven Regiment, led by a massive, muscular commander with wild hair and a red headband. The two commanders stand side by side, creating a massive aura of pure authority. Yeonho casually clears his throat. He slowly walks toward the two legendary commanders, and he holds up the golden Royal Inspector badge, giving them a very cute wink. The army commander instantly drops to his knees, sweat pouring down his face, asking what brings the supreme representative of the emperor to Luoyang. Yeonho points his golden badge at the trapped copyists outside the wall, calling them a group of violent thieves. He explains very calmly that these thieves tried to rob and murder innocent citizens in the middle of the night. And to make things worse, they broke into Luoyang without permission and caused a massive riot, all the way to the Alliance headquarters. He looks at the two commanders, saying they definitely should not let such lawless behavior slide. The commanders look at each other, their eyes glowing with rage, agreeing that this is a massive crime that cannot be overlooked. The copyists are completely pale, realizing they are about to face the entire military might of the empire because of a Tunyang book. Yeonho smiles, telling the commanders he will leave the rest of the cleanup to them. He casually turns around and walks back to his carriage. He kicks the carriage door open, showing everyone inside that they have officially arrived. Yeonhyo is completely dazed, watching him step inside. He dumps the tied-up Seo Juok onto the floor, showing the Alliance that they also captured a high-level wanted criminal. Yeonho stretches, saying he is incredibly tired and has done more than enough work for the day, so he is going to sleep. He slams the carriage door shut. The next morning, the sun rises over the massive ruined fortress wall of the Alliance. The army commander stands in front of the kneeling copyists, listing off their official charges. The copyists try to argue that they didn't destroy the wall, but nobody is listening. The commander continues listing the charges: trespassing, carrying weapons, causing a riot, robbery, and attempted murder. He screams the order to arrest every single one of them. The soldiers raise their spears, moving in. The Great Heaven Regiment also charges, ready to lock them up. The copyists realize they are completely ruined and start running for their lives in every direction. A massive, chaotic chase scene unfolds across the entire imperial capital. Mujin is standing in the middle of the courtyard, his clothes dusty, looking like he has aged 20 years in a single night. The trainees and Lee Seolwa collapse onto the stone floor, completely exhausted. Mujin sighs, muttering a quiet prayer. He looks at the closed carriage, thinking that nothing ever goes smoothly when this lazy bastard is around, while Yeonho is happily snoring inside, dreaming of his massive pile of gold. So, the wall is officially destroyed, the dust has settled, and the leaders of the alliance are currently holding an emergency meeting. Divine strategist Jo Hyun is staring at Gong Mujin like he just told him the sky is falling. He cannot comprehend how a teenager is selling the most sacred martial treasure in history for the price of a cheap street snack. Mujin just nods, looking completely exhausted from having to explain this reality. The strategist rubs his temples, declaring that this entire situation is outright insanity. He laughs, pointing out that if this continues, in 10 years, every random street thug is going to call themselves a legendary sword emperor. He asks what the kid was possibly thinking when he came up with this business model. Mujin explains Yeonho's exact logic. The kid believes it is a perfect win-win, because he gets incredibly rich, others get the manual, and absolutely no blood is spilled. Jo Hyun admits the logic is technically correct, but it still leaves a terrible taste in his mouth. The kid just flipped the entire martial world upside down and called it philanthropy. He narrows his eyes, asking where this highly chaotic young man is currently resting. And we cut to Yeonho, who is currently tucked into a cozy silk futon, sleeping like a literal newborn baby. He stretches, sighing that this is what absolute paradise feels like. No fighting, no training, just pure, uninterrupted laziness. He hears a soft knock on his door and lazily tells them to enter. Lee Seolwa walks in, carrying a giant steaming basket of fresh buns, warmly telling him it is time to eat. And instead of leaving the tray, she casually plops right down on the edge of his bed. Yeonho sits up, completely wrapped in his blanket like a very confused burrito, wondering why she is invading his personal space. She blushes intensely, picks up a bun with her chopsticks, and holds it right in front of his face. She tells him to go ahead and take a bite, looking incredibly determined. Our guy looks at the bun, having a brief moment of existential dread where he feels like he is throwing away his last shred of basic human dignity by being hand-fed like a toddler. But then he remembers he is pathologically lazy, decides that being hand-fed is actually his ultimate life dream, and happily opens his mouth. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere is shattered as Gong Mujin kicks the door open, screaming at Yeonho to get out of bed. Mujin stops dead in his tracks, staring at his prized disciple feeding the slacker with a look of absolute betrayal. The awkwardness in the room instantly hits peak levels. Seolwa shrieks, bows frantically to her master, and runs out of the room at warp speed, her face completely red. Yeonho calmly chews his bun and asks Mujin if he kicked the door open because he desperately needs to use the bathroom. Mujin's face goes fully red, his veins popping, as he draws his sword and charges. Yeonho doesn't even move, casually asking why he is drawing a lethal weapon over a breakfast delivery. Mujin screams that he will never hand his precious disciple over to a lazy brat like him, leaping through the air for a strike. And we cut to the aftermath. Mujin is standing there with a massive, swelling black eye, looking incredibly depressed. They are walking through the grand hallways of the Jongmumang Military Affairs Hall. Yeonho is strolling with his hands behind his head, smugly pointing out that Mujin really shouldn't have drawn his sword at his advanced age. Mujin screams at him to shut up, but Yeonho tells him to stop venting his anger, claiming he is the true victim of this early morning violence. Mujin points out he is the one with the black eye. Mujin tries to salvage his dignity, warning Yeonho that the military advisor they are about to meet is a legendary elder of the alliance. He tells him to show some actual respect for once, but Yeonho just tells him he worries way too much. They step through the grand double doors. Mujin bows deeply, announcing that he has brought Wi Yeonho, and standing there is Jo Hyun, slowly lowering his red folding fan with a very polite smile. He notes that Yeonho is the second son of the legendary Wi Yeonho, claiming the alliance leader holds his father's chivalry in high regard. Yeonho casually scoffs, saying that thanks to his father's legendary chivalry, his family has to survive on literal scraps at home. Mujin goes pale, frantically poking Yeonho in the ribs and screaming at him to show some basic manners. Jo Hyun just laughs, finding the kid's absolute lack of filter highly amusing, and invites them to sit for some tea. The tea table is set with luxurious porcelain and a massive tower of fresh pastries. The three of them sit down, the atmosphere in the grand room looking highly tense. Yeonho looks at the strategist with a face that is completely dead inside. Jo Hyun peers over his fan, analyzing the boy's expressions. He notes that, judging by Yeonho's bored face, the boy doesn't seem to like him very much. Yeonho smiles brightly and says yes. Honestly, he dislikes him a little bit. Moojin immediately spits his tea across the table in pure shock. Moojin is staring at him, wondering if this kid is completely shameless or if he just has literal nerves of steel to insult a grand elder to his face. Jo Hyun remains perfectly calm, asking him to explain exactly why he dislikes him. Yeonho sips his tea and says it is because the strategist looks far too ordinary. The strategist is completely lost. Ordinary? Yeonho explains that he looks far too trustworthy, pointing out his smooth skin, white hair, and kind-looking beard. Jo Hyun smiles, asking if the boy is simply jealous of his incredibly handsome elderly looks. Yeonho says it is not jealousy, but pure suspicion. He points out that if a professional scammer actually looked like a bad guy, nobody would ever fall for their tricks. He leans in, whispering that the most dangerous tricksters always look exactly like the friendly strategist. Moojin's face goes pale as he screams at Yeonho for his outrageous disrespect. Jo Hyun slowly taps his chin with his fan, completely unfazed. He asks who exactly taught the boy such cynical life lessons. Yeonho reveals it was his master. He explains that his master was an incredibly handsome man with a divine aura, and he explicitly warned Yeonho to always be wary of old men who look as handsome and trustworthy as him, because their outside and inside are often completely different. Yeonho adds that since his master used his own face as an example, he cannot argue with the logic. Jo Hyun realized he just got out-argued by ghost logic. The strategist coughs, deciding to move past the insults and get straight to the point. He points out that because of Yeonho's actions, their relationship with local government officials has worsened, and the cost of rebuilding the massive outer wall he blew up is astronomical. He asks how Yeonho plans to take responsibility. Our guy casually sips his tea. Jo Hyun braces himself, expecting some crazy excuse, but Yeonho just smiles and asks if the strategist wants to make a deal. And we cut to the Grand Plaza directly in front of the Alliance main gate. A massive, official banner has been erected, declaring that the legendary Sword Emperor's Legacy Manual is officially on sale, with its authenticity fully guaranteed by the Sublime Heaven Righteous Martial Alliance itself. And standing right next to the banner is Huang Chong, running a temporary office of the Una Pawn Shop, happily offering high-interest loans to the crowd. The gathering crowd is gossiping in disbelief. Running a literal retail store for legendary manuals right in front of the Alliance headquarters is the most high-risk business move in history. A warrior asks for the price. The seller reveals it is just 3 gold coins. A bystander scoffs, yelling that 3 gold coins is a scam and nobody could ever afford that. Suddenly, a group of incredibly powerful martial artists pushes through the crowd, demanding they make way. The cynical bystander thinks these are plants hired to make the scam look real. But then, he recognizes the faces. This is Sim Wu, the legendary divine skill-all, and Yang Gyeon, the master of the Shaanxi Formless Fist, 2 world-renowned experts, holding their official copy confirmation certificates. The 2 legendary masters casually plop down on the stone floor, grumbling about their backs hurting as they start copying the drawings. The cynical bystander's face completely breaks. If those legendary experts are willing to sit on the dirt to copy a 3-coin manual, it means the book is 100% authentic. The crowd instantly goes completely wild, throwing their money at the desk, while those without cash scream for a loan. Huang Chong is in absolute heaven, directing those who need to borrow money to the left, and those paying cash to the right. A wealthy-looking martial artist approaches, asking if this is truly the original manual. Huang Chong laughs, pointing at the massive banner featuring the official seal of the Alliance. He asks if anyone would have the guts to run a scam directly in front of the Alliance leader's window, unless they wanted to be executed. The warrior agrees, saying an Alliance seal is far more trustworthy than an Imperial guarantee, and throws his gold onto the pile. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes across the plaza, demanding everyone stop immediately. It is Taoist Songmoon of the venerable Wudong sect, walking forward with immense gravity. He points a finger at the booth, screaming that they are running an illegal scam in the middle of the Sacred Alliance Plaza. He declares he can no longer stand by and watch this deception. He demands they shut the operation down immediately, screaming that he will personally execute anyone who misleads the people. And then, a cold voice whispers directly behind his ear, asking who exactly he is going to personally execute. Songmun freezes, sweat pouring down his face. He is a high-level master of Wudong, yet he did not sense the kid's presence at all until he was breathing on his neck. He takes a step back, pointing a shaking finger, claiming the manual is a fake. Yeonho looks at him with a face that is completely offended. He raises his arms, shouting to the entire crowd that they are running a highly sacred, legal business with full permission from the grand military strategist of the alliance. He points a finger right back at the Wudong master, screaming at the top of his lungs, calling him a horse-faced old hypocrite. And we cut to a flashback of how this deal was struck. Jo Hyun looks at Yeonho, telling him the position is a martial arts instructor. Yeonho's face drops. He asks if this means he actually has to teach other people. Jo Hyun confirms that is the deal. Yeonho's inner monologues are in absolute despair, thinking this old man has officially gone insane. A pathologically lazy slacker like him, becoming a teacher. He tries to negotiate his way out, claiming he is far too young, totally unqualified, and above all, far too lazy to teach anyone. Jo Hyun smiles, pointing out that age has never prevented someone from learning, and asks how a lazy kid could possibly possess such god-level martial arts strength. Yeonho's face breaks into a sweat as he flashes back to the 5 years of absolute physical torture he endured in the dream cave, with Baek Muhan's ghost screaming at him to dodge or get deleted. He mutters that there were highly specific, traumatic circumstances. Jo Hyun taps his fan, saying that is exactly what they want. They want him to share those highly specific circumstances with the next generation of trainees. Yeonho looks at him, warning him that he is going to deeply regret this decision. He slumps on his stool, begging to refuse because working is simply way too much effort. Jo Hyun snaps his fan shut. He says he cannot force him if he truly hates it, but he must remind him of one small detail. He smiles warmly, noting that the complaints about the manual sales are piling up. He has protected the business using his supreme authority so far, but he is only human, and his mind can change at any moment. Yeonho glares at him, calling him a cursed old man. He knows the copyist business is too lucrative to abandon, but he also hates being chained to a desk. He leans his head on his hand, furiously calculating his options. Suddenly, he slams his hands on the table, declaring he will accept the job under one condition: they must sign a highly specific contract. Yeonho states that whatever chaotic events happen during his classes, he will take absolutely zero responsibility, and the monthly fee will be 1 gold nyang per student, or the deal is off. He smiles internally, fully confident that no sane military strategist would ever accept such a ridiculous liability-free contract. Jo Hyun doesn't even blink. He smiles and says the terms seem incredibly easy, agreeing to sign immediately. Yeonho's head slams onto the marble table in pure, unadulterated despair. He realized he just played himself. The strategist looks incredibly smug, his white beard twitching with joy. Yeonho lies flat on his face, muttering that his life is a tragedy. He barely got to sleep, and now he is officially employed. His eyes open, glowing with a dark, chaotic light. He decides that if they are going to force him to teach, he is going to make sure the classes are so chaotic that they are forced to fire him on day 1. Jo Hyun looks down at him, thinking that he is superior to this brat in every tactical category, and he plans to extract every single drop of profit from him. And we cut to the grand hall of the alliance leader, Sima Cheonse. He is sitting majestically, asking Mujin if the report is true. Mujin sits politely across from him, looking incredibly small compared to the massive leader. Sima asks if the kid really achieved that level of strength at such a young age. Mujin confirms it. Sima strokes his chin, muttering that Mujin is not a man who tells pointless lies, but believing this is still incredibly difficult. He asks if the boy's martial arts style is completely unknown, and if its true level is literally impossible to estimate. Mujin confirms that is the reality. Sima leans forward, asking if Mujin exchanged blows with him, and if even someone of Mujin's level cannot imagine where the boy's limit lies. Mujin quietly nods. Sima points out that Mujin has fought the absolute peak swordsman of Manhwa, and some of the greatest masters who dominate the world, yet he is still making such an extreme assessment of a teenager. Mujin goes completely quiet, his face filled with sweat. He looks the leader dead in the eye, saying he will be completely honest. He admits he has crossed swords with the legendary immortal sword elder, but he has never felt a gap as vast and terrifying as when he faced Wi Yeonho. Sima's smile goes completely dark. Above the immortal sword? He stands up, his massive frame trembling with excitement, asking if the kid devoured an entire mountain of celestial ginseng to achieve such power. He steps forward, his boots hitting the stone floor. A massive, suffocating pressure begins to fill the room, cracking the ancient pillars. A giant explosion of physical chi erupts from his body, shattering the floor tiles. Mujin is forced to cover his face from the gale force winds, yelling at the leader to calm down. and Sima Cheonse looks absolutely unhinged, his eyes wide with a maniacal thirst for battle. He asks Mujin one final question. Compared to Sima himself, how would this young monster perform in a deathmatch? We open right where we left off, with Sima Cheonse standing up in a fit of pure combat-fueled excitement. His physical aura is flaring up so violently, it is literally cracking the stone floor. Mujin is staring up at him, looking completely terrified of the monster he just unleashed. The happened with Yeonho's contract. The strategist calmly reveals that in exchange for being allowed to run his manual copying business, Yeonho has officially agreed to serve as an instructor at the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall. Sima smirks, pointing out that Yeonho's older brother Wi Yeonho only recently finished training there, yet the younger brother is already on the payroll. Jo Hyun explains his big-brain tactical play. He says Yeonho is a lazy pillar who hates socializing, so forcing him to teach is the perfect way to make him network with kids his own age. And besides, they can't exactly ask a child who is literally stronger than the head instructors to enroll as a basic student. Plus, if the other trainees see his ridiculous strength and get motivated to train harder, the alliance doesn't lose anything, and we cut to a beautiful, clear morning. Directly on the training grounds of the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall, the students are slowly walking out, looking highly confused by the layout. Yan Hyo, the fist dragon, is standing there clutching his chest, feeling a deep, unexplainable sense of incoming dread. He managed to beat hundreds of elite competitors to get into this exclusive class, but his gut is telling him he is in danger. Peng Do-young, the blade dragon, greets him, asking why he looks so incredibly pale and anxious. Do-young complains that there is absolutely zero information about their new instructor or what subject they are even studying. And then, he points toward the center of the yard, asking if Yan Hyo sees that. And sitting right in the middle of the sacred training grounds is a massive, luxurious wooden daybed. Yan Hyo stares at the bed, his face dripping with sweat, praying that it is not what he thinks it is. Moyoung Donghak walks up with a massive smile, congratulating Yan Hyo on passing the exam. He looks at the daybed, highly confused, and asks why there is a literal sleeping arrangement on the battlefield. Yan Hyo and Do-young immediately lean in, whispering that they shouldn't be the only ones suffering, so they are absolutely not going to tell him who that bed belongs to. They decide against running away, reminding themselves that the new instructor is the monster who easily deleted the Ghostblade demon duo, so this is still a golden opportunity to get strong. Suddenly, slow, heavy footsteps approach, and Yeonho shuffles onto the field, looking like a literal zombie who was forced to wake up at dawn. He lets out a massive, dramatic sigh, muttering that he hates working more than anything else in the world. Meanwhile, the sun is starting to set over the grand city of Luoyang. Jo Hyun is standing on his high balcony, admiring the peaceful skyline. But his peace is instantly ruined by the loud murmurs of the massive crowd gathered at the front gate, still buying manual copies. He sighs, watching the gold coins pile up from a distance. Chief Instructor Seok Mooncho walks up, offering a highly formal greeting. The strategist welcomes him, asking if everything is going smoothly at the training hall. He smiles, asking how Yeonho's class is going, expecting some incredibly advanced, unconventional martial arts lecture. Muncho looks incredibly stressed, advising the strategist to simply go and see the horror with his own eyes. Jo Hyun peers over the edge of the balcony, and he sees the elite trainees of the Alliance sitting in circles on the dirt, laughing hysterically. They are literally playing high-stakes mahjong with gold coins in the middle of a sacred martial arts academy. The strategist's face completely twists with rage, screaming about what on earth is happening to their education system. He demands to know where the highly paid instructor is, while his students are running an illegal casino. Mooncho silently points his finger toward the center of the field, and there is Yeonho, completely dead to the world, snoring loudly under his quilted blanket on the daybed. The strategist looks like he is about to have a literal stroke. He screams from the balcony, his voice echoing across the courtyard, demanding to know what Yeonho is doing. Yeonho slowly rolls over, drooling heavily, and lazily asks what all the noise is about. And we cut to Jo Haeon's office. The strategist's hands are shaking so violently he can barely pour his tea. He is so incredibly angry he literally drinks the boiling hot tea straight from the teapot spout. Yeonho stares at him, completely unimpressed, and says the strategist would make an absolute fortune as a circus performer with that trick. Jo Hyun slams the table, demanding to know why the kid is sleeping on a daybed instead of teaching the best class in the world as promised. Yeonho casually raises a finger, explaining that self-study is the absolute highest form of education, pointing out that even the legendary Bodhidharma practiced wall-facing cultivation. The strategist slams his hands down, screaming that those were rare, once-in-a-generation geniuses, and ordinary people need a master to lead them. Yeonho retorts that none of those disciples ever actually surpassed their legendary masters, asking if anyone in Wudong has ever surpassed Senfeng. Jo Haeon is completely speechless, his mouth twitching as Yeonho asks what actual help a master is anyway. Furthermore, Yeonho points out that to teach them properly, he would have to master their individual styles first. He asks if he is supposed to go and learn Do-young's family style just to teach him how to swing a blade. The strategist is screaming in pure frustration, pounding his chest, explaining that he is not asking him to teach specific weapon styles, but general concepts of martial theory. Yeonho casually reaches into his robes, while the old man continues to fume. He pulls out their signed contract, pointing to the specific clause that states the alliance will not interfere with Wi Yeonho's unique teaching methods. Jo Haeon clutches his head in pure agony, asking why the boy spent 10 minutes arguing philosophy with him if he was just going to shove the contract in his face anyway. Yeonho smiles, saying he was honestly just curious about the strategist's highly esteemed opinion. But now that he has heard it, it didn't really seem like such deep insight. Jo Haeon's mini caricature looks like it is about to explode. Yeonho stretches, declaring that class time is officially over, and tells the strategist to send his lunch to his quarters. The chief strategist stands there, trembling with rage in the golden sunset, and he throws his precious teacup and teapot into the air, screaming in pure, unadulterated fury. The next day, Yeonho is back on his daybed, happily chewing on a sweet. Lee Seolhwa is sitting right next to him, warmly offering him more snacks. Yeonho notes that lounging on an outdoor bed in the cool breeze has its own unique charm, wishing he had joined this academy sooner. Suddenly, a shadow looms in the sky as Musan drops from the clouds. Wielding a high-level Shaolin mobility art, the monk lands with a massive shockwave. He slides across the dirt, presenting a fresh plate of sweets to Yeonho. Yeonho stares in absolute horror, realizing this kid is using world-class martial arts mobility techniques just to run a bakery delivery service. Hwangbo Yeongjol, a muscular trainee, crosses his arms and declares that he has officially had enough of this absolute circus. Yeonho tries to calm him down, but Yeongjol points out this ridiculous slacking has been going on for days. He stomps forward, shouting that he did not join the prestigious Hidden Dragon Hall just to watch an instructor play house. He slams his fist against his chest, yelling that the advisor promised them Yeonho was a legendary master. He demands that Yeonho start acting like an actual instructor. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding either a proper lesson or an immediate tuition refund so they can transfer classes. He points a finger directly at Yeonho's face, while Yeonho covers his eyes, thinking the kid is about to be deleted. The entire yard goes completely silent as Jeongjol stands his ground. Yeonho looks at the pointing finger, his face twisting into a highly annoying, smug thinking pose. Yeongjol's confidence immediately begins to waver under that gaze. Yeonho asks if he is hearing this correctly, wondering if Yeongjol is actually asking to receive a lesson from him. He says it is shocking that someone would go out of their way to spend effort on a lesson. Yeonho has a highly professional, polite look on his face, quietly nodding. Yeonho sits up, asking the rest of the class if they all share the same desire for a lesson. The silhouetted trainees in the background nod, murmuring that they should probably get what they paid for. Moyong Donghak agrees, saying a lesson is definitely better than playing mahjong all day. Yeonho stands up, stretching his arms, sighing that he must respect human diversity, even if he cannot comprehend why people would actively choose to suffer. He drops into a low, athletic stance, warning them that since he has never taught anyone before, he can only teach them the exact way his own master taught him. He pops his neck and back, the bones cracking loudly. He bends down, grabbing a small stone from the dirt, and he launches it at warp speed, the rock tearing through the air with a massive boom. The stone flies straight toward Yeongjol's forehead like a literal bullet. The entire class stands there with completely hollow eyes, unable to believe their instructor just threw a high-velocity rock at a student's face. Yeonho casually tosses another stone in his hand, explaining that the very first lesson he learned from his master was that a rock hurts significantly more than a fist. And behind him, a massive, terrifying projection of Baek Muhan looms in the sky. Caption: White Infinity-style unlimited stone-dodging training, as Hwangbo Jeongjol gets blasted directly in the forehead, flipping through the air before hitting the dirt. The other trainees cover their mouths in absolute horror, staring at his twitching body. Yeonho and Pung Do-young sweat profusely, silently agreeing that you should always pick your battles more carefully. Yeonho looks down at the twitching warrior, casually asking if it hurts, pointing out that he really should have dodged. The trainees think that nobody could possibly dodge a hypersonic rock. Yeonho puts on a peaceful face, saying he feels a bit bad, but since they insisted on a lesson, he had no choice. He quotes his master's favorite saying that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. He squats down, his back turned, happily gathering a fresh pile of heavy stones. He tosses them in his palm, warning them to never look away just because they are in pain, because an enemy will simply use their groans as an opening to end them. He spins and throws another one with a massive boom, and another trainee gets blasted into the dirt. We see a close-up of a student with a massive, swelling red lump on his head, completely passed out. The remaining trainees are shaking, realizing that the instructor recommended by the divine strategist is not a genius teacher, but an actual physical monster. Yeonho stands in the dust, flipping a rock, casually reminding the rest of the class that they all agreed to the training too. The entire class takes a massive, synchronized step backward, looking completely terrified. Yeonho winds up his arm with a massive grin, saying the method might be a bit rough, but the physical results are fully guaranteed. Suddenly, a hand slowly rises into the air. It is Yeonho, standing there with a very polite, sweating smile. He asks if it is still possible to cancel their enrollment and get a refund. Meanwhile, we cut to Lee Wangya, the head of the royal inspectors, sitting in his grand office. He asks if Yeonho has officially entered Luoyang. His assistant reports that the great administrator of Luoyang has requested a background check on someone carrying the sacred golden badge of the royal inspector. Wangya smiles, remembering the lazy kid he bestowed the badge upon, telling his assistant to make sure the administrator treats him with the utmost respect. He mutters that just picturing Yeonho lounging around on his reputation already makes him feel slightly sick. But he quickly corrects himself, reminding himself that Yeonho rendered genuine service by bringing down the corrupt administration of Wuhan. But then, the assistant adds that a massive request for financial compensation has been officially filed. The assistant explains that the royal inspector destroyed Luoyang's ancient city gate, smashed half the buildings along the main road, and then blew up the sacred outer wall of the Orthodox Alliance. Wangya's face completely twists as he stands up, screaming in disbelief. A single teenager destroyed a gate meant to block foreign military invasions. The assistant sweat drops, adding that because Yeonho drew his golden sword and yelled the official inspector catchphrase in front of the gate guards, wanted sketches of his face are currently being circulated through every government office in the city. Wangya is literally shaking with rage, his cloak fluttering, screaming that the brat basically went around bragging about his top-secret identity in the middle of the capital. He slams his desk, screaming at his men to summon Moon Yeowon immediately. The assistant points out it is currently the middle of the night, but Wangya yells that he does not care what hour it is. He clutches his forehead, swearing that this brat is going to be the absolute death of him. He narrows his eyes, realizing if he leaves the slacker alone, Yeonho is going to accidentally destroy the entire world in the name of the royal inspectors. He yells for his carriage to be prepared, preparing to seek a personal audience with His Majesty at dawn. And we cut back to the training grounds. A massive stone flies through the air with a deafening boom. Yeonho is desperately leaping and dodging for his absolute life. He is sent spinning through the air, screaming. A rock grazes his face with a massive shockwave. He lands, sweating, realizing that a thrown stone with enough power to blow up a wall is a weapon of mass destruction, and the rocks are getting noticeably bigger every single day. He looks around, seeing his fellow trainees lying in painful piles on the dirt. Yeonho stands over them, looking highly annoyed. He complains that they are backing away so far that he has to put extra physical force behind every throw just to reach them, claiming it is making him angry for absolutely no reason. The trainees scream from the dirt, asking what kind of academic training this is. Yeonho says it is obviously stone dodging. He holds up a massive rock, saying this is literally the only thing he knows how to do, reminding them that he explicitly told them to do self-study instead. Yeonho asks if Yeonho really underwent this same brutal training himself. Yeonho has a brief, highly traumatic flashback of Baek Muhan brutally beating him half to death in the dream cave for 2 straight years. He quietly says yes. Yeonho is horrified by the 2-year timeline. Yeonho winds up his arm, saying they will surely get better after a month or two, telling them this is for their own good. He leaps into the air, screaming "Die!" as he rains down a literal meteor shower of heavy stones. Yeonho gets blasted into the dirt, his face covered in sweat, realizing exactly why the tuition fees for this class were strictly non-refundable. Meanwhile, we cut to a beautiful sunset over the chief strategist's tower. Seok Mooncho frantically runs into Jo Hyun's office. He is holding a massive, towering stack of papers, announcing that these are formal cancellation requests and legal petitions from the students. Jo Hyun's face completely crumbles, his teeth grinding as he mutters Yeonho's name. He sits down, asking if the lazy brat is still doing absolutely nothing on his daybed. Mooncho looks incredibly awkward, sighing that he wishes that were the case. He reveals that because the disciples asked for a lesson, Yeonho has officially started his training. Jo Hyun thinks that sounds like good news. Mooncho explains that under the guise of training, Yeonho has been relentlessly pelting the students with heavy stones. Jo Hyun notes that stone throwing is technically a traditional training method. But then, Mooncho drops the bomb. He reveals there are currently 20 cases of severe bruising and 12 fractures, completely packing the Alliance infirmary, and the wealthy disciples are threatening to stage a massive protest with their families. Jo Hyun's forehead vein is bulging as he asks what the instructor has to say for himself. Mooncho sweats, revealing that Yeonho is grumbling that kids these days are far too soft, claiming he was perfectly fine after getting hit hundreds of times. Jo Hyun screams at him to just transfer the kids to another class, but Mooncho reveals Yeonho refuses to stamp his official seal, claiming he gets paid per student and will lose profit if they drop out. The strategist's hand is literally clawing at the table, his veins popping, as he asks if there is truly no way to stop this monster. He stands up, his white hair flying, screaming for Wi Yeonho, demanding to know where that carefree patriarch is while his son is destroying the Alliance. Suddenly, an assistant walks into the room. Jo Hyun tells him to get out because he is busy, but the assistant says it is regarding the exact matter he just instructed. He reveals that down at the front gates of the fortress, the Grand Patriarch of the Wi clan, Wi Yeonho, has officially arrived with his party. Jo Hyun's eyes literally flash with a golden, terrifying light. He slams his hands down, sending his papers flying across the entire room. Mooncho stands in the storm of falling papers, sweat dropping, muttering that things are about to get incredibly chaotic. And we cut to the grand front gates of the Sublime Heaven Alliance. Wi Yeonho is standing there, with Han Sang-ah, Sanho, and Suryeon. Jeonghyun looks around the majestic courtyard, noting it has been a very long time, but wonders why there are so many mercantile tents set up. Sang-ah immediately unleashes, screaming that his carefree attitude is the reason he abandoned his family to go on a martial arts journey. Jeonghyun instantly shrinks, whimpering that he has committed a deadly sin. Sanho looks at the gates, noting that the security checks are exceptionally thorough today, suggesting they might be delayed. Jeonghyun puffs out his chest, striking a highly confident pose, telling them to not worry. He declares that once the strategist hears his name, he will come running out of the tower barefoot just to greet him. He laughs boisterously, promising to show them the true, undisputed prestige of the Sword of Justice. We cut to a moment later, and Jeonghyun is slowly walking back, looking incredibly depressed and defeated. Sanho asks what the guards said. We see the guard captain, looking completely tired, politely telling them that while they understand he is the legendary Sword of Justice, he must still follow standard procedures and wait in line like everyone else. Jeonghyun mutters that they were very polite about it, while Sanho tries to comfort his father. Sang-ah immediately scoffs, mockingly repeating the word prestige, calling it absolute dog poop prestige. Jeonghyun whimpers, wiping a tear, muttering that time is fleeting and his old name means nothing now. Suddenly, the grand inner doors of the fortress are slammed open with a massive boom. Jeonghyun turns around, surprised, and sprinting down the stairs at warp speed, his robes flying and his face completely distorted with rage, is chief strategist Jo Hyun, screaming Wi Yeonho's name. Jeonghyun's face instantly lights up with pure joy. He screams to his family that he was right, pointing out that the strategist really did come running out barefoot just for him. The trainees and guards watch in complete shock as Jeonghyun strikes his most majestic, confident greeting pose, welcoming his old friend. But Jo Hyun is not slowing down. He is closing the distance like a literal freight train, his eyes wide with a demonic fury. Jeonghyun is still smiling, shouting that he is fully prepared to work himself to the bone for the Alliance, and Jo Hyun winds up a massive, glowing fist, screaming "die" at the top of his lungs. Jeonghyun's happy smile remains plastered on his face for a fraction of a second, before Jo Hyun's fist connects directly with his jaw with a massive explosion of force. The legendary Sword of Justice is sent flying into the sky, while his family watches in complete silence. The Patriarch just got blasted into orbit by a barefoot chief strategist, and Yeonho is still sleeping through the entire family reunion. You already know, this is about to become the most chaotic family dynamic in the history of the Murim. Night falls over the mountains, but things are not peaceful. Deep within a hidden garden, two figures walk a stone path. A report is being delivered, and it is not the kind of news this old man wanted to hear. The subordinate explains that the secret manual has been copied and spread across the entire region. The Red Moon Patriarch's face goes dark as he hears that name again, Wi Yeonho. He takes a step forward, and the ground itself seems to tremble. A nearby bush of red roses stands under the moonlight. Suddenly, the petals begin to detach, floating upward as a terrifying blue energy surrounds them. It is a display of absolute, peak realm gravity manipulation, the rose petals swirling like a storm. The subordinate falls to his knees in sheer terror at this godlike display of power. He stammers out his congratulations, but the patriarch is not in a celebrating mood. He says this minor setback means they simply have to accelerate their grand master plan. The subordinate bows his head, promising to make preparations immediately, but the old man warns him that while caution is a gift, hesitation will get you killed. The air grows heavy, the blue energy crackling between them. Then, the patriarch delivers the final command: eliminate Wi Yeonho. The subordinate's eyes turn cold. The hit is officially ordered. The patriarch turns away, leaving a trail of floating, razor-sharp petals in his wake. The storm is coming, and our lazy protagonist has no idea he just topped the Red Moon's most wanted list. Meanwhile, back in the daytime, someone is getting absolutely launched. It is the dad, Wi Yeonho, taking a direct, high-speed fist to the jaw. The older brother Sanho is standing there looking completely traumatized. He yells at the chief strategist to stop, because even if his dad is a bit of a clown, this is assault. But Jo Hyun is absolutely screaming, grabbing the dad by his collar and shaking him like a ragdoll. The mother, Han Sang-ah, casually sips her tea, enjoying the show and telling the strategist to keep going. The dad tries to play dumb, sweating bullets under the strategist's demonic glare. Jo Hyun asks if he has any single clue what his absolute menace of a second son has been doing. Suryeon peeks in from the side, smirking because she knows her brother never changes. The dad tries to calm the strategist down, reminding him that they are in public and people are starting to stare. Jo Hyun takes a deep breath, trying to keep his blood pressure from reaching outer space. He fans himself, grumbles a cough, and tells them to just get inside before his head explodes. Sanho looks at his dad, deadpan, and says at least they did not have to wait in line. The dad tears up, realizing his own family has zero sympathy for his physical pain. But if you think the dad has it rough, look at the training grounds. A student is cratered into the dirt, and the other trainees are wondering how he is even alive. Suddenly, the air splits as another high-speed projectile comes flying through. Wangbo Jungjol yells and activates his full internal defense, trying to tank the hit. He raises his hands to block the incoming missile. The rock is moving so fast, it is literally catching fire from the atmospheric friction. Wangbo realizes, way too late, that this was a terrible tactical decision. The impact shakes the entire courtyard as he takes a direct hit. He collapses to his knees, his entire body trembling from the shockwave. And where is our esteemed instructor? Sitting lazily on a bench, casually chewing. Yeonho rests his chin on his hand, looking slightly disappointed that his student did not get completely flattened. He tells them they are getting too strong, so he is going to have to ramp up the difficulty level. Wangbo tries to protest, but he is currently speaking in cursive because he bit his own tongue. Yeonho stands up, explaining his master's golden rule: training is only real when you feel like you almost died today. He winds up his arm, a massive glowing blue energy gathering around his hand. He throws a rock with enough kinetic force to split a mountain. The trainee staring at the incoming meteor can only scream for his mother. But right before the stone can delete him from the server, a massive hand reaches out. The trainee's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Wangbo opens his eyes, wondering why he is not currently a red smudge on the dirt. Yeonho's jaw drops. His lazy composure completely evaporates. Standing in front of him, holding the shattered remains of the boulder, is his older brother. Wi Yeonho stares at him with a look that would make a demon cult leader apologize. Yeonho falls backward, stammering that he was just doing his job and did not mean to kill anyone. Sanho says they can talk about his excuses after he receives his mandatory physical correction. A massive fist descends, landing a solid bonk directly on Yeonho's head. The trainees watch in awe as their invincible, terrifying instructor gets folded like laundry. Yeonho whines, rubbing his head and claiming he wrote a perfectly good explanatory letter. Sanho winds up his fist again, asking if he is seriously trying to talk back right now. Yeonho yells that it is not his fault, he only got lost in the cave because Sanho left him to chase criminals. Sanho's hand stops in midair, the golden sunset framing his silhouette. Yeonho braces for the next impact, squeezing his eyes shut, but the blow never comes. Instead, he is pulled into a tight, crushing embrace. He freezes, hearing his brother's voice crack as the tough front completely breaks down. A single tear rolls down Sanho's cheek as he apologizes for being late, for leaving him alone for 5 long years. Yeonho stares, his cynical, lazy brain completely short-circuiting at the raw emotion. Then, the waterworks start. Yeonho wails, hugging his brother back and admitting he should have just stayed put. It is a touching family reunion. Lee Seolwa is wiping away tears, while the Shaolin monk Musan is sweating, terrified that this absolute monster of an instructor can actually cry. Suddenly, a voice echoes across the entire valley, shattering the emotional moment. The mother, Han Sang-ah, charges into the courtyard with her eyes red from crying. Yeonho runs to her, but she immediately grabs both of his cheeks and pulls them into another dimension. she starts violently shaking and hitting him, screaming about how he did not contact them for 5 whole years. Sanho tries to step in, but she immediately turns around and bonks his head too for failing to keep track of his brother. She inspects Yeonho's face, sighing that his face has gotten so rough and ugly compared to before. Yeonho grumbles, asking how they even managed to find him here. The mother explains they put everything aside the moment they heard he was at the alliance, but then she stops and asks where the husband went. From the dusty gateway, a dark, heavy silhouette slowly approaches. It is the dad, Wi Yeonho, looking like he just survived a car crash, his face covered in bruises and band-aids. Yeonho waves casually, asking if he got beat up by someone on the road. That is the final straw. The dad explodes, charging forward with a demonic roar. Yeonho immediately bolts, running for his absolute life as his dad chases him across the dirt. The dad's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his jaw clenched as he yells at his son to stand still. He screams that he had to take a full-force beatdown from the strategist because of Yeonho's gate-destroying antics. Hwangbo and the other trainees watch the family chase each other in circles, realizing where their instructor got his absolute chaos. Inside the Quiet Alliance chambers, Jo Haeon is peacefully sipping his tea. He is thinking to himself, wondering if the dad can actually handle a kid who has completely surpassed him. He sets his cup down, wishing he could just kick the entire chaotic Guangdong clan out of the city. But he knows they need Yeonho's absurd, god-level strength for the dark times ahead. He clutches his stomach, groaning as his stress-induced ulcers flare up again. Suddenly, the heavy sliding doors creak open, letting in the golden evening light. Jo Haeon jumps up, startled, as a massive figure steps into the room. It is the alliance leader himself, Sima Cheonse, showing up with his signature wild hair and a wide grin. He sits down, laughing as he asks Jo Haeon to explain how a simple teenager managed to give the alliance strategist medical-grade anxiety. Meanwhile, back in the Y family room, our guy is currently on his knees, hands raised in the air. The dad stands over him, yelling at him to raise his arms properly. He is pacing around, shouting that the strategist was literally hospitalized from pure stress because of him. Yeonho whines, raising his hands higher and complaining that his dad is just blindly scolding him without knowing the facts. The dad gets in his face, veins popping on his forehead as he asks if he is seriously trying to argue. Yeonho looks around, sweating, and whispers to ask where the mother and older brother went. The dad smirks, explaining that the mother went to wash up and Sanho went to find Suryeon, meaning nobody is coming to save him. He screams that he did not travel across 3 provinces just to watch his son slack off in another city. He stares down at his son, his expression a mix of frustration and deep exhaustion. He lets out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping as the anger drains away. He quietly tells him to lower his arms, and Yeonho drops them at hyper speed before the sentence even finishes. Yeonho stretches, casually saying they should just wait until everyone is here before having a serious talk. Then, he immediately flops face first onto the daybed like a falling sack of potatoes. The dad's eye twitches. He asks what on earth he thinks he is doing. Yeonho grins from the pillow, explaining that since there is still time before dinner, he is going to take a quick tactical nap. The dad's mouth drops open. The absolute audacity of this child is physically painful. Yeonho closes his eyes, completely ignoring the mounting danger. With a roar that shakes the dust off the ceiling, the dad grabs the entire wooden bed, flipping it upside down and dumping Yeonho onto the floor. Back in the strategist's office, Sima Cheonse is listening to Jo Hyun's report. The alliance leader rests his cheek on his hand, noting that it is bizarre how 2 brothers from the same womb can be so different. He notes that the Y clan is famous for its discipline, so Yeonho's extreme laziness defies all biological logic. Jo Hyun sighs, explaining that trying to apply logic to that kid will only give you a permanent headache. Sima Cheonse grins, asking if the dad is currently staying at the guest quarters. His eyes light up with a creepy, combat-hungry spark as he decides to go pay them a personal visit. Back in the family room, Yeonho is sitting on the floor, finally delivering his highly detailed, incredibly fake backstory. The entire family and their guests are gathered around in a circle, listening intently. The dad repeats the story, asking if he seriously expects them to believe he fell off a cliff, landed in a magical cave, found an ancient master's spirit core, and learned god-tier martial arts while sleeping. Yeonho nods with a straight face, telling his dad he is very smart for summarizing it so perfectly. Before the dad can throw another tantrum, the mother runs over, hugging Yeonho and crying about how much her poor baby must have suffered. The guest masters are nodding solemnly, murmuring that a fated encounter is the only way to explain his absurd power level. Pang Dojuk is clutching his fists in the corner, crying because he has been climbing mountains for years to train and never found a single magical spirit cave. Even Lee Soloa is looking at him with deep, teary eyes, completely buying the entire story. The dad is sweating, looking around the room in absolute disbelief that everyone is actually believing this garbage. He turns his eyes to Sanho, praying that his logical, cool-headed oldest son will call out the obvious lie. Sanho steps forward, looking incredibly serious as he asks what the master's name was. Yeonho casually scratches his head, saying it was some bike clan guy. Sanho's eyes turn watery as he curses the master's spirit for forcing his little brother to endure such hellish, abusive training. The dad collapses internally, realizing his entire family is apparently sharing one single, highly gullible brain cell today. The siblings and mother crowd around Yeonho, showering him with love and praising him for surviving. The dad stares at the group, his face contorting into a mask of pure, comical jealousy. A single, tragic tear rolls down his cheek as he wonders why he is the only one getting ignored and beaten up. But the family drama is cut short as a polite voice calls out from behind the screen. The sliding doors part, and the room goes completely quiet. The alliance leader, Sima Cheonse, steps through the doorway, his massive frame radiating a crushing golden pressure. The guest martial artists immediately drop to one knee, saluting the peak master. Sima Cheonse chuckles, greeting the dad and noting that they have both gotten quite old since their last meeting. The dad politely bows, thanking him for the honor of his visit. The alliance leader sits down, his eyes scanning the room. His gaze locks onto the teenager sitting calmly in the middle of the chaos. He smiles, noting that the boy does not resemble his boastful father at all. Yeonho casually points a finger at himself, asking if they have met. The dad immediately freaks out, bowing and begging Sima to forgive his son's absolute lack of manners. Yeonho sighs, closing his eyes and stating he is just a lazy guy who prefers the comfort of his blanket over social interactions. Sima Cheonse leans forward, his eyes narrowing as he notes that he is apparently a very strong lazy guy. He says in the Janggu, "Manners do not mean crap, only absolute strength matters." With a subtle flick of his wrist, he sends a golden teapot, levitating into the air, spinning on a column of sheer energy. The surrounding martial artists gasp at the effortless display of peak realm control. But before the pot can drop, a pale hand reaches out. Yeonho catches the floating teapot with perfect ease, his expression completely blank. He says his master taught him that if an elder's cup is empty, it is only polite to pour them another one. Sima Cheonse's grin widens. He holds out his wooden cup, telling him to pour. He drains the cup in one shot, thoroughly enjoying the kid's flawless, disrespectful composure. Then, Sima pours a fresh cup and hands it over to Yeonho. Yeonho takes it, calmly asking the giant to please avoid using his inner energy to make the cup explode, or weigh 1,000 pounds just to test him. Sima chuckles, asking if he really looks like the type of guy who would use such cheap tricks. Yeonho stares right into his eyes, deadpan, and says yes, he looks exactly like a highly authoritative boomer who loves to micromanage others. The room freezes. The dad looks like he is about to pass out from a heart attack, but the alliance leader bursts into a massive booming laugh, stating that he absolutely loves this kid. His laughter suddenly stops, his face leaning forward with a dark, predatory shadow. He says he hates cheap tricks, which is why they should just have a real fight right here. A massive, golden-orange tiger aura erupts from Sima's body, the sheer physical pressure rattling the windows. Yeonho looks at the legendary martial god, takes a deep breath, and says no. The dad and the strategist both let out a synchronized scream of absolute horror. Sima Cheonse freezes, his golden aura flickering as he asks if the boy actually knows who he is. Yeonho says of course he knows he is the alliance leader, but he still does not want to fight. He tells the giant that thousands of warriors are begging for a match, so Sima should just go bother them instead. Sima's face contorts into a hilarious look of pure, frustrated confusion. He slams his hands down, yelling that if he wants to fight, then they are going to fight, and if Yeonho does not like it, he should try taking his job. Sanho quickly steps in front of his brother, politely telling Sima that Yeonho is still too young and inexperienced to duel a master of his caliber. But Jo Haeon steps up behind them, a sharp, serious look in his eyes. The strategist tells Sanho he is misjudging his brother and that the Wi Yeonho he knows is more than capable of holding his own. He tells him to start treating his younger brother as a respectable, peak realm martial artist. Sanho slowly turns around, looking at Yeonho and asking if the strategist is telling the truth. Yeonho avoids his gaze, sweating as he mumbles that the old strategist is just making things up to cause trouble. Sanho grabs his shoulder, his face getting dangerously close as he starts his signature moral lecture. He whispers that turning down a polite request from an elder for the sake of his own comfort is behavior lower than a wild beast. Yeonho's eyes start tearing up as his ears literally begin to bleed from the relentless brotherly nagging. He finally breaks, raising his hand and weeping that he will accept the damn duel just to make the talking stop. But as he stands up, the lazy slacker persona completely vanishes, his eyes turning into cold, veins-popping slits as he decides to make this giant pay for ruining his nap. We open at the secret training ground, deep in the Rocky Mountains, where outsiders are strictly forbidden to enter. The Alliance leader is boasting about how secure this place is, while our guy is just yawning in the background. Sima looks back at Yeonho, and you can practically see the wheels turning in his head. He is realizing this 20-year-old kid is an absolute anomaly in the history of the Jonghu. He looks at the disciplined older brother, Sanho, and wonders how the lazy younger one is the one who broke the power scaling. Yeonho catches him staring and asks why he is looking at him like a disappointed father. Sima asks if that is a bad thing, and Yeonho immediately shut him down. The dad, Jonghen, immediately runs up screaming apologies, bonking his son for being disrespectful. Sima just grins, realizing the dad is fighting for his life trying to manage this kid. The crowd prepares to watch, and Jo Hyun suggests they step back. Actually, he suggests they step back a lot further than usual. He tells Sanho and the dad to form a defensive wall to protect the weaker guests. The atmosphere gets heavy. The mother asks if the alliance leader might accidentally kill him, but the dad thinks he will hold back. Sanho knows better. If the giant tries to hold back, he is going to get a very painful wake-up call. The two monsters face off on the cracked stone tiles. Sima cracks his knuckles and asks if Yeonho learned his moves from the Sword Emperor's treasure manual. Yeonho sighs, saying he can barely digest his own moves, and besides, that manual looks like nonsense anyway. Sima is amused. He is a pure fist fighter, so he does not care about sword tricks. He stretches his massive arms, claiming he is excited to finally loosen up his body. Yeonho points out that Sima has thousands of students clamoring for his instruction. Sima grumbles that fighting weaklings who break in one hit is the most boring chore under the sun. He clutches his fists, happy that he finally has a punching bag that can actually take a hit. Yeonho draws his blade. The clean ring of steel echoes through the canyon as he takes his stance. Sima's grin turns predatory. He asks if our guy is ready. Yeonho remembers his master's golden rule. No matter how strong you are, the moment you underestimate your opponent, you are already dead. Sima grins. He likes the kid's attitude. And then, Yeonho adds one more thing. He leaps into the air, declaring that no one gets to act leisurely when a sword is pointed at their neck. Sima blocks the falling strike with his heavy metal gauntlet. Steel grinds against steel, sending a shower of bright sparks across the courtyard. Sima's eye widens in surprise. Yeonho executes a lightning-fast follow-up, keeping the giant on the defensive. Sima realizes the rumors about this lazy kid did not even do him justice. This swordsmanship is completely wild and free-spirited, bypassing all conventional forms. It has zero formality, making it impossible to read or predict the flow. It looks completely haphazard, but the pure kinetic force behind each swing is absolute insanity. Sima laughs, realizing the kid is fighting like he genuinely wants him dead. Sima ducks under a horizontal slash. He plants his foot, cracking the stone tile beneath his boot. He realizes he cannot go easy on this kid if he wants to keep his teeth. Sima throws a massive counterpunch, the shockwave splitting the air, but he misses. Yeonho parries the blow, his blade sliding off Sima's gauntlet with a terrible screech. Sima is shocked that a teenager just deflected his raw physical power. Yeonho hops back, telling the giant to take it easy. Sima just laughs, completely losing his mind with excitement. He leaps forward, unleashing a massive golden shockwave that tears up the courtyard. The onlookers are forced to shield their faces from the blinding pressure. Sanho asks if they should stop them, but Jo Hyun says there is physically no way to intervene. The two clash again, a flurry of blue and gold light illuminating the canyon. Yeonho yells that if the giant keeps pushing, he is going to have to get serious too. Sima laughs, asking when he was ever holding back. Yeonho notices the weight of Sima's hits is starting to change. He decides he has no choice but to play dirty. He slides back across the stone floor, creating some distance. Sima stops, his expression turning serious. Yeonho lowers his hand, a deep blue ocean of chi swirling around his blade. He assumes a low, concentrated stance, the glowing blue light illuminating the dark sky. Sima praises the stance, his own gold aura exploding into a roaring tiger shape. He yells at Yeonho to take his ultimate move. Sima's arm muscles swell to twice their size, his golden chi condensing into a solid mass. Jo Hyun and the dad realize what is coming and freeze in absolute terror. It is the Heavenly King's heavenly reign. Sima's most destructive physical strike. Sanho screams for them to stop. Jo Hyun prepares his own energy to shield the bystanders. Sima throws the punch, the golden tiger roaring as it charges forward. A massive wave of pure gold energy threatens to vaporize everything in its path. Yeonho whispers his master's ultimate technique, 10,000 swords under heaven. His eyes turn ice cold as he declares his sword is invincible. A bright, star-like spark flashes in his left eye. He swings. A single, ultra-thin blue line of spatial energy cuts through the sky. It collides with Sima's golden tiger, and then, the massive golden beast is cleanly sliced into a million pieces. The explosion of shattered chi illuminates the entire mountain range. Everyone's jaw drops. Sima's supreme move was just dismantled in a single frame. Yeonho rushes through the exploding gold particles, moving like a blue ghost. Sima is sweating, his defense completely broken. He cannot believe his ultimate move was just shattered by a kid. Yeonho closes the distance in a fraction of a second. Sima throws a desperate counterpunch, but his fist stops in midair. He blinks, looking completely confused. The onlookers stare in absolute silence. Yeonho is standing right next to him, but he is looking away. Actually, he is looking straight up at the sky. Sima's face twitches as he tries to process what just happened. He looks up too, and there, falling directly toward Sima's head, is Yeonho's sword. The family lets out a synchronized scream of absolute shock. It turns out, Yeonho threw his sword into the sky during the clash, using Sima's own gold aura to hide it. His master always said that style is a luxury in a real fight. If you want to win, you do whatever it takes, even if it is a dirty trick. Yeonho catches the falling hilt, holding the tip of the blade directly against Sima's throat with a smug smile. Sima is lying flat on his back on the cracked floor, and then he starts laughing hysterically. He admits he cannot even remember the last time he got knocked down, and officially concedes. The dad's mouth is open so wide, he might catch a bird. Sanho stares, genuinely questioning if this absolute menace is actually related to him. The dad is happy his son is strong, but he is deeply offended by the sheer lack of martial arts honor. Sima sits up, grumbling that peace has made his reflexes soft. He stands, telling Yeonho that his power is ridiculously high tier. He asks what the name of his sword technique is, but Yeonho says there is none. He quotes his master, saying if you know the flow of the river, you do not need to know the river's name. Yeonho scratches his neck, casually asking if they want to keep fighting. Sima's fist twitches, but he decides it is best to stop before things get too embarrassing. He tells Yeonho that he is destined to be a leader of this world, which comes with heavy responsibility. Sima chuckles, realizing it is a hilarious twist of fate that the heavens gave this burden to a pathologically lazy kid. Sima walks over to the dad, sighing that he wishes he had a son like Yeonho. The dad tells him he can literally just take him for free. Sima laughs and tells everyone they are going drinking. But as they walk away, Sima looks back, wondering why that radiant sword style felt so familiar. Later that night on the balcony, Sima is talking to a very stressed strategist. Jo Hyun is shocked that Sima wants to leave the kid completely alone instead of drafting him into the alliance. Sima explains that while it is natural to want to use a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, that is the wish of an ordinary man. He says a cruel fate always awaits children with that much talent, so they should let him enjoy his youth for now. Jo Hyun realizes there is a massive gap in understanding between a pure warrior and a politician. He agrees to drop it, but asks if Yeonho is truly that strong. He asks if they should treat this teenager as a master in his own right. Sima's expression turns dead serious. He explains that in a real deathmatch, Sima would win, but he could not do it without getting severely injured himself. He flashes back to Yeonho's concentrated stance, realizing he still has not seen the kid's true potential. He thought there would be something hidden in the kid's fists, but there was nothing, which is the scariest part. Jo Hyun grumbles that the kid did not seem that special to him. Sima points out that all of Yeonho's seemingly idiotic actions always yield perfect results. He says if Yeonho was truly born to save these turbulent times, he will do his duty even if they do not force him. He tells Jo Hyun that adults should lighten the burden of children, not add to it. Sima looks out at the starry sky, wondering if the kid is a true dragon or just a very lucky imposter. 1 week later, the peace is shattered as the dad kicks the door open with a slam. He screams that the sun is in the middle of the sky and Yeonho is still sleeping. Yeonho grumbles from under his comforter, saying he just needs to drink less alcohol next time. The dad's forehead veins pop as he screams that Yeonho needs to have some actual dreams and ambition. Yeonho peeks out, stating that he actually has a very realistic dream. The dad listens, hoping his son is finally going to say something heroic. Yeonho explains that since he already set up passive income streams with his copyist manual business, his dream is to live a cushy retirement. The dad stares at him in absolute silence, his brain completely shutting down. Yeonho cheers, celebrating that he has officially succeeded in life at 17 and can lounge around forever. The dad yells, grabs his ankles, and violently flips him upside down. Yeonho lands on his head, casually noting that his dad's grip strength has definitely improved. Cut to the Wi family meeting room, where even Jo Hyun is sitting looking extremely out of place. The strategist is internally crying, wondering why he was forced to attend a family intervention. The dad sighs, explaining to the group that Yeonho's laziness is apparently terminal. Suryeon notes that if her brother studied with that much dedication, he would have passed the imperial exams years ago. The dad slams the table, yelling that a legendary sword will rust if it is never used, so they must fix this. Sanho speaks up, suggesting there might be a very simple way to bait him. The dad looks at him, praying his oldest son hasn't lost his mind too. Sanho explains that despite his slacking, Yeonho actually has a terrifyingly strong sense of responsibility. The dad looks around, wondering if he is the only normal person left in this room. Lee Seolwa clasps her hands, a flurry of imaginary pink flowers surrounding her as she claims Yeonho is the most noble, kind-hearted savior in the universe. The dad looks at his wife, completely sweat-dropped. He whispers that the Mount Hua girl has a terminal case of rose-tinted glasses, but the mom just pinches his shoulder to make him shut up. Jong-il slides the door open, agreeing that Yeonho always gets the job done when people are in danger. Jo Hyun agrees, noting that the kid's track record is actually absurd. The beggar sect leader counts them on his fingers, rescuing the royal inspector, rebuilding the sacred handgrounds, crushing the demonic cult assassins, and taking on the alliance leader. The dad sweats, realizing that when you put it all together, his lazy son actually looks like a legendary hero. The contrast between his majestic reputation and his actual sleeping face is comically vast. Sanho says they just need to find a mission to assign him, which means they need to drag him out of the Peaceful Alliance headquarters. Jo Hyun asks how they are going to manage that, but Jang-il gets a very creepy, mischievous grin. He sticks his tongue out, claiming there is a highly lucrative event that Yeonho will not be able to resist. Meanwhile, Yeonho suddenly sits up in bed with a gasp, sweating bullets. He sighs, cursing his master's dream training technique for making him feel like he did not even sleep. He stretches his stiff neck, complaining that the cave training is bordering on physical abuse at this point. Suddenly, his door slides open. He turns around, wondering who is bothering him now. It is Jin Yeon, standing there with a soft blush and carrying a massive, steaming table of luxurious gourmet food. Yeonho's jaw drops as he politely greets her. She shyly explains that she managed to accompany his family to Luoyang under the pretext of a coincidence. She looks down, saying she prepared this massive feast herself and hopes he enjoys it. Yeonho scratches his cheek, telling her she really did not have to go through all this trouble. Yeon smiles softly, saying she can never truly repay him for saving her entire family and medical clan. Yeonho sweat drops, thinking this sweet romantic energy is a massive contrast to his dad's violent waking methods. She urges him to eat before the food gets cold. Yeonho leans forward, ready to dig in. But then, he stops. Under the soft golden light, Yeon looks exceptionally beautiful, her dark eyes filled with warmth. Our guy's heart skips a beat as he realizes she is actually stunningly pretty. He mutters his thanks and prepares to take a bite. Knock, knock. Yeonho turns his head, wondering who could possibly be interrupting his breakfast. The door slides open, and Lee Seolwa stands there, holding a steamer basket of freshly made Mount Hua dumplings. She freezes, staring at the cozy scene. The entire room goes dead silent as the two girls lock eyes. Seolwa looks at Yeon, her sweet expression instantly turning into a cold, suspicious glare. Yeon looks back, her pleasant smile transforming into a sharp, icy mask of silent hostility. The tension in the air is heavy enough to crush a mountain. Yeon tilts her head with a pleasant but terrifying smile. Seolwa's face turns into a dark, shadowy expression of pure, unadulterated jealousy. Yeonho sweats bullets, his eyes wide as he experiences a level of primal terror that even the demonic cult could never inflict. Our guy is staring ahead, sweating bullets, stuck in a room with two girls who look like they are about to initiate a boss fight. The absolute silence in this room is heavy enough to crack the floor tiles. Then, without saying a single word, Seolwa turns around and slides the door shut. The screen slams closed with a definitive thud. Yeonho sits there, utterly confused about why she just logged off without saying anything. He mutters a quiet question to Yeon. Yeon's face is a mask of pure, terrifyingly polite hospitality as she tells him to eat before the food gets cold. Yeonho swallows hard, realizing his digestive tract is about to experience severe emotional damage. Yeon walks over to the table, She offers to take the cold food away and prepare a fresh feast since he does not seem to like it. Yeonho immediately slams his hands down, panicking and claiming the food is the best thing he has ever seen. She looks up with a sweet blushing smile, asking if he is serious. To prove his point, Yeonho starts shoveling food into his mouth at warp speed. He is chewing like his life depends on it, which, considering the dark aura in the room, it probably does. Suddenly, the door slides open again. It is the mother, looking inside the room with a very curious gaze. She immediately covers her mouth, laughing and claiming she is interrupting a very private moment. Yeonho tries to explain, but she just giggles, saying it is high time he took an interest in women. The dad tries to speak up from the hallway, but the mom instantly pinches his arm, dragging him away, screaming. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the estate, Gongmu-jin is crying tears of absolute joy. He is looking at a tray of steamed buns, convinced his disciple has raised her cooking skills just for him. But Seolhwa is standing there, looking incredibly awkward and avoiding his gaze. She mumbles a quiet word. Gongmu-jin asks if there is something she wants to say to her beloved master. She suddenly drops to her knees, bowing her head to the cold floor. Gongmu-jin panics, telling her to get up before she catches a cold. And then, she drops the bomb. She needs money. The master is completely sweat-dropped, asking why she needs cash when the alliance provides free food and lodging. Seolhwa yells that free room and board is not going to cut it anymore. She says she has just encountered a formidable adversary that she cannot defeat with swordsmanship alone. Gongmu-jin gets serious, asking how he can help her defeat this mysterious, powerful rival. She tells him she needs grocery money, expensive makeup, and new clothes. Gongmu-jin's face is priceless. He is deeply confused about how makeup helps you win a sword fight. She grabs his hand, pleading for him to trust her and promising she will repay him tenfold. He sighs, entirely defeated by his disciple, and starts reaching into his pocket. She snatches the money pouch at warp speed, leaving him in a cloud of dust. She slams the door behind her, wishing him a good meal. The master is left holding a single, sad, cold bun, wondering why his eyes are watering. Meanwhile, Sima Cheonse is looking at a massive scroll in his office. Jo Hyun explains that they have been invited to the Global Friendship Youth Martial Competition. He says the fancy name is just a cover, and that the rival Heavenly Will Alliance is behind it. Sima laughs, asking if the strategist is just reading too much into a simple youth sparring match. Jo Hyun's expression remains completely serious. He explains that since the older generation cannot fight face-to-face without starting a war, the youth tournament is a PR battle. If the rivals win, their public image as the true champions of the orthodox path will be cemented overnight. Sima realizes this competition is essentially a battle for the future of the Murim's political landscape. He grins, pointing out that their own alliance has some highly talented kids. He mentions Sanho, but Jo Hyun points out that one star player cannot carry an entire roster. If the rest of their team gets wiped out, they still lose the overall war. Jo Hyun gets a very sharp, cunning look in his eyes. He snaps his fan closed, stating they have a secret weapon, Wi Yeonho. Sima is impressed, realizing having both Wi brothers compete will secure an absolute victory. Outside, Sanho and Jang Il are discussing the situation. Jang Il notes that while Sanho is a standard genius, Yeonho is a complete anomaly who breaks the power scale. Sanho smiles proudly, which is a rare sight for the stoic older brother. The dad approaches, grumbling that getting Yeonho out of bed is a harder boss fight than any tournament match. Sima tells him that is a family issue, so the dad needs to figure it out. The dad tries to claim Yeonho is independent, but the mom immediately pinches his side to stop his boasting. Sanho steps forward, telling the alliance leader that there is a very simple cheat code. Sima is skeptical, noting that nothing they have tried has ever cured the boy's laziness. Sanho explains that Yeonho isn't actually afraid of his dad's yelling. He says his brother is just slightly awkward around him, but the person Yeonho is genuinely, biologically terrified of is their mother. We cut to Yeonho literally kneeling on the floor, weeping and clinging to his mom's robes. The mother looks down with a cold glare, lecturing him about his lack of family responsibility. Yeonho regrets ever opening his mouth to complain about the tournament. He begs for mercy, promising he will do whatever she wants. She asks if he understands his duties, and he immediately starts yelling that he will protect his sister with his life. He claims anyone who even looks at Suryeon wrong will get a high-speed ticket to Antarctica. The mother's expression softens, and she gently pats his head, calling him a good boy. Yeonho walks away, entirely drained, realizing he just got completely manipulated by his own family. He lets out a massive, soul-crushing sigh. The next morning, Sima Cheonse greets the group at the gates with a loud laugh. The trainees are assembled, looking sharp and ready for travel. Yeonho is standing in the crowd, looking like a zombie who hasn't slept in 3 business days. He raises his finger, asking if they can just skip the long monologues and hit the road. Sanhyo immediately decks him on the head with a swift strike. Yeonho rubs his head, complaining, but Sanhyo warns him to show some basic respect to the alliance leader. Sima just grins, sweating as he realizes these two brothers are a highly volatile combination. Yeonho looks around, asking if this tiny group is the entire roster. Jo Hyun explains the other representatives are currently busy with their own high-intensity training. The general strategist gets a very stern look, warning them of the stakes. He says the moment they step outside these gates, they are representing the entire alliance. He yells at Yeonho specifically to stay out of trouble, which Yeonho entirely ignores. Sima pats the dad on the shoulder, telling him to keep a close eye on his chaotic son. The dad looks back at Yeonho, sweating, as he realizes they are definitely going to cause a massive international incident. Gong Ryong is also complaining to Jo Hyun, stating he has zero control over the slacker. Suddenly, a loud clip-clop sound echoes down the path. A massive, luxurious horse carriage approaches, leaving Sima and Jo Hyun completely speechless. Yeonho casually explains that since he cannot ride a horse, he brought his own private transport. He leans close to the general strategist, whispering with a very smug grin. He says he knows Jo Hyun was the one who orchestrated this entire forced vacation, but he tells him not to worry, because he left a giant banner at his copying stall, making Jo Hyun the official branch manager while he is gone. Yeonho waves to his parents, inviting them to get inside. Jo Hyun immediately clutches his stomach, his ulcers flaring up to maximum level. The strategist watches the carriage depart, praying they do not destroy another city gate. The massive carriage rolls out, looking like a boss parade. Yeonho leans out of the top, complaining that he still does not want to go. Suryeon immediately chucks a heavy stone directly at his cheek, telling him to look cheerful. Yeonho forces a comically wide, fake smile, yelling a cheer for the camera. And with that, the Alliance's chaotic team is officially on their way to Mount Hua. The carriage travels through the dense, green forest. Inside, the atmosphere is colder than a Siberian winter. Yuran and Seolwa are sitting on opposite sides, staring at Yeonho, who is wedged in the middle. Outside, the dad is riding a horse beside the carriage, enjoying the fresh air. Suryeon looks back, noting the absolute weirdness of their travel configuration. She looks at her older brother Sanho, admiring his majestic, peak protagonist aura. Jong-il is walking beside him, complaining about why a beggar has to suffer on a long march. Suryeon looks back at the carriage roof, sweating at the sheer tension. Yeonho sips a cup of tea, complaining with a very serious face that it is too bitter. Yuran immediately panics, apologizing and saying she must have brewed it too strong. Seolwa instantly slides in, offering him a sweet, pink candy to wash down the bitter taste. Yeonho happily munches the candy, while Yerin glares at her rival with pure, dark energy. The trainees watching this are utterly disgusted by the sheer display of harem protagonist luck. They mutter that these beautiful girls must be incredibly naive to fall for a guy like him. The dad watches from his horse, sweat dropping as he realizes Seolwa's formidable adversary was indeed a rival in love. He silently cheers for Seolwa, telling himself that a Mount Hua disciple must never show weakness. Then, he stops and realizes that even if she wins, the prize is still just his lazy, troublesome son. Suddenly, the dad hears a rustling sound in the nearby bushes. A massive, blood-splattered figure collapses out of the foliage, gasping that he is alive. Gong Ryong is shocked, recognizing the thrashed warrior immediately. Yeonho peeks over the edge of the carriage, his face instantly turning pale. It is indeed Peng Dojek, looking like he just got dragged through a meat grinder. Yeonho's eye twitches, realizing the drowning ghost has returned to drag them down. He mutters to the girls that this guy is an absolute bad luck charm who always brings disaster. Gong Ryong asks Dojuk why he is here instead of resting at the main estate. Dojuk explains he was on a top-secret spy mission under the direct orders of the strategist. Then, he remembers his situation and screams that they need to run because he is currently being chased. Right on cue, several masked figures leap out of the trees. They land in a neat formation, their eyes glowing red beneath their green masks. Yeonho facepalms. Of course the spy got discovered by the notorious Green Forest bandits. Gong Ryong yells at Dojuk for bringing a whole mob of bandits directly to their carriage. Dojuk proudly claims his spy infiltration was a success until they discovered him, which is not really a win. The dad approaches, trying to keep his composure in front of the hostile forces. He tells Gong Ryong to avoid escalating the conflict since there are imperial officials in the nearby town. Gong Ryong is shocked, asking if the rumors about the dad being a toothless tiger are actually true. The dad's face turns red as he screams that he is definitely not a coward. He explains he is only worried about the safety of the trainees under his care. Gong Ryong bows, quickly retracting his insult. The Shaolin monk steps forward, pointing his hand at the bandit mob. He yells that the young man is under the official protection of the Righteous Martial Alliance, warning them to back off. The bandit leader just sneers, mockingly claiming he is so scared his hands are shaking. Dojuk sweats, warning them that these are no ordinary low-level highwaymen. Gongryong realizes that since Dojuk is a former Five Dragons member, these bandits must be high tier. He stares at the leader's calm posture, his suspicion growing. The bandit leader admits the alliance is terrifying, but notes that they are in an isolated valley. He grins under his mask, stating that if they kill everyone here, nobody will ever find out they did it. The dad's forehead veins pop as he draws his blade, yelling that they have officially crossed the line. Yeonho peeks over, asking Yeren if his dad's name is actually going to work. The dad grins, thinking this is a perfect opportunity to flex his legendary prestige. He stands tall, screaming his name. I am the righteous hero's sword, Wi Yeonho. He tells them to retreat immediately if they want to live to see tomorrow. The bandits' eyes glow with a terrifying blood-red light under their green masks. The dad and Gongryong both freeze, realizing the vibe in the forest just got significantly worse. The bandit leader roars with excitement, commanding his men to kill everyone and make sure the dad does not escape. Yeonho sighs from the roof, noting that his dad's reputation didn't help at all. It literally just drew maximum aggro. The bandit subordinate hesitates, but the leader tells him they must follow their secret orders. He orders a full assault, commanding them to show no mercy. The Green Forest bandits leap forward with weapons drawn. The dad curses, bracing for the impact. Gongryong yells that this is a real-world combat scenario, telling the trainees to take it seriously. Sanho parries an incoming blade with a loud ring of steel. Suryeon and the other trainees engage the mob, while Musan uses his glowing golden palm to deflect a sword. A high-level bandit leaps at the dad from above. The dad grins, stating the Green Forest has apparently forgotten the sharp bite of his blade. He swings with a blinding speed, clashing against the bandit's sword. Sparks fly as the two blades grind against each other. The dad executes a low sweep, but the bandit gracefully flips backward, escaping the zone. The dad is shocked. His strike was imbued with his true chi, yet a mere bandit easily blocked it. He yells a warning to the others, telling them to treat these enemies as twice as strong as they look. Yeonho looks down from the carriage roof, looking completely bored by the unfolding drama. He gracefully hops down to the grass. He tells his mother to stay inside the carriage where it is safe. Then, he walks over to Musan, casually asking him to gather some small stones. Musan is incredulous. They are literally in the middle of a battle to the death, and he is being asked to pick up rocks. Yeonho gives him a highly manipulative smile, reminding him of his massive debt. The Shaolin monk instantly activates his ultimate high-speed footwork, scooping up a massive pile of stones in seconds. Yeonho tells him to stay close to Suryeon and keep her safe. Yeonho leaps back onto the carriage roof, carrying the cloth pouch of stones. He reaches inside, selecting a neat, heavy rock. He looks out at the battlefield with a sharp, terrifying grin, asking if they are ready to begin the lesson.